young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Shoot, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Shoot, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. The shoot, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right upon the shoot. Watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
Wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me, have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turn cold. Have mercy on many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord.
So the cats who running their mouth and know what I mean? So that's what we here doing, man. So I appreciate everybody being here. Everybody online, salute to y'all. This might be risky. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now.
It's a stampede!
DJ Ham the Stampede.
DJ Ham the Stampede.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me, Lord.
So the cats who running their mouth and think it's a game, come put your hands up, you know what I mean? So that's what we here doing, man. So I appreciate everybody being here. Everybody online, salute to y'all. This might be risky. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now.
It's a stampede!
DJ Ham the Stampede.
DJ Ham the Stampede.
Many men wish death upon me. Blood in my heart, dog, and I can't see. I'm trying to be what I'm destined to be. And niggas trying to take my life away. I put a hole in a nigga for fucking with me. My back on the wall, now you gon' see. Better watch how you talk when you talk about me. Cause I'll come and take your life away. Many men, many men wish death upon me, Lord. I don't cry no more. Don't look to the sky no more. Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul. Somewhere my heart turned cold. Have mercy on many men. Many men wish death upon me, Lord.
So the cats who running their mouth and think it's a game, come put your hands up, you know what I mean? So that's what we here doing, man. So I appreciate everybody being here. Everybody online, salute to y'all. This might be risky. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now.
It's a stampede!
DJ Ham the Stampede.
DJ Ham the Stampede.
When I'm traveling, six-pack run when I'm traveling. 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 Get that when I'm traveling. Six-pack run when I'm traveling. Sure. Seeking a place where y'all free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Sure. Seeking a place where y'all free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Sure. Seeking a place where y'all free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This Might Be Risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag Do the Right Thing.
Yo, we here. This might be risky. Midday Sherelle was popping.
What's up, man? I ain't even know you was gonna put me up.
What you mean?
I thought you was gonna talk by yourself and then put me up. So I was looking this way and then you just went.
Nah, man. Nah, we gotta get them accustomed. Last time, I ain't gonna tell everybody. It's only 100 people here so far, so you was late last week.
I was not. I was on time.
Let you tell it.
I was on the time. Like you said, be here 11:30. I was here 11:30.
Oh, did I change the time last week?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
You right.
Yes, they don't lie on me. Don't lie on me.
I apologize. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I don't need no light, Melly. I'm good. I'm good. What's popping, man? It's been a good day. I changed something in my routine today. I went to the gym at 5 as opposed to 7. And initially I was tired, but I was able to get that out the way and then recalibrate. You know what I mean? So I might keep that up.
I've been doing 12 o'clock at night because I don't go to sleep. So I've been doing midnight workouts.
Damn. You don't go to sleep like at all?
I'll be going to sleep like 6 a.m.
Really? So you so you wait. You sleep from what, 6 to 8 or something like that?
No, I'll be waking up at like 10.
6
I woke
to
up
10.
at 9 a day though, so I can be ready.
Okay.
Shit like that.
So you sleep for 4 or 5 hours a day?
That's all I need.
Damn. I thought the doctor told us to get 6 to 8. What you think?
We're gonna get rid of these Western philosophy today. That's what I think.
Wow. Shit like that.
Let's do it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let's see who in the chat real quick, Sherelle. Mel, you already know what's popping.
Hey, Mel.
Travel 1 in the building.
Look at travel.
E-Dub in the building. Ezekiel bin Israel, Shalom. I see what's popping. Putting in work already. Appreciate you.
Ashe.
I've been saying she ain't correct me. I've been saying that shit for 6 months. Live stream surfer was popping. Minaj was good. Quincy was popping. I didn't see you yesterday, my brother. Hope all is well. Mr. Williams, salute. Bub, directioncyop.com. Get the latest merch. www.directioncyop.com. Salute to y'all. Make sure y'all support. The shit is fire. Miss Jilly was goody. Hope all is well. How you said it? Javier? Salute. Baker Man was popping. Sozan in the building. I ain't see you yesterday. So yeah, yes I did. Rock Solid was good. Salute. Let me see who else we got. Who that? That's Sporties, right? Sporties was popping. It's a JTK in the building. Salute. Let me see. Melly Mel was popping. Curtis was popping. Hope all is well, man. I'm gonna definitely put that shit in the play that you sent me too. Love C putting in work. Definitely getting the Discord, man. After we did that 12-hour stream, we went in the Discord after that, and they was on there for like 6 more hours.
No sleep.
Leon was popping. Hope all is well. Let me see. Josh was good. What Josh talking about? Who knows what Josh going off about? Sherelle in the chat.
You see me? I changed my picture.
You changed it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you definitely changed it. There he is. With the upgrade to first cousin. Salute, my brother. I appreciate all your support, man. Imperius was popping. Waterman was popping. Hope all is well. See, they be having like, it's always confusing me. It's green here, but then it's black here. Maybe it's 2 accounts. I don't know. There he is.
What up, buzzing, bird, flipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Appreciate the gift for the 5 memberships, man. We on our way to 1,000. Whoever got one, please maintain it. Wrong one. Please maintain it. Let me see. Okay, Leon. Oh, he got one now. He blessed him. Okay, salute. I thought I saw another one too. I'm about to get everybody before it get too packed in here. I want to acknowledge as many people as possible. You know what I mean, Sherelle?
Mm-hmm.
Journey was popping. Yeah. Oh shit. I'm bugging. September 1st. I'm tripping. November 1st. November for the fights. I don't know why September just right around the corner. November 1st, November 2nd, November 3rd. That's the meetup weekend with the This Might Get Rocky 2 event. Thank you, Journey. You always keep me on point. I mean, what's popping? Let's do it, man. Let me see. He knows what's good. So how the sound effects? They straight? They too loud? They good?
They good.
Good. Crown Prince, salute, OG. Nah, I'm going to keep getting up at 5, bro. In and out. Who that? Jeremiah was good. Let me see. Aaron, salute, man. So once Sherelle and I end this day stream, we're going to have a kickback on the war report regarding what we talked about, the aftermath, and anything you guys would like to broach before we get to the women's POV tonight. Women's POV going to be interesting. When is a man actually ready for a woman? That's what we'll be discussing on the POV this evening. Ezekiel Ben Israel, Shalom, appreciate you. Salute to all the 5 people who got blessed. Please maintain that membership. Sleep is overrated. Maybe so. Miss Best, what's popping? Yeah, we about to get into it. Andre, salute. Chuck, what's good? Damn, wrong one.
It's MS Best. It's a band.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
They never correct me. I've been saying Miss I don't be knowing. Lamar was good. Now you know Lamar, he in the health industry. Skinny boy was popping. I ain't seen you in a minute, man. Hope all is well. You heard? Let me see. Miss C, salute. I look like AZ. God damn. Salute, man. Let me see. Zagu was popping. Zagu getting it popping on November 2nd.
Discord.
Oh yeah, he definitely
in the Discord too.
And then he getting it popping. He fighting. I don't know if you ever seen Tiffocracy. You probably seen her name. She be changing it and shit. But her husband.
He gonna fight a girl?
No. Her husband.
Oh, okay. I'm about to say what?
No. This ain't the Olympics. Jonathan was popping. Rainbow salute down south in the building. Mrs. Locks, I see you. Let's do it, man. Like, share, subscribe. Oh, Miss Parker, salute. What's popping? Shalom. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Hey, Sporties and Mufasa, I got the kite too. So I'm gonna sing out that video. I appreciate y'all. Cali Bev, what's good? All right, man. Let's get into it. Salute, Deb. Be love. Okay, I like it. Like, share, subscribe. Go ahead.
No, you go.
Yeah. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Homeboy Shalom. Hey, man, make sure y'all get in the Discord. Homeboy be DJing his ass off. Pause. Him, Cali Bev, and my man Chuck, a.k.a. Frank White. They be doing their thing in there, man, for sure, man. Especially before and after the streams, man. The vibes is dope. Especially, I like when Homeboy get on because it's a lot of shit I never customarily listen to. Like, I like all three of them for sure. I think Orchid about to start DJing too, but he be listening to all types of shit, you know, that I'll be forgetting about, or maybe I never even heard. Keep it a buck, you know. Chuck from the East Coast, so all the shit he play, I love because you know it's the same shit I listen to. So, you know what I mean. Miss Valerie was popping. Miss Valerie Smith with the 20 ball. She says, "Hello, Hamp and everyone. Salute, Miss Val. Hope all is well. Hope you being safe out there. You also give me an opportunity to play my man for the first 20 ball of the day." Didn't fit.
It didn't fit.
You know what I mean? Oh, I think I see somebody. Lauren was popping. You late. Shiesty was good. You late. All right, man. Let's get it, man. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Before we start, let me just check the likes and we get it popping. We have 170 people in the building and we have 82 likes.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Come on, man. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. That's what helps the channel the most. Sherelle, man, what's good, man? You all right? You good?
I'm great.
Got enough sleep?
No. I went to sleep at like 7 and my alarm went off at 9. I was like, I had to leave the Astros.
Damn. That's all right. You be all right. You built for it. You tough, right?
Yeah, I'm tough.
Juggernaut one time.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to the Juggernaut, gifted 5 memberships. Whoever got one, please maintain. I'm telling you, we're gonna hit that 1,000 mark soon, B. Soon. Nay, I still owe you that phone call. What's poppin'? And periods with the $2. The Discord is just weak crying autists mean words. This nigga here. Hey, hold it.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Salute the Imperious, man. Hi, Sherelle. You know, you had me tossing and turning with this topic. Now, I've heard a synopsis of the reason why the patriarchy must die from you. However, we need it unadulterated, uninterrupted. Now, to be fair, I may interject depending on different points you make or hit just to clarify them, right? I may have some challenges a little bit later on after you finish your soliloquy. It might turn into a diatribe. We'll see. So we shall see. Also, I'm going to drop the link because I think that as you talk and progress through the conversation, there's certainly going to be people that have inquiries. You feel me? Look at O'Shea.
Beta.
Wow.
Mr. Ray, you late. O'Shea, you late. Come in talking shit. So, provider was popping. Sherelle, the patriarchy must die. When I initially hear it, I'm like, what world is it without the patriarchy?
The world that it was before. Patriarchy is about 6,000 years old. In the oldest form, maybe 9,000 years. But it's a very new system. We are people that have been here for eons, and the patriarchy is fairly new. And I think that I believe that is the problem with society. Okay. It's very destructive, and it only benefits the top people in society. And
Okay.
not only is it only going to ever benefit the
Slow
top people in
down,
society.
Sherelle. Remember?
You said uninterrupted.
All right, because I already got questions. All right, you know what? Go ahead. I'm gonna mute. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be pausing though. Okay. So I would say the patriarchy only benefits the top people. And not only is it benefiting just the top people in society, that room is not opening room. It's not opening room for, no, it's this 2% of people are going to be successful, and that's it.
2%.
This top 2%, then they'll have this 10% underneath it, but it's designed for the majority of people to be in suffrage.
So that includes the men, women, children included. Only 2% benefit from the so-called patriarchy.
The men suffer the most. Average men suffer the most in patriarchy. The most.
Why?
Because patriarchy makes the average man think that he is more important in society because he is a man. And then they design everything around the rest of it to make that man inferior to even the women and children.
Okay,
it's a trap.
You think essentially, who's actually in charge in this patriarchy? Is it just the 2%, or do men actually do rule over the women and the children?
No, the top percent of people rule over everybody. Men do not. The average man does not rule over anyone at all.
Why you say that?
Okay, so like when you started, right, you removed opportunities for women to work, to be educated. So you set up this system where women are property to men, right? Which actually hinders men, because now men, that crippled men, right? Men are not self-sufficient in the way that they used to be. Men used to work with their hands. They were more into building their own businesses, working within their own family units. But now, instead of working together, like you work with your brother, y'all all gonna go sign up to work for one man, right? So it pushed this industrial system to where everybody's going to work to make one person richer, right? And that's what you get. And you get a wife and you get children and you're in charge of them, right? That was all cool. So it didn't matter. You can take that to your ego that this woman needs me because I'm the provider. And then what did they do? They let the women go to work. The same system, the patriarchy system, started to place the woman above the man. So now she don't got to answer to him, right? They say, marry them, right? Marry them. And then they allow the women to divorce men, take men for their money, control their children. Even if they don't want to have the children, they make them pay the child support while taking the finder's fee, turn their women against them. So women don't have to respect them. And now they have a system of government that is really the protective class of women. So now the average woman is not listening to the average man at all.
Okay. So, but that sounds like a lack of patriarchy. That sounds like capitalism has overtaken patriarchy. It sounds like men have listened to feminism in the 70s and have relaxed the patriarchy. But it doesn't sound like patriarchy is the issue. But it doesn't sound like patriarchy's issue. It sounds like, based on what you're saying, the lack thereof is the issue.
No, the same patriarchy system that brought you patriarchy also brought you feminism. It's the same. It's the same with the same how we say, oh, the Democrats, that's left wing, and this is the right wing. It's the same bird. Like I'm seeing through the bullshit because.
Go ahead.
Who was it? Let's just get into it because we did not believe in patriarchy. That is not the natural indigenous thing. We were never patriarchal. We always understood the balance of life, the balance of everything in life, to keep the balance. Patriarchy is not balanced. Patriarchy is one thing on top of another. And usually a little bit of people at the top of the majority of people, right? So it throws off the whole entire balance of how we were doing it. It ushered in the nuclear family, which was the bomb that blew up the black family. Black families have never been nuclear. We have always been about a village, taking a village to raise children. And then what? It ruined us because we depended on polygamy. We depended on that. We depended on them, our women outnumbering our men. So we needed men to have multiple wives. That hurt us more than it did. So we got these broken homes. We got these children not growing up knowing their siblings, not knowing their father.
Okay.
Black women fell entirely for the trick, right? Because you want to sit in a boardroom where you're the only black woman at the table of white men, right? And yeah, because these white men know that you're not taking care of your damn kids, that you're not taking care of your husband, that you're going to prioritize your business and your money and your education over your family. And that's what it's killing. It's killing the family at the root of it. The whole entire system is killing family.
Okay. So a couple questions. Are you saying that nuclear is only one husband and one wife?
Yeah, the nuclear family is one husband, one wife, and kids, and that's it. It's all about that. But we've always traditionally been about the grandparents respecting the elders, the village, everybody living in conjunction and having this like group economics. We were more about group economics. We were more about even women. Like when you study polygamy, women were actually the ones who ushered in, hey, share the men, because we need the men. So if the women are outnumbering, then marry my friend, marry my sister-in-law, marry these women so that we can all be in one, so that it's about the entire family of it all. And we let that go so that we can buy into our oppressor's way of life. And patriarchy is oppressor's way.
Okay. Now, when you're talking about our history, where are you getting it from? Is it biblical at all? It doesn't sound like it.
No. When you study Native American history or Black history, even in the Bible, right? In the Bible, they were not really patriarchal, and it was ushered in by men, right? So you remember in the time of Judges, Deborah was a judge, right?
Yeah.
So in the time of Judges, women ruled. Deborah was a judge.
She was a judge, but you remember in her story specifically when it first starts in Judges 4, she's telling the men, hey, lead this thing, right? She doesn't actually lead it. She just sends the message to I forget his name, and he says, I ain't going unless you go. But he was still in charge of doing the thing. She just was the messenger.
No, she was a judge. And
no, I'm saying she judged Israel at that time, 100%. Right? She presided under her tree. I forget the city she was in, or area. But remember when she told the men, hey, didn't God tell you go attack at this river and you guys will win? And he's like, I got it, but I ain't going unless you go. But she wasn't,
because they wasn't trusting. She was the one. And Deborah was the one like, oh, we gotta go get the stepper. She was the stepper, and she was a woman. She was a stepper, and even when she said, you know what? If I gotta watch over y'all, if I gotta babysit y'all to go do what God telling y'all to do, we're gonna deliver it in the hands of a woman. Remember, the man was delivered into the hands of a woman. A woman wound up deleting that person. Remember?
Okay, but I would argue that she was in charge, though. You're saying she was in charge?
Mm-hmm. Deborah was ranking over them.
Okay. And so do you think that the Bible goes back and forth then? Because in Genesis 3, how do you break down verse 16? Where it essentially says your husband will rule over you.
Your husband rules over you. The husband is the head of a marriage, right? But that is not patriarchy. Is societal rules to where men are always in charge of every woman, even the women that don't belong to them. It makes sense for you to be in charge of your wife because you're the leader and you're the protector and they're underneath your covering. That makes sense. Yeah. Patriarchy is women can't go to school, women can't work, women, right? That's how it started. But they're holding the power, and then now they allow their women to start feminism. Even though feminism didn't break their families how it broke our families, it was just patriarchy gets our men, feminism gets our women. I don't believe white men and white women are against each other. I believe they're playing for the same team and they're playing against us.
Okay. All right. Before I pivot there, I just want to, because I want to understand your full thoughts. So, say you're saying, okay, so when the men had multiple wives, biblically speaking, that's not patriarchal. Or when the women were taken as spoils of war, that's not patriarchal. And men in all the prophets are men for the most in terms of the books that are written. Like Ruth doesn't actually, right? That book is dictated about her. So
Yeah.
that's not patriarchal.
No, I think a lot of the Bible was patriarchal. I think, especially the books that they allowed to be there. I think definitely the books that they removed. You know, it's a reason why the Bible is what it is. It's a reason why a lot of books were removed, because you know we read the Apocrypha. They were definitely trying to set a certain agenda. You know what I'm saying? But patriarchy came in with Saul, right? It came in with Saul, where Saul was like, everybody else got kings, make me a king. You know, but even in that Bible, it would show you that the majority of people were not patriarchal, because the one deity or the one goddess that would rival the Israel God is a female god.
Yeah,
That
people.
was the one that would, the biggest rival of the God of the Israelites was a woman.
But it's not. But is she actually a rival?
She was a rival into where
People's minds, I
majority
guess.
of the people believed in her, and consistently the Israelites were building altars to her. Consistently.
So you're saying regardless of her of that deity's actual effectiveness toward God is irrelevant. It was people's minds that bought into it.
Yeah, like her popularity was just even the God that was working for them, right? The God who was delivering them out of bondage. They would forget that God and worship her because she was the more popular God.
Okay. I understand. I understand that point. And that's why they was going off and got destroyed because of all that blasphemy, right? Now, okay, so patriarchy, let me ask you this. Proverbs 30, and we're not sticking on the Bible, right? Holistic. This is a facet, right? Which I think we're exploring. And that's why I'm not saying all the scriptures, right? Because people kind of tune out when you start doing that a little bit, right? Whether it be unfortunate or not, that's a different conversation.
They don't read it. So
yeah, they don't read it, right? So we kind of just talking through it. So let's go to Proverbs 31. You're saying that woman in there, because we read through it. She used to work. She used to bring resources. She used to negotiate, but she did everything in the reverence of her husband, her kids, right? And he praised her for it, right? And he wasn't no slouch himself either. The man, her husband. And in Proverbs 31, the king is being advised by his mother, saying if you presiding over people, don't drink strong drink. She giving him advice before he, because he's about to rule. So that example, that isn't patriarchy, even though she's under her husband. It's not patriarchy because of what she's doing in Proverbs 31.
No, that's not patriarchy. These people are understanding that you are one, right? That is what it is. Is that you are a role player, and you have specific roles as a man, but you and your wife, it's not about you being above her or her being your property. Patriarchy tells you my wife and my children are my property. I own them. They're basically my slaves, right? That's what patriarchy pushes. And when patriarchy really stomped, it hindered women to where they did not feel like women should work at all. The you know what I'm saying? The Proverbs 31, she was working, but she worked for her family and she played in the roles that she was supposed to play in. Everybody understands that you're a role player. The men have roles, the women has roles, but the balancing is the feminine energy, the male energy, and you become one from that. To have your full reflection of God is both energies. And what patriarchy does is completely deny the feminine energy. Even the feminine aspect of God is denied within patriarchy, which throws off the balance, especially, and that crucially affects us because that is not what we used to believe in.
Okay, now, but Well, so there's a hierarchy. Even though they become one, the husband is in charge, but that's not patriarchy because he acknowledges her value.
That's like saying your brain is more important than your legs, right? Because
It is.
if without your brain you can't walk, but without your legs you can't walk. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
it's
but
like you
would
have
you
a
rather
different
be
role, but all the roles are important.
100%? They're important, but Sherelle, would you rather be brain dead or leg dead?
I don't know. I'd rather be dead than not walk.
I agree. I'm not. Well, no, I don't know. I don't know. I will have to. I have to be there. But I'd rather be leg dead than brain dead.
Right. Or
You see?
well, then a better situation would be like what they always say: like the woman is the neck, the man is the head. Can you have one without the other?
The functionality wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I understand. But the brain commands the legs, the neck, everything. The neurons got to transmit from the brain to each limb, your neck, so on and so forth, to do what you're asking it to do. So if the brain doesn't tell the neck to turn left or right, it won't turn. So even with that, the man would still be the head.
Yeah.
And the leader and in charge.
The leader and in charge of what he's in. Like, I think men should be in charge and be leaders at what they're good at. Okay. If you're not good at it, you should not be the leader. If your wife has a degree in finances, you should let her lead in finances. If she's better at teaching the children, then you should let her lead in teaching the children. If she's better at being a homemaker, then she's the lead homemaker. She's the lead cook. She's the lead cleaner. She leads too. You lead in what? You lead in provision. You usually lead in protection because those are your strong suits. So it's not this just one of us is the leader. We're both leading in what we need to lead in our strengths.
Okay. Now let me ask you: does she take lead or is she delegated responsibility?
She takes lead.
So she's like, I'm doing, and I'm gonna be hyperbolic, nigga. I'm leading in this because I got a degree.
Yeah, because what I think a lot of leaders don't understand is servant leadership. Like you're supposed to be in it for the overall one of the entire family unit. So if you're a leader and you can't take any type of direction, nobody can tell you nothing. You're not a leader. You're a dictator. And patriarchy makes men feel like it's okay to be a dictator. And the crazy thing is they've allowed men to feel that way. And then they've allowed women to be able to divorce men like that. And have to pay for it.
What if he was a benevolent dictator? Would that be okay?
Most people abuse power. The majority of people abuse power. The majority of people are not benevolent dictators. Power goes into people's head and they do not know how to control it. It's women and men.
Okay. Now, in terms of leading, we see that we are at odds, to say the least, right? In our relationships. Can you lead someone who doesn't want to follow?
No.
Is that what's happening? Because we're saying, let me clarify it real quick. We're saying patriarchy is the issue. But if people start to revolt, is it patriarchy or is it the people that are being presided over?
It's patriarchy. You have to create a system for something to malfunction. The reaction of people malfunctioning because of your system is people reacting to your action. This is the reaction of what patriarchy is, the destruction of our families, the destruction, because a lot of times we have to understand that there may be a select few of people at the top, but it is not a race thing. Patriarchy does not benefit in the majority of any society. The whole entire middle class is falling. The minimum wage is trash. There is no affordable living. There is no affordable health care. We cannot, inflation is through the roof. So that the people at the top can be billionaires and hold these positions in high society, they are literally making the majority of the country suffer.
Now why do I look at that as more so capitalistic and not patriarchal? The reason why those things are happening.
I think patriarchy and capitalism is one and the same.
What?
Yes.
You dead ass?
Dead ass.
All right, hold on. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Damn it. So it's not starring it. So I apologize. I gotta star the super chats myself. At times, StreamYard does this where it stars them for you automatically, but it's not starring them today. So give me 1 second. Let me just find.
I'm staying out the chat, so I don't care if y'all talking shit because I'm not reading it.
Yes,
I know this is a new idea. Even though I don't think that we have control over it, I think that the patriarchy is dying, and it's gonna be. It was a 6,000 year spell, and the spell is up.
So, question. I'm starring these. I wanted to ask you this though. Isn't the patriarchy also the thing that makes men be responsible for women? Because I understand you're saying that she is, she has that she has to have that reverence, respect, and that hierarchy in terms of her husband. But when we look at the patriarchy, don't women call men to protect them? Like the police, a majority are men. The fire department, you often need a man to come and hang the TV, etc., etc. Is that not part of patriarchy? Do those men not deserve a level of respect from all women for the simple fact that you have to call men to deal with men largely or get you out of the trouble and things of that nature? Men are plumbers and mechanics and etc. When you call AAA, it's a man that shows up. I would argue that if a woman showed up, women might even look at her a little bit funny.
No, we respect men. We should respect men, but I don't think that. I think that men that's nature. I think men are naturally protective. I don't think you have to say patriarchy is. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that patriarchy is the reason why men are the way that they are.
Okay.
I think they would always it's a natural instinct. When I see little boys, if you ever watch kids and if you have a little boy and you hit his sister, even the baby is gonna look at like, why are you hitting my sister? Like if you walk up to your son and you start pushing his mom around, he'll look at you like he'll try to fight you because you're hitting his mom. They're automatically protective.
Okay. Now with that protection and brawn, right? You saying that the leadership shouldn't be tied to that?
I think that protection comes from strength. And I don't think that the strongest man in the world should be a leader just because he's strong. I don't think we've ever based leadership over strength. And that is the thing that men have over women is physical strength a lot of times. But
what else?
Leadership should go by mentality.
Okay.
And there are women, the majority of women are smarter than the majority of men. Now,
really?
Yeah. So the average woman is smarter than the average man. But when you come to genius level, men are more genius. Like will like the majority of geniuses will be men.
Let me show you this.
But just on the average level, women use both parts of their brain more.
Let me show you this. You think that he was taught this, or this goes to your point? So his sister's in a wrestling match.
Mm-hmm. He don't have to be taught that. That's just natural.
So you think he was taught that, or that's natural for him?
That is natural. He sees his sister in trouble. He going.
Okay.
Look how little he is.
Yeah, he only like 2. I think she's probably like 5 or 6. And he ran out there and helped her essentially. Okay. So all right. So let me ask you this before we get away from this, because we're about to get away from it. Is God masculine? Because you mentioned his feminine. Well, I forget what verbiage. I don't want to misquote you.
God, the God that you would deal with is a divine masculine. The energy is divine masculinity, because it's 2 energies. Everything has yin and yang. Everything has duality, right? So for the feminine to exist, if the masculine exists and the feminine exists, or there would only be men, right? So God has double components, but we remove the feminine aspect of God and just deal with the male aspect of God, taking the divinity out of women altogether. I think that is a very big push of Christianity. This whole concept of women come from men, right? Like, oh, Eve came from Adam's rib and shit like that or whatever. But it's like, yeah, that came with patriarchy and trying to understand that, taking the divinity away from women altogether.
Okay, so where do you reside that at then? Is the Bible patriarchal or not? I want to make sure you clarify that point because I don't want
Yes.
them to say you double talking or whatever the case is. Is the Bible patriarchal?
The Bible is patriarchal. Religion itself, majority of religions itself, is patriarchal. What I'm saying is there's proof in the Bible that the patriarchy was not being pushed by God but pushed by man.
Okay. Do you think that the Bible is inspired by the Most High?
No.
So you don't believe those scriptures that say that he inspired those men to write those things?
I think certain books were inspired by the Most High, and I think that there was a lot of tampering.
What do you think about the Torah?
Tampering.
So Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy tampered?
I'm gonna tell you what my favorite book is. Okay. Where I believe the Most High is dealing with somebody. It's the book of Job, right?
Okay.
Now, if you understand and you study, you know that the oldest book in the Bible is what? The book of Job.
Mm-hmm.
It was written even before Genesis. Even in the Genesis story, there is a recollection of when God created man, and there is a recollection of when mankind was created, right?
Yes.
I do not think that the mankind story correlates with the creation that the Most High. When the Most High said, I created man and woman on the same day, that's when the Most High created man. And then mankind comes in with the Adam and Eve story. And I've studied and I've understood where the Adam and Eve story originally comes from. The text that's older than the text that's in the Bible. I've studied where that comes from, and I've understood why that's put in there.
Okay. So, but damn. So, but that's in Genesis though. So you're saying that was put in as an example of tampering?
Yeah.
Okay. And you think that story as an example. So does everybody come from Adam?
No.
Okay. Was Adam the only man on earth at that time?
No.
Okay. Yeah. And I think if you read it and you understand the Hebrew, it actually says that, right?
Mm-hmm.
There were people in the earth, and in Adam, I think for people to understand, Adam was kind of picked out to tell a story about. That would almost be easier to how to articulate it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But we're not confused by it, and we're reading the same Bible. So that doesn't tell me tampering. But why do you think I don't see tampering there?
Okay, so you know how we always say Jew and Jewish?
Yes.
Black and blackish. There's man and then there's mankind. Right? So the Adam and Eve story is literally a god or a deity creating its own people because it wanted its own people to serve him, right? So within this serving of these people trying to control Adam and Eve and wanting Adam and Eve to serve him, the serpent tells them knowledge, like the God that y'all are worshiping is really not God at all. You're worshiping a regular person, a man. Actually, if you actually have the ability to arise above them, because the people who was controlling Adam and Eve, the God who was controlling Adam and Eve at this time was really not God at all. It wasn't the Most High.
Okay. So he had opposition that created those people.
He didn't even create Adam and Eve. He kind of like stole them, right? And then had them just believing. It's I don't know if you've ever heard of like Inky and Lil Anu.
Mm-mm.
So Anu would be the Most High. His children would be Inky and Lil. Different depictions of them all over history. The original text with them would be in the Emerald Tablets, the epics of, Ashker
Anunnaki?
Hashish, like Anunnaki, pretty much.
Okay.
These stories, a lot of the books, the stories in the Bible come from the Anunnaki. Yeah, definitely. So you up? See what I'm saying? You up?
I be knowing. That shit is okay. All right, so
yeah, definitely.
I'm saving things like just when I click the link, right? Because I don't want to push on everything. I want people to understand your mindset. That when we drop the link, they'll have questions that you haven't already answered. Okay.
So you know what? That's why I like having this conversation with you, because I refuse to have conversations with people about the Bible who have never read it, because I know that I can manipulate them, right? Because they don't understand. So I know that I can watch them. But since you understand and you studied, you're aware of these stories matching up with the Anunnaki and Lil Anu and Inky.
Yeah, I've seen the correlations. I've also done a couple breakdowns that show less correlation than people may see initially on the surface, but it takes time though. I should have recorded it now that I think about it. But I was talking to brothers about it, Now, so you think this is a tampering, like Exodus 15, and then I'm gonna move on. I want to ask you a different question. It says the Lord is a man of war. Man there means what?
Lord even means man. They're talking about a man. They're not talking about God. When they say Lord, they're usually talking about a lesser deity. Now, like I said, you have to understand that these beings, if there's somebody that drops out the sky right now, listen, we already praise singers for just being able to sing. People idolize LeBron James for knowing how to throw a basketball. If some higher being or angel falls down from the sky and can do some magic tricks, people will worship it like it's a god. So these smaller deities and demigods and things like that would have rulership over people because it was more advanced in technology and it's more advanced in consciousness, right? So a lot of people would be tricked from the Most High. So we depict these times in the Bible where the Most High has to start finding people to get inside of their heart and starting to lead people. That's where you call when he starts to communicate with Abraham, right? So that he can move Abraham away from the idol worshiping, because it was consistently gods falling to the earth and they started worshiping them. When it came to Baal, when it came to all of these different things, we consistently saw what was happening, right? That deities were coming down, and because they had more works and more technology than the people kept getting taken advantage of. And then there would be good people, and then God would put the spirit. So it was a spirit, and them being led by the spirit to deal with the Most High, and the Most High trying to move a specific people in a different direction, because these people kept falling for idolatry.
No, I understand. I just know the differentiations as an example, and I understand the point you're making. Let me just first say that, right? I hate when people gloss over. I understand why you're breaking that down from Exodus 15. However, when those 47 Hebrew and Greek scholars that went to 12 and then 4, if there was a dispute, took the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Textus Receptus and a little bit of the Greek Septuagint and the Codex Sinaiticus and put together the King James, they are careful to put capital L for Lord when it's talking about the Most High God there. And so in that particular verse, the reason why I picked that one out to understand where you see tampering is because that is the Most High God that they're referring to. But when they talk about different deities and like there are small g's in the Bible as well. But you're saying regardless, not that you're disregarding it, but you're saying here's what you see happening in these parts.
Yeah. and I don't think like everybody reads the King James version. King James, I would say, is more trying to be more understandable. But when you read these New Advance, all these other Bibles and texts, the wording is entirely different, and they're making every time God talks or the Lord talks, they're grouping all of the deities with the Most High.
They're just grouping it.
Yeah.
And so this is off subject, but as a recommendation for someone who reads the Bible, be careful reading. This is not for you, Sherelle. Be careful, everybody who cares to read it, reading transliterations. So what you have in the King James is they took the text in which I just named. They had qualified Greek and Hebrew scholars that can translate word for word. It also italicizes words that weren't there in the beginning. So there's no prepositions for the most part in Hebrew, as an example. So you'll see like the inserted, and they'll italicize it so you can see that word wasn't actually there in the original text. There are misses, like for instance, there's Easter in the King James. The word Lucifer is a Latin word only used one time in the whole Bible, but I would say it's the cleanest. What I mean by transliteration, just for whoever's listening, is they'll take a translation and then say, well, I think this sentence means that. So now it's a transliteration. So it's a translation of a translation, and people were able to put their spins on it, which can cause people to err. So my bad. I just wanted to give you that. Yeah.
Sometimes when they simplify it, they take the original meaning of it all together
out
away.
of it. Yep, exactly. So just as a my bad, I just wanted to make sure y'all understood that. And if you did, I apologize for preaching to the choir.
Wow.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Did I read this super chat last time? I think I said I was. I don't think I did though. All right, let me see. All right. Imperious with the $2 says, this is a cluster B gynocracy. Women are lesser. 100. Kenny 3 stacks with the $5 says, ask her, was her father present in her childhood, or was her mom a single mother? It will give insight to the mindset. Yeah, she shared this before. You want to quickly clarify this one if you do or if you don't?
My daddy raised me.
Yeah. Imperious with the $5 says, women have no rights because they can't enforce them. Rights don't exist absent of enforcement. Patriarchy is a biological default. Suck it up. If you want to respond, just talk. Imperious with the $2 says that this. Oh, I read this one, right? Yeah.
Is that the racist man?
Maybe. Darius with the $5 says, not ignoring my first super chat, but lady, you should have started with that. LOL. I think he just sent that at 12:29. Let me make sure if I'm missing any super chats. I hate when it does this shit where it don't star 'em. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So I think we mined it out pretty well, and I think we still left opportunity for people to ask additional questions or respectfully push back in a civil discourse if they don't agree with the things you said. Now, who the fuck told y'all was smarter than us? Yeah.
Men will be more geniuses, but that leaves only top men with the ability to rule. So just giving all men rulership is because they're strong is insane, because the strongest man would never rule, not of bare strength. Our president is not the strongest man. That man can barely walk up the stairs without falling. And he's the leader of the free world.
But they also unseated him because of it, essentially. So like once he's shown that weakness, they replace. He's still the president, right? But he's no longer the head. He's no longer the figurehead. They sat him down because he couldn't present how we need to present. Also, you'll hear an argument that if we had a woman, the world would respect us less. What do you think about that argument?
Yeah, because the patriarchal system has been forced on a bunch of people. Besides like the last few matriarchs that they have.
So I'm going to show you a clip as well. I want to get your thoughts. So here's the AI overview. Have you ever used these? So
yeah, sometimes, yeah.
So basically, it'll take the most credible sources that it finds when you Google a question, and it'll bring you like a synopsis. Essentially, it's been decently. I think it's worked pretty well when I've used it. So, according to Bright Futures, can you read it?
Mm-hmm.
According to Bright Futures, males in the United States have a slightly higher average IQ than females, with males averaging 99 and females averaging 97. However, the other research suggests that there are no significant differences in average IQ between men and women. Some test batteries show slightly greater intelligence in males, while others show slightly greater intelligence in females. For example, studies have shown that females perform better on tasks related to verbal ability, and males perform better on tasks related to rotation of objects in space. So it shows that men have rated higher, but it looks like it's pretty close.
Yeah, it's pretty close. I was saying women are typically the ones who use both sides of their brain. But when it comes to IQ tests and people that take IQ tests, that's when it's testing your genius, and men are more genius than women. I said that.
Okay. Gotcha. Let me show you this clip real quick. So us being more powerful, stronger, etc., that does not lend itself to leadership.
I don't think men have more power than women. I think they're stronger. I think power comes from the feminine aspect.
So me being powerful is what? You're not
just being
what do you
strong.
And how would a woman be more powerful than me?
Because women are inherently just born with the power.
What power?
They like women are more tapped into nature. Women, okay, so like, do you remember when Saul lost his blessing?
Yeah.
And he went and found that woman?
Mm-hmm.
So that woman could talk to God for him?
Yeah, but you have at the very least 66 examples of men talking to God. So
yeah, but remember he went to the one. Yeah, because you got to understand that they're trying to remove a woman's God connection to God in general away with religion. We were never religious. We're not religious people. We're just not. We were spiritual people. We lived a way of life. These rules, they tried to make it seem like God is just like, no, God was telling us dietary rules because it would make us sick for eating this food. We should not be eating the same food as these other people. We should not be living a life that the medicines that they take do not work for us. The education systems that we have our kids in, it does not work for us. Their family structure does not work for us. It is not benefiting the majority of us at all. It's not.
Okay. So
Politics,
you think that
all of that, it never mattered who the president was for the majority of us. Never.
What makes you say though that you guys are more spiritually or more connected to nature than us?
Because nature is woman. Mother Nature. We tap in.
But so wouldn't that? But wouldn't that? So what I'm thinking is, wouldn't that coincide with your ability to manipulate nature? So, like for instance, men have to do the things to make nature actually operate. So, for us to live in this earth, the majority are men that do the things to make sure we can operate successfully in nature.
Yeah, men are the manipulators of nature. Women are creation. That's the feminine aspect is creation. Women create, men manipulate. Yes.
Okay.
Women create. It's like even when you talk about the babies, right? When men always say that we carry the seed, but we create. Women create babies. Women produce eyes, hearts, brains, foot, arms. The water inside of a womb is what happens. People focus on the egg, right? You're going to focus on a woman's egg. A woman's egg is to protect your seed. The water bag and the nutrition and everything that's going inside of it, because all of us come from water, right? Water is the source. Before, when even in the creation story, there was voidness and there was waters, and then God had to separate the waters, right? So darkness and water is what we come from when you listen to the creation story. Even you, DJ Hemp, you were in darkness, in water for 9 months, and you came through a portal, which was the woman. She created you. Literally. You would not. And this is why we like to have autonomy over women's bodies, because we understand that if women just say, I don't want to create this baby, I'm going to just say no. If I don't want to create, there is no other way that you can create a human. Women create humans. Okay, and now, of course, apple trees create apples, and then there's seeds so that you can do it, but it don't matter. If the soil is messed up, then you cannot plant those seeds. The seeds will not be important at all. You need all of it. So if we need all of this to continue everlasting life, why do you take the woman and try to make it seem like she is not important in this object of life, when she is just as important as you? Everybody has their role.
Okay, I understand that. So the baby, so what do you do with this in terms of the seed, right? That seed is that soil is manipulated by whatever seed you put in it, right? So oranges will grow if you plant them, and I don't know if you plant oranges, right? I'm not versed in that, but like, you catch my drift. Apple seeds, orange seeds, whatever fruit that you put in the earth, right? If that can be manipulated to take on whatever seed is implanted in it, how is that thing in charge?
That's the beauty of that thing, right?
No,
that's the beauty of actually... that. The beauty of that thing is that soil can literally create anything.
Well, but think about.
Okay, so
go ahead.
Let me ask you this: what you think came first, the chicken or the egg?
The chicken.
Okay, so why do y'all think that men created women?
What do you mean? That's not. I'm just saying the chicken came first. But what is that? How does that correlate?
The chicken came first, and then found a way to duplicate itself. Women did the same thing. Women were first. We were first, and then we duplicated ourselves. Men are a genetic mutation of women. Men feeling like they should be more important than their creator is wicked.
Brother.
Instead of trying to be equal in creation, you want to be more, even though this is your creator. How are you going to be? That's the issue, right? That's the issue with the fall, is that the people who fell, the angels who fell, is they didn't want to be one with God. They wanted to be more than God. The thing about it is, if you take away the creator, you take away all creation. So why would you want to be better than the creator or bigger than the creator?
Well, I don't know if it's a want, and I don't think we devalue women. I think that we are bigger and stronger, and we can manipulate things, and we are, at the very least, if I don't submit that we are more intelligent, then based on just what the research is now, we are equally as intelligent, and then we have higher genius levels. So is it our fault? Why would the creator make itself weaker than its creation? That doesn't make sense to me.
Because it's one at a different level, right? So the Most High does not split energies, because in the Most High is both energies, but the energies have to be different. You have to be different than me.
Yes.
You have to be.
Okay.
Darkness cannot be with light.
Okay.
Light has to be light. Darkness has to be darkness. You have to be different than me. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like, will we really be like, dark is more important than light? No, the light is more important than dark. No, the darker is stronger. No, the lighter is stronger. What? No, well, it's literally balancing energies, but it's different, but both are needed. Both are equally as important.
Well,
I feel like men do not think that women are equally as important to society than them. I think because of their strengths and them feeling like their strengths are more important, they feel like they're more important than women, and you're not.
Could you? All right, let me ask you a question. could you argue that our strengths aren't more important? Like, how would you argue against that point? If because we're saying everybody's valuable, right? Boom, that's said. But whose strengths are actually more important? Like, are men's strengths to survival in the earth more important than female strengths?
No.
Women's strengths? No. But
No.
how would we prove that though? Because if women have to manipulate men to get what they want to get done by proxy of having to use men to protect your rights, to enforce your rules, the men would have to have strengths that are more important if you need them to enforce what you want. What you think?
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's men's concept. Because men will use their strength to destroy shit, right? That they'll be destructive. We could live in peace and harmony. You want to fight. You want to fight. The planet was already designed for us to be able to live in peace and harmony until a group of men wanted to be patriarchal and destroy shit. And they didn't just destroy, they destroyed men to get to your women. They destroyed y'all to get to us. Because if they destroy y'all, they can destroy us and we'll destroy the kids. Now the whole thing is destroyed. I do believe, I would say, I did a channel. Let me tell you. Follow me here, right? I did a channel.
Take this walk with you? Go ahead.
Take this walk with me. I did a channel. I wrote it down. Okay. So let's say at once upon a time we was on top, right? The indigenous people to this land.
Okay.
Then let's take out the color scheme.
Yeah.
The indigenous people, you were on top. And there was other men who were technically stronger than you because they were beasts. They were mankind. You are man. They were mankind. Because what happens in this genetic splicing of things with this Adam story is that they were genetically splicing our DNA with animal DNA, creating their own people. Now, people can say that that's racist all they want to, but when you talk about the genetic structures, some people have animal DNA in them. Okay? So this is a lot of the reason why. This is a lot of the reason why people don't eat pork. It's a lot of reason why they can't eat certain meats because they're made of that shit. Now, understand this. The question was posed: where do these men get their power from, y'all? Let's not say y'all. Let's say this group of men. Where do they get their power from? They said no, they're strong. No, they're strong. But where do they get their power from? Go find out. They said, well, how are we going to find out? Go find out. So they figured it out. They said they're strong, but they get their power from their women. Their women are connected to the earth. Their women are directly connected to God. Their women can tell the future. Their women can do spells. Their women can do this. Their women are protected. That's why we can't attack them, because their women are channeling God. Their women are understanding how we're going to come, where we're going to go, how we're going to come up. They're women. So they said, well, we're going to have to find a way to separate them from their women. How are we going to do that? We're going to give them our women. And how do other people treat their women? You never treated your women like that. How do they treat their women? Like their women ain't shit. So let's just say you got to a point where you decided you wanted to put your woman on her knees because you felt like you were stronger. And when you put your woman on your knees, you turn around and realize that the other man had you on yours. And you've been living on your knees ever since. Your woman is so broken, so disconnected from the earth, so disconnected from God, so broken that she breaks the kids. Now you're irrelevant because all you can do is drop your seed, and she's going to grow that seed into whatever she wants to grow that seed into. So black women are literally, honestly, the number one cause of the destruction, the number one cause, because that's how disconnected and broken they are. This ushered in, do you know how many black women have white Jesus on their wall? Idolatry, the foods we eat, the medicines we take, trust in the hospitals, putting our children. Think about the fact that Esau is educating our kids. That we have let Esau Educate our children. Why? Because women have fell for materialism. So now that we're taking care of everything and we're working outside the homes, we don't respect the men. We don't respect y'all. Y'all don't respect us. This shit is only hurting us. This shit is hurting us, and then it's hurting the kids, because we gonna, not only are we gonna fuck each other up, we gonna fuck up the next generation after the next generation after the next generation. It's a curse.
So essentially, what you're articulating is we submitted to the patriarchy that we never had a prescription to, and now it beat us down to the point where this is where we are.
Yes. We submitted to another person's way of life. When that was not our way of life. When we was matrilineal, and then what they would say, you know what they're gonna come up here and say? Patriarchy built, but then let's study ancient civilizations. Let's study ancient civilizations and wonder why they actually had advanced technology over you. Why can't you replicate the Olmec heads, Easter Island, all of the pyramids? Why can't you replicate it? Because you don't have the technology. When you study their technology and you understand how they were actually levitating things, those people lived in matrilineal things, to where men were in charge. Matrilineal.
Who though? Like who? No, I know what you're saying. I'm saying like where?
Ancient civilizations, Kemet. Because we're not Egyptian, and that's the thing. Egyptians are people who stole the land, and they called it Egypt. The original darker people were Kemet. They were Kemetic. Yeah. So when you study the Kemets, the Kemetic people, even the indigenous people here, the Native Americans, because that's where we're from. We're from here. So when you study the indigenous people, because you understand that we also have pyramids in this part of the Americas that are older than the pyramids in Kemet. So we still had that same technology. And when we had more advanced technology in the golden ages and the more advanced societies, those societies were matrilineal. Those were not patriarchal societies. And men were to protect. And women and children have always been a part of a protected class. Men were to protect. Men are the strength. Men are the warriors. That is your role.
So,
but everybody plays their role for us to have a better society.
Yeah. Now, when I look up Kemet, because I'm trying to understand where you got this information, it doesn't show that Kemet was matriarchal, was a matriarchy. It shows that it was a patriarchy. So, is there something that
it shows that it was matriarchal? Have you seen the laws of Mayat?
Mm-hmm.
The Mayat acknowledges the God in the goddess.
Yeah, I know the Mayan. So, and who are those people though? The Mayan.
No, Kemet. The laws of Mayat was the way that the people in Kemet used to live. The laws of Mayat, not the Mayans. Okay. Mayat.
Let me see. Yeah, it doesn't show that the women were downtrodden per se. I don't know. Do you have another example of a matriarchal society being successful? Because largely in the earth, all the patriarchal societies are successful. Like the Amazon doesn't actually exist.
There's 5 different matriarchal societies that still exist today, and they're successful.
Yeah. Like, they're not successful on Western scale, right? You're saying that they're living and functioning.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. The Western scale in patriarchy means that we have a lot of material things in the world because that's what we prioritize, right? We're not prioritizing family. We're not prioritizing peace. We're not like when we think about, we can have the best wars. we can have the most. Look where we're prioritizing. Look where we're putting God at the bottom and money at the top. Patriarchy ushered in the deity that people love the most in America, and that's the dollar. That's people's God.
It just I understand. It's just so basically, and I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna read these super chats, right? You still have to explain to me why the greater vessel is outmatched. Why the greater vessel doesn't have any advantages over the vessel it created. That doesn't make sense. Like
Women do
even
have.
like well, women have always been spoils of war. Always. And there's resources that are limited in an area. If you have a people and I have a people, sooner or later, if we can't agree, we're gonna come to terms, and it may be physical.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's why
why
they keep us. Get it?
no?
They're off
Well,
y'all. They keep us.
well, essentially, because you can't because if the men are there, you're gonna always have opposition. What that actually would say is that you can keep the women because you can manipulate them, and what the process
You
of
can control them anyway.
you can control them, right? And that so manipulate, control, right? Control. Let's use control. And now this thing, when you put seed in a woman, that's your child. So that would be the linear logic there. So I get rid of the men, I take the women as captive, right? Control them. I breed with them. Now those children that are born are children from my tribe because I've implanted. Yeah, I just got one. I just heard too. Yeah,
We
yeah.
both just said that damn shit.
Look at my
That
background.
damn thunderstorm.
Yo, you see, it just made the damn because of the lightning. And so in these societies, then because what the science would say is because that soil can take any seed and the apple's gonna grow if I plant an apple, those children are mine. That's why I don't have to destroy all the women. Now, you got people like Attila the Hun that would destroy everybody if you disagree, to a point, right? They still keep women. But if women can be treated as spoils and an asset and be controlled and make the kids that you want them to make, I don't see the advantages. And if that person's supposed to be the higher being or the stronger vessel, I'm not seeing the advantages.
Yeah, because that's because we gotta understand, like, even though I know everybody is gonna have a pushback, my message is for who it's supposed to be for. So I'm not gonna challenge anybody on their beliefs. I do understand that the divine feminine is back on the planet. I do understand that the 6,000 years sleep is up. I do, I may be somebody talking about it now. There are many people talking about it, and the changes will be coming within time. What I do understand is that a lot of men do feel like everything is about the seed. The thing about it is women, the divine feminine loves the divine masculine. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
She loves all of her creations. So she would not think of anything that she created as less than her. She would always believe it's one. So I'm not even pushing for, you understand that I am unity consciousness. I am Christ consciousness. My thing is about being back to the one. If I love myself and I love others as I love myself, then that is the way it is supposed to be. So it is not about a man versus woman thing. It is about understanding that we are two parts of one whole.
Okay.
And us feeling like I'm against you, I don't need you. If women who feel like they do not need men are stupid. Mm-hmm. And men who feel like they do not need women are stupid. Because you are literally going against your creator. Why would your creator create two different energies in both of us if we did not need each other? That does not mean we're supposed to mistreat each other. Everybody is supposed to play their roles respectfully, right? So I am about the one. So I understand that it's very different, but a lot of these documentations and books that we're going to read, I also studied how people burn books. I also studied all the books that they removed from the Bible. I've studied these things and I understand why they've done these things. Because if I want a plan to work, I'm gonna hide the evidence. If I want to get away with the shit that I'm doing. So within connecting and being able to tap back in and have a different understanding. So that's what I think it would be. Because if you look and you're trying to actually find your ancestry, you have to go through the mitochondrial DNA.
Okay.
You do not dig inside the man to find lineage. Okay? Mitochondrial DNA is the DNA that you get from your mother. It is a DNA that you get from your mother. If you want to go and take a DNA test, They are going to trace you from mom to mom to mom to mom to mom. Now, I can understand why men want to say everything goes by the seed of the father, seed of the father, seed of the father. Yeah, because men need to try to keep track of their children. We always know it's what they say, mama's baby, daddy's baby.
Mm-hmm.
But you know who that child belongs to because I created this child. You think that you put a seed in me and I created this child, and somehow you think you have 100% ownership of a child because you gave me a seed. I gave it a heartbeat, eyes, nose, life.
So
that's what my body did.
Let me ask you a question, right? Why can they see the vessel? I understand that what the woman's body does, but then the argument would be the woman's body can do it for any egg and sperm implanted in her. You have people, what's the people called that carry a baby?
Incubators. Surrogates.
Surrogates, right? But that ain't
We
her
can do it
baby.
for all humans because we're
That's what I'm saying.
humans.
Human. But what I'm saying is, you can put
We can't do
somebody
it for a
else's.
dog.
No, 100%. But you have a egg from somebody else and sperm from somebody else, and you throw it up in there, and the baby will manifest. So,
and that's what I'm saying. So you gotta understand. You gotta understand how powerful the womb is. That's why I was trying to tell you. That's actually a good point to prove on my side when I tell you that it's not about the egg or the sperm, right? Because the egg is literally there to protect the sperm, right? As it grows inside of this water. So that water inside of the water bag, in the way that the woman's body can create a child, that is what the importance is. And it's not saying that, oh, she can replicate anything, because the original woman created all beings, right? All of us derived from one thing. So it's like, if we're all human, of course I can replicate any human. Matter of fact, the black woman is the only woman who can create different dilations of skin color. She can be dark, but she can have light skinned children. Even if the man is dark, she can still have light skinned children. She can have albino children. She can produce any pigmentation of children, because all of it will come from her.
Okay. All right. Okay. So, damn, I forgot. It just there's a few disconnects, but I'm saving my questions because I want people to hit the link, because I don't want to ask all the questions.
We doing good?
Huh?
We doing good?
Us?
Yeah.
You damn right. It's just like, for instance, like, the baby and the mom don't even share blood in the womb. Like a mom can contract let's say a STD. You could save the baby from like HIV or AIDS as an example, because they don't share it. And if you cut that baby out in the right way, it'll come out, saved from that, unfortunate circumstance. But I think we got through enough part. You think it's a good time to drop the link or what? Okay.
Come on, let the smoke come in.
Perfect.
They're about to come up here talking about the Bible that they ain't read.
Well,
know that.
Yeah, that's why I spent a little bit more time on that, because I think that I know more. We can kind of have that conversation. But there's definitely things that they can mine out more, just because it is, and I think it's okay to discuss if we have a difference in belief, right? Because you'd be surprised what can change a person's mind, right? If people are stuck on a belief in itself, they probably they got to continue to study and learn and grow, right? Learn more about what it is that you believe so you can properly defend it. If you just defend it by windmilling, then you maybe need to reassess it. You know what I'm saying? Damn.
And I just feel like a system that literally just brought in debt, destruction, confusion, control, manipulation. Like, why do we want to believe in that? Even if it's not patriarchy, why don't I want the majority of society to be able to thrive. I would rather the majority of people thrive. I would rather us take our power back and actually do for us, and understand that in no fucking way should we be letting a small percentage of people control us. And then it's like the only thing that we care about is that we're doing better than the person next door. Why? I think that's just a very sick, it's a sick, poisonous way for us to think. I think a lot of people are waking up. I would like us to be teaching our own children. I would like for us to claim our land. I would like for us to grow our own foods. I would like for us to be going to doulas and our own healers, healing with herbs. I would like for us to be studying in our own genetic codes. I would like for us to learn our own story and fuck his story. I would like for that to happen, because I feel like our true power would come from knowledge of self, and we do not know who we are. We know who they told us we was.
So that part, yes, we don't know who we are. Our people that are destroyed from a lack of knowledge. Our women have value. Where we may slightly differ is I thoroughly understand that there's a hierarchy, and a hierarchy, if we apply the hierarchy in righteousness and justness, it works, right? Family, nuclear, having that cadence and understanding that you delegate responsibility to the most qualified person. You know, I like to use the term delegate, but if I see value in a wife, my wife, I'm going to make sure that she's put on a pedestal to shine, or whatever the case is. You know, you have to be able to recognize.
Do you see her as one with you or less than you?
So less than in terms of value? No, I don't see her as less valuable.
No, I mean, like, is it we're one or I'm here and she's there?
Yeah, it would go because so to answer the question straight out, it would go myself as the head of the household. There's a hierarchy here, and then her, and then the children.
But take away the household. I'm talking about existence.
So let me see if this answers your question. If I had a task to do, right, and I don't know what that task is up ahead, I'm choosing another man to come with me.
No, so that's not what I'm asking. I'm saying,
okay,
do you feel like you are one thing, like to come together, and y'all have children, right? Y'all have a lot of kids, right? So to come together, y'all were able to tap into your God potential, which is divine feminine, divine masculine. And in higher realms, it's one energy. But down here, because we're two different vessels, you will always deal with the masculine version of God. So if you tap in, you will talk to a man. You will talk to the masculine energy. When I tap in, I talk to a female God. I talk to the divine feminine, right? So when the divine feminine finds the divine masculine, we then have the ability to have our God power. And what is God power? Creation. Together, we come together to create life.
Okay.
That's our oneness. So do you believe that? Do you believe that you are two halves of one whole, and together you're one? Or do you feel like...
I understand your question. My half is bigger.
Okay.
Yeah, my half is bigger. If I just continue down the analogy that you gave, my half is bigger.
More important. It's bigger.
Yeah, 100%. So we're not equal in that way, but she's uberly valuable. You know.
Yeah. So I feel like the divine masculine and the divine feminine energies are just like very balanced, very equal, very yin yang. And I do believe that divine feminine is first and created the divine masculine. Do believe that women are the chicken, y'all are the egg. We came first and then we created you.
Okay. All right. So what I know to be the truth is we came first for a reason, and you can tell by our traits. The things that we can do that women can't do, I think are easily seen and prove the point. I think that because we are equally as intelligent, our advantages give us the nod. And the Lord is a man.
Okay. So what I would say is even in creation today, you have never seen a man create a woman. You only see men. Every man that you've known, even in the animal kingdom, they all came from a woman. Even in words, one man, female, like you're gonna find it inside. You're gonna find a man inside of a woman. Woman is first. I also understand that. Even in your genetics, your chromosomes being XY, it is a genetic mutation of a woman. That's why you have nipples that do not produce milk. That's why your body parts are literally like an inside out structure of a woman. I do understand that still to this day, when a woman gets pregnant, every child starts off as a female child. Every living child all started off as a female. And there is a process where if that baby mutates, if the genes mutate, when the gene mutates, it becomes a male.
Wait,
even your Y is just a broken X, right?
but sperm have a gender. So, you know, sperm. See, that's the thing. Sperm are alive. Sperm think, they make decisions in terms of how they swim, where they swim, etc., etc. It's just a war zone in there. That's why you need so many. But that sperm has an XY or XX. You don't have to wait. So let me just tell you this part. Let me give you this part. So for instance, I have twins, right? 2 sets of them. And so you have to get blood tests early on because twins are high risk, right? So before they have any body parts, you can get the sex of them. And so when they're initially inseminated, even 4 weeks, if you take the blood, it'll tell you if it's a male.
No, yeah, they all start off as female. You can Google it. All children start off as female, and it's a genetic mutation for them to turn into males. The reason why, because you're a genetic mutation of what the original thing is, because the woman is original, that is why you have a yearning desire for women. Men do not feel complete until they're back inside of a woman, right? Now, let me tell you something else about a woman, okay? Women in our vaginas, we have a natural thing that kills off sperm. We're trying to kill something that is unnatural and unoriginal. That is why majority of the times only one sperm makes it through. Everything else in our body is trying to fight off basically like something that's foreign. It fights it off. That's why even pregnancy with boys are harder pregnancies. So yeah, you start off as a female because the female is the original, and then you mutate into what you become, a male.
Okay, I understand. I understand
Did you
what
Google it? Look.
Yeah, so this is what I Googled, right? So everybody can see, for the people, for the C students. Hold on, I gotta get my mouse. Is this a fair Google? Do sperm have a gender? Is that a fair Google?
No, I understand. I can acknowledge that sperm has a gender because you're the mutation, so you have the mutated gene. Women do not hold the mutated gene. You do.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So ask them, do all kids start off as female? Google that.
Kids?
Do all babies start off as female? Look at it, it's right there.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it says yes. All human embryos start out as female. During the first 6 to 7 weeks of gestation, fetal genitalia are the same and appear female. However, the sex of the embryo is determined at fertilization. Depending on whether the sperm fertilizing eggs has X or Y, if the sperm has an X chromosome, the baby will be female. And if it has a Y chromosome, the baby will be male. Okay. Mm-hmm. Is the AI confused?
No, what it's saying is if you put the mutated gene inside of her, then it will cause the baby to mutate. But the baby at the beginning of life is always going to be female. But if you have put a defect, if you have put the Y chromosome in there, it will turn into a boy. But it has to mutate. It starts off as a female. Even the baby's going to start off as a female first, which is allowing you to know that females are first.
So after about 6 to 7 weeks, a gene on Y chromosome can cause changes that lead to development of testes. This is because the Y chromosome can activate signaling pathways that start male reproductive development. For example, if the fetus reproduces testosterone and anti-Müllerian hormone, AMH, gene products from the Y chromosome, Müllerian ducts can be destroyed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You see? You see how your Y is missing a line? It would be an X. You're missing. You're like That's just the process that women went through to create you. You were created for a reason. But we created you.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna open it up now. All right, I'm gonna open it up.
We created you for us, literally.
I understand what you're saying.
We love you, but we created you. We still create you to this day. There's nobody else who can create you. We create you to this day.
I'm gonna let them.
You do not get feet from your dad. You do not get a brain from your dad. You do not get a body from your dad. We are still creating you right now to this day.
Okay, so all right. Well, I got a couple arguments, but I'm gonna let them hit the link. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I think you guys have enough information now that you guys can come up and ask and clarifying questions or refute the points that have been made. With whomever you agree with, all right?
With facts and not your opinions, and don't argue about the Bible unless you read it.
Yeah, I think there were some valid points made. There were a few things I left out there on purpose because I want you guys to come up and have things to mind through. And this part, maybe being one of them, we'll find out. Get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up, man. Salute to everybody who is here. Let me see if I can read these super chats. Quentin with the $2 says, Sherelle, I want a divorce. Quentin was popping. EBD with the $2 says, none of this has anything to do with mutation. T.O. was popping with the $10 says, in the almost non-existent matriarchal societies, the men are still doing the same amount of work, bullshit, just with women ahead of the household / community. And their societies are generations behind. Laugh out loud. Rainbow Kid with the $5 says, she just said, quote unquote, we don't respect men. But in the beginning of the show, she said we respect men. Which is it, Sherelle?
I said we should respect men, but we don't.
T.O. with the $5 says, there are very, very small matriarchal societies, LOL. And the men are still the ones working and doing the majority of the hard labor. Reaper Rell was popping with the $5 says, Sherelle got her education from Everest College after that dude in the commercial asked her what was she doing with her life. Jonathan was popping, my brother. Hope all is well. He says, isn't this just Genesis 3:16? The aftermath of sin.
Wow. Shit like that.
Naked and World Go Round was popping with the $10 says, part of the man's culture, part of that other man's culture is monogamy and legal marriage. We got to throw that out too, right? I think she kind of said that in the beginning.
I already said that polygamy is going to benefit Black people more than the nuclear family.
Yeah, Naked, you might have just got here maybe 30 minutes late. She was saying that there's more women than men. So if we're going to stay together, that man needs to have more than one woman. In a family setting. T.O. with the $10 says, when patriarchy dies, anarchy is born. Like y'all saying patriarchy is dying and shit getting better. Is shit getting any better? And relationship and family structures are getting better? LOL. So if the patriarchy is falling, it seems like anarchy is ensuing. Based on, I think I understand what T.O. is saying. Rainbow Kid with the $5 says, your egg's not doing anything but getting old and useless until the seed from a man creates the spark. We are able to create the spark until we die. Hold on, I'm just trying to.
Do they believe in immaculate conception? Do you believe in immaculate conception?
No.
So you don't believe Jesus was mama was a virgin?
Hell no. I mean, she was a young woman of marriageable age. Hence the term virgin. Nah, Joseph was clapping them cheeks. Marcus Evans with the $5 says, Brother Hamp, I thought the seed is life and the egg is the body. I thought life starts with the men. We gonna mind it out, my brother. Corey Joe with the $5 says, women are very, 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 very important. Stop trying to make them more important than they already are. Big Giz, what up, my brother with the $2 says, shout out to Sherelle. Subscribe to this knowledge. Yeah, I put Sherelle's link is in the description, and y'all be seeing her for sure. I think I read this one, did this one. I'm trying to catch all the super chats. I have to star on myself, so But I think I'm catching them for sure, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me do this real quick. Fellas, what's popping?
What's going on, Hemp?
What's good,
What's up,
man?
Cheeky? What's up?
Sorry,
Sherelle.
What's up, Chet?
How y'all doing?
All right. How y'all doing today, man?
Pretty good.
Imperial,
Hey, Tiki.
Imperial, shut your dumb ass up. I think I read all the super chat. Let me know if I missed any. I think because I got a star on my cheek. You know how that happens where they don't star them and you got to find them shits.
Yes, it's a setting. You can have it automatically starred.
Yeah, I have it on, but at times StreamYard just it'll
StreamYard. StreamYard really ass. I don't know what we do with our $50 a month, but
I don't know. It's not great.
That's real.
I'm trying to go through and make sure I don't miss any. I think I'm catching them though. Let me read these last two, and then y'all can ask some questions. 1 second. Bravo Tech was popping. Can't put Sherelle in the bathroom for interrupting you so much. Wait, she's the guest. LOL. Here's my contribution anyway. Great show.
Like that.
Bravo Tech. Salute, my G. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, she be trying to bully me and all that. You know what I mean? Let me see. Let me make sure.
Just gonna allow me while I'm on the panel. Jesus.
HQ with the 2000s. Oh shit. She's starting to bring that heat. I think she meant to say you go girl, something like that. She old, so it's definitely you go girl for sure. That's what's up. HQ, I ain't seen you in a minute, man. Hope all is well. I know you've been in the chat. You probably grinding. Aaron, Archer, what's poppin'? I think Archer's your first time. How you?
I'm good, bro.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
My head hurt, but I'm straight. You know what happens here nonsense.
Hey, Archie, you know I gotta leave things out there so y'all actually come up here to be able to talk about something. You know what I mean? But I see the enthusiasm. I can feel that the brothers definitely want to get to it. Aaron, what's good?
Greetings. Hope all is well.
Aaron.
Hello, how are you?
Don't try to butter him up.
I ain't never ducking no smoke. You think I would have came up here if I didn't know they was coming?
That's a fact, though. That's a fact, though.
Shit like that.
Get the likes up for me. Get the likes up for me. Get the likes up for me, man. This might get rocky 2.eventbrite.com. If y'all in Houston or around the area, you got preparations November 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. It's going to be a dope ass weekend. Damn. Mr. Williams, what's popping?
What's up? What's up? I really didn't want no smoke or nothing. I just came to bodyguard, man. That's all.
And I'm a co-host. I'm not a guest.
Yeah, she a co-host. Yeah, Mr. Williams, I'll put you next to me just in case some shit starts shaking in the room. You know what I mean? Cheeky, what's good?
What's good? Hello, everybody.
Good, man. I miss you. I ain't seen you. You ain't called me. I mean, what's up with you?
I'll just be busy, dog.
Wow.
A lot of shit going on.
Sherelle, it be your own people.
Don't say that. You don't even know what that means. You don't even know what you're talking about, him. Just leave it.
What's good though, bro?
Man, it's been a doozy. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah. 100%.
It's all good, man. I can't complain.
Mm-hmm. What you got though? Question, comment, or smoke?
I don't know if I even have smoke. I gotta understand the idea of this a little bit better. I think scientifically a lot of stuff is off, but I can understand it from a faith-based perspective. Like I can understand the idea of women being gods within their own right and creationism, right? Like that idea of it. Sure. Especially because there's multiple religions that already follow suit when it comes to the idea of women being gods in their own right. So I can't disagree with the faith of that, but
okay,
the science is the part where I'm gonna definitely go. I don't know about that. Like right, like there's two things to it. One, It's women's ability to create without sperm. Oh, that may be a new concept, and it is, and science has explored it. But then we would go into nature, right? And how natural is that, right? Because when we start talking about God and women are closer to nature, we're talking about things that don't require man manipulation. So if science has to be brought into you being able to have a child without sperm, then automatically I can't say it's from God because it's not natural.
That's
actually I would say women produce sperm. We have sperm in our bone marrow. Yeah.
You have to explain what you mean by that, because when you say
women,
sperm, we think in one way. So you have to be patient with us.
because I'm trying to teach y'all how we're the original.
All right, go ahead.
Of course, over time, because we have y'all and we created y'all for a reason. That it's not that way, but still to this day, women produce sperm in their bone marrow, right? So there's a specific science to where a woman would be able to take sperm out of her bone marrow and impregnate herself. But it's a specific science. It's not practiced anymore. They started it. There's an article where they wanted to do it, but they was trying to make it a lesbian thing, right? So they wasn't actually trying to get the woman to be pregnant with her own child. They were trying to make a woman with a woman, so it did not work, right? But that's just showing you that even like us within being the original, we produce sperm in our bone marrow. That's just showing you
that. I don't know. I know what article you talked about because it's not your first time bringing it up. And of course, when you bring something up, or when people bring something up, generally I look it up. The thing was, they used the stem cells from the bone marrow to create sperm, but it wasn't as if sperm was naturally there. If you put bone marrow with an egg, you're not going to get anything besides an egg with bone marrow in it. Science and manipulation of chemicals and different what do you call those, the genes and things like that, created not a pseudo sperm but a copy, and they use stem cells to do it. But sperm is just not running or coursing through your bone marrow. That's not how that works. So it's one of those things again where
placebo.
I can say due to modern technology and modern science, women don't have this necessary need for sperm because there are ways to create or reproduce it without it being natural to the testes of a man. But if we didn't have men or man, and when I say that, I don't mean to be facetious like men created science, but women couldn't participate. So men created science. Without that information and knowledge, or maybe the experimentation of those things, you wouldn't even be able to do it. So,
but you believe that God put Adam to sleep and took his rib and made us.
I don't. We passed that. I think a lot of that is bullshit. So me personally, no. But you're asking that question to the general man, and the general answer to man is yes. Men will believe that a man put a deity put a man to sleep and removed the rib from that man, and the formation of a woman came. Go ahead.
Let's real quick. This will be yes or no from everybody. If anybody try to expound, I'm just going to drop them down. All right, because I want them to continue their conversation. Yes or no, you believe that the story of Adam being put to sleep and getting his rib removed, therefore creating a woman, Mr. Williams?
Yes.
Iceman. You on mute?
No.
Jay Prince?
No.
Archer, can you hear me? You on mute still. You got to click it on the phone. Wasn't he just moving? Okay. Chuck?
It may be a delay on his end.
Maybe so. Chuck, yes or no?
No.
Strata?
Yes.
Foe?
No.
Leon? Just shake your head, Leon. No. So what was the count? Strata said yes. Mr. Williams said yes. That was it, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And the reason I know it's a small sample size. Sorry, say again, sir.
What's your stance on it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm using the small sample size as an entertainment, because wherever I watch Family Feud, they use 100 niggas, and I usually agree with the top 5 answers. So that's just my logic on using it. So the men said no. Go ahead.
Now the thing about it is, my creation of what women create is that the fact that we create men. Sperm does not create men. You so bad, let me give you an egg, put your sperm in it and see if it grows. My body creates you. The female body is what creates a human. Not sperm, not egg. The female body, which is why y'all get mad at women saying they're going to do deletions, because if she decides to flush that shit down the toilet, it's not going to grow. Even if you take the egg and you take the sperm and you put it in somebody else's body, that's not her egg, that's not sperm that went into her body. She takes the embryo and her body is what creates a human. Only the female body can create a human. That is just 100% facts.
That's a lie.
Go. Tell me how it's a lie.
No, well, Cheeky's up. Cheeky's up. Chuck didn't say
What's
hello
an
to
artificial
anybody.
womb?
Go ahead, Cheeky.
Name one artificial womb.
I don't think that was Chuck that said that.
No, it was
No,
fast
Chuck.
forward, bro.
It was fast forward, bro, not Chuck.
That's Chuck. That's Chuck.
Oh.
I just be calling him Chuck, even though I don't think nobody else in the whole world call him Chuck, but I do. Even when he be super chatting, I'd be like, "What's up, Chuck?" I'd be like, "Who the fuck is he talking about?" I just want to make sure Cheeky finish, Chuck. Then you can get in. I'm trying to go in order. I want to hear the rest of this dialogue. Go ahead, Cheeky.
Yeah. So, the human body is the only thing that can create a human.
The female human body.
Yeah, the female. I think I want to agree with that. Right as of now, science. I mean, they're pushing towards other shit. So keep in mind, the more science develops, the less arguments both sides will have when it comes to this male, female, sperm, egg conversation. Because I'm looking at something currently from the BBC that says scientists grow whole model of human embryo without sperm or egg. So if we want to use science for a lot of these things or our arguments, you've got to realize it's starting to go both ways in the sense of neither one of us is even needed. So that's just want to keep that in mind. But as far as that first comment, I think I would agree, unless somebody just presents something to me that's like, nah, I ain't think about that before. But I would agree, female body produces human beings, which is why you need a womb.
Okay. So all right, let me just see something real quick. So I think Jay Prince was next. I don't know if he's gonna challenge the same points necessarily. Jay Prince, were you on the same road as Cheeky, or were you wanted to inquire about something different?
Just something like that.
Okay. So here's what I'm gonna do. If I hear, and I'm not picking on Jay Prince, but because he does tend to filibuster a little bit, it did spark this thought in my head. Keep you guys' replies, questions, answers as concise as possible. I don't want to have to run the timer. Just be mindful, because we want to get everybody in and keep the conversation flowing. All right. And the only reason I made that inquiry, Jay Prince, is because Chuck was literally on the same plane talking about the artificial womb. But it's okay if we have to circle back to it. So go ahead, Jay Prince.
So, question, Sherelle. Could land produce apples and oranges without the seeds? Apple and oranges seeds.
Could land?
Yeah, could
the soil produce without the seeds?
Could soil produce apples and oranges without apples and oranges seeds?
No.
Okay, that's the same thing with a woman. A woman cannot produce kids without the seeds, correct?
No.
So a woman can't produce kids without men.
No.
Right. So usually would you agree, usually when I hear women talk like this, do you think that it comes from like a powerless position, as far as like a gender war type of thing? Almost like women always feeling second to men. And so when men to make themselves feel good, they hyper focus on them giving birth as if they are the top dogs in a way, to make them feel more powerful than what they've been treated as. Would you agree?
if we chained up 10 men and deleted all the rest of y'all, we would keep civilization going. If y'all deleted, if y'all stayed,
that
there's only
wasn't my
10 of
question.
us, civilization would end.
No, that wasn't my
Could you
question.
expand on that?
No, that wasn't my question. My question was, do you think that this became when women talk the way you talk, do you think it's based on like a gender war almost, like women feeling powerless? So in order to make them feel some type of special, they hang on to the birth of giving birth to make themselves feel like they don't need no man in no way, forms, or fashion, because they hyper focus on I don't need no man.
But
I
who
could
said
do this by
that they don't
myself.
need
And so,
men? Who said that? Did I say that?
so you didn't say that
Did I
in
say
a
that?
way.
No, she didn't say that.
In so many words, she did.
Well, what she was leveraging. Well, Sherelle, where is he getting this question from? What do you think you said that's making him ask this? Is
I
it
don't know.
like women are
Basically
greater
saying
than?
that women
Go ahead.
can create.
Did I say women were greater than men, or did I say
No,
we were
you basically
original?
saying women are the first people. They
We
create
are,
y'all the chicken, we
yeah,
the eggs.
we're the
Y'all don't need our
original.
sperm.
I
Y'all
think she's
get your
saying there's the
own
chicken and the
sperm.
egg.
Wait,
We're
y'all
the
y'all
original.
produces your own sperm. So you essentially
We do
saying that
produce sperm
you're
too.
not needed. Men is not needed.
No,
And
that's your.
okay, one more thing. Then
If
I
you're
want to.
gonna ask me a question about what I said and not your assumption or your perception of what I said.
That's exactly what you said. I just want to close with this, right? The way I look at women versus men, I look at women like a undeveloped human being. When you look at a man and look at a woman, right? Let's just say we all did start off as a woman. Men develop more. When you look at the woman density in her bones, it's a lot weaker than a man. When men decide to grow, I know women that have been growing hair all their lives, but when a man decide to grow their hair within 5 to 10 years, it super past theirs. So I just believe that everything, when you look at a woman, I think she probably be not all the way cooked. I think men is the most fully developed being there
Okay.
is.
Are you giving me your opinion of what you think? Or are you asking me a question?
No, that was a statement I
He
had
was
when I was
giving his
done.
opinion. What yeah, interestingly, Sherelle, what do you think about that opinion?
I think it's bullshit. But that's his belief system, and I'm not challenging his belief system.
Well, why not though? Why is it bullshit though? How about that?
It just doesn't make any sense. There's no proof that says a woman is an undeveloped man.
Well,
we just read that embryos start off all female. They all start off as female. So,
well, think about this, Sherelle. Let's just say we trying to think through it. If everything start off as female, and then as it develops and the Y chromosome takes over, and then you have a penis, which is you said an inside out or outside in vagina, which means it developed and grew out. That's why you have the clitoris that has almost equal stimulation to a penis. Is what he's saying totally broken?
I would say it was a mutation more than it was a more developed.
Okay, now so you're saying, but so a mutation of something can be, so like for instance, you ever seen a kid or a child, you guys may know, like their right side is bigger than their left side? You guys ever see that? Like they have a longer leg or something like that? It may be because there's something incorrect, but it is overdeveloped in that way. So if men are bigger, stronger, and faster, regardless if it's a mutation or not, does it still qualify as an overdevelopment or development in totality?
No, because I would think that would
Okay.
mean every man is bigger, stronger, faster. I'm pretty sure like Sha'Carri Richardson could smoke everybody on the panel, all the men on the panel. She's faster.
Yeah.
There are women who are faster than you. There are women who are stronger than you. Literally.
Well,
a bunch of women that are faster than you. The whole Olympic team in every country is faster than you.
But that's not a bunch though, right? That's actually a
We're not competitive races.
Hold on. So let me do this now. Let's not even start the chiming in just yet. I'll let y'all know when we get there. All right. I think we're doing a good job so far. I love you, Chuck. You did it 10 times already. Okay. But that's actually very small minority. So the women you see in Olympics times all the countries is minuscule. It's a very nominal number. I looked this up one time, Sherelle, and I'm trying to give you this information you could answer. I looked up the world bench press record, right? Raw bench press, meaning I don't know if you ever seen those competitions, but they have like bands on, and that'll be an assistant bench press. The world bench press record for women raw was 455 pounds, right? It may have upgraded since when I looked at it. Go ahead, Aaron.
Personal 1 rep max on the flat bench unassisted, 540 pounds sitting right on this panel.
Right.
Sheesh.
And so, and Aaron is a big man too. He's 6'5", 320 pounds. I'm more average size. My max bench press was 450 pounds. So I made a hyperbolic statement saying, ain't no women in the world stronger than me, right? And then we looked it up. She was strong, but I was damn near close because the max was only 455. So I wasn't even that far off per se, you know? So like, what do you do with what's actually happening for average people?
The average people are is not putting in the work. But for you to just try to make it seem like a woman just absolutely can't. Now, we've shown and proved that when women put the absolute work in, she can be faster than the average man. She can be stronger than the average man. The work ethic and what you're willing to do is not going against your biology, because if biologically she's just the weaker vessel, then no woman would actually have the opportunity to be stronger than any man or faster than any man.
But to your point, she got to work to be exceptional. And the majority of people, isn't the majority of our country obese or overweight?
Yes. And I think that men have to put in work to be exceptional too. Trust me, Aaron may be able to bench press 540. All the rest of y'all can too?
No.
I know they can.
I don't know if that. Okay.
I know the majority of men cannot bench press 500 pounds.
That's correct.
That's crazy.
I mean, to be fair, 225 pounds is like less than 1% of people.
Oh, really?
They can't bench press
225 my max, baby. What? Okay. When you said 400 something, I said, you know what? That's why the arm wrestling shit didn't work out. But you know what?
Yeah, man. Nah, man. I don't got a lot of gifts, but I'm strong.
I said, wait a minute. I'm trying to get this. Oh, this shit not moving.
Yo, can I jump in here and ask her a question right quick?
Even just averagely, right?
Yeah. So let me do this, Sherelle, real quick. So Archer, I think you have an echo.
Do I? I have my headphones on my Apple. One second. Let me switch to the.
No, you okay? So here's what I'm gonna do, Archer. It's going now. So let her respond to what she about to respond to. I'm gonna read a couple super chats and then it's on you, Archer. All right. I think we're doing a good job of getting through. That was actually a pretty interesting segment just now. People need to process that information. All right. So go ahead, Sherelle, respond concisely. I'm gonna read a few super chats. I'm gonna get Archer in because he been I think he was like the third one to come up. Go ahead, Sherelle. Go ahead, Sherelle. Where you want to? You on mute. You on mute still.
We can't hear you, girl.
You on mute, Sherelle.
No, I think she knows.
Oh, she knows. She's talking. My bad. All right, let me read these. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. And Pierce with the $2. Okay, Speaker Chucker, get ready to lose your daddy. It's me, Dr. G, with the $5. What's poppin'? Said, peace. First time here. Great work. Thank you. This sister is intelligent and informed. She said,
perfect.
Roy Coleman with the $2. Embryo is a fertilized egg. Bravo Tech. Perfect. Shout out to Sherelle, your quote unquote co-host. I sincerely apologize for calling you a guest. LOL. RE with the $2. No seed, no child. EBD with the $2. Women can only have a man's child. HQ with the $5 says, we are the favored being. God created you to protect us. He gave the important task of creating and ending life to us women. We make you, you don't make us. Darius with the $10 says, HQ, I can argue now that protection should be a woman's duty because the egg protects the seed, according to Sherelle. So one could say women were created for men. Man, boy, people be smart. They be listening. Let me see. I just got to track through, make sure I got everybody. One second. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Okay, I got 3 more, and then we get Archer in. Tribal Chief, salute.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping dozen, holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
That's your best friend, right, Mr. Williams, Tribal Chief? Quentin with the $5 says 16-year-old Quincy Williams runs 400 meter faster than the Olympic women's champion. That's a cut. That's a cut right there.
Shit like that.
That motherfucker be moving. Smooth with the $5 says under 15 boys soccer team beat women's national team. Women on an island by themselves almost died in that game show if men hadn't helped. Stop it, Five. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Archer, what's popping?
Yo, okay, so I just got one quick question because my phone is going crazy. You know, the host love me.
You good.
She said women can produce babies on their own.
It's crazy.
Now, even if we were to run with that, we would have said, okay, that's true. At the end of the day, it don't matter if you can or if you can't produce babies on your own. You cannot survive through the pregnancy without a man. In any stage in human history, women cannot survive on this planet without men. You will become subject to the same environment you're saying you are. If the environment is female, that same female environment is trying to kill you, and it will kill you unless men are around to protect you during that pregnancy. So your whole point about women creating babies without men is you can need men to eat.
He got to put his phone on Do Not Disturb.
Yeah.
I want to hear it.
Y'all see how God don't play about me?
That's them girls calling him. That's what he said. He said them girls keep calling him. Damn, I want to hear what he's saying. I think I already get the gist of it. However, it's a different approach to the conversation, so I want to hear it. In the meantime, while he's trying to, sis always doing something. Yo, come on, my nigga. You already wampy, bro. I hope you get a flat tire coming home from work. Chuck, what's popping?
What's up to all the kings on the panel? Shout out to all the Android holders. I know we don't get a lot of love, so let me be the first one to tell y'all. Now, I looked this up. Let me know if can you still hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm on my Android, so give me a second. Okay, it says that from what I pulled up, that the baby when it's underdeveloped is just an embryo. It doesn't say nothing about if it's a female mutating into a male. It just says it's just the embryo. Let me get the proper terminology. Undifferentiated gland. That's what it is until week 12, and then the sex decides itself. Okay. Yeah. So it's an undifferentiated gland. So it's just, I guess, it's just a body with just no sex. It's not a female. Just a body with no sex. Can you?
So Sherelle. So this one here, it kind of goes with what Chuck is saying. Hold on, I'm trying to find my mouse. So here definitely matters what you type. When does an embryo become male or female? And can you guys read? Can y'all see that? An embryo's chromosomal sex is determined at fertilization, but the first signs of sex differentiation in humans don't appear until 6 or 7 weeks later. During this time, the embryo's gonads and genitalia are sexually indifferent, meaning they look the same and aren't phenotypically male or female. To Chuck's point, essentially. Chuck, does this articulate what you're trying to say?
Yeah. And then I looked at the I guess the graph that I guess of how everything looks like, on my Android, trying to get the pixels together.
I do feel like when people want to prove their point, they make Google searches to prove their point. Duh, it's gonna pop up like that. It just the same way if I Googled it the way I Googled it, it popped up the way that I wanted it to pop up.
Okay. So then so I guess the question is, do we throw it all out? Because if we're Googling for a confirmation bias, then what we Google for you and what we Google for Chuck both mean nothing.
No, literally, because we're both reading the AI overview of it, and the AI overview is giving you what you searched, right?
It gives you a mix, but I
Yeah,
think
it gives you a mix of a bunch of things that you search.
Which is why I would recommend reading an article on it or something very specific to it, like we did, because it's not your first time bringing this up. So we've read through the thing that you specifically read, and it's just like, okay, they use stem cells. So I think that's a point. I don't know how fair of a point it is because AI overview is new. It came in maybe like a year and a half ago, maybe 2. So this is a new.
So listen to
it's
this.
Like basically trusting. It's like Wikipedia.
Neither one of them is credible. Then at that point, as a listener.
Yeah, but see, the thing that I got was actually an article.
Are you on mute?
I got my information from an article, not the AI overview.
Where do AI get their information from?
Listen to me real quick. Taking Cheeky's advice, and looking at an article, the NIH is seemingly credible. Of course, people dispute everything, right? But this is an excerpt out of the National Institute of Health. During early development, the gonads of the fetus remain undifferentiated. That is, a fetal genitalia are the same and are phenotypically female. After approximately 6 to 7 weeks of gestation, however, the expression of a gene on the Y chromosomes induces change that result in development of testes. So this is under the guise of the same Google search, and the NIH actually acknowledges that they are phenotypically female before 6 to 7 weeks.
Thank you. That's checkmate. That's my checkmate. Yeah. Okay.
Well, go ahead, Chuck. It's Chuck. Chuck got the floor. Go ahead, Chuck.
Hold on. Let me see where this is from.
Okay.
This is
Cheeky set you up, Chuck. Whoops! I thought I was on mute. Boy.
That's crazy.
Well, like I said, this is from QR. It's from QR. But at the end of the day, like I said, it's all going to come down to, I guess, what you want to believe, because I found what I found. She will find what she found. So, I mean, it's up to the believer.
Mine came from the National Institution of Health. Where did yours come from?
QR.
What's QR? What does that stand for?
That's QR.com. I mean,
so a non-credible source.
Let me help him. Phenotype is appearance. So phenotypically female means in appearance they'll look a certain way. But that doesn't mean that it is that. It's just the phenotype of it. And so when you look at, like, I don't know if you guys have like any boy sons or boy children. Like when they when they get like circumcised, like my son on the 8th day he got circumcised. His ding ding looked like what I mean? Like it's not developed. And so it looks a particular way, just because it's a baby, So phenotype doesn't necessarily disprove Chuck, but it does have an appearance that does. It helps us at least understand what she's trying to say.
I understand what she's trying to say, but it would make more sense if the gland is just underdeveloped until it decides, I guess, which sex is going to be, which makes sense compared to just being all female. But I understand females want to hear that so they can feel like what JP was saying about more empowered or more important than being important.
I think y'all deal with the inferiority complex because we actually still create men. We create babies without y'all.
No.
How?
Without the seeds,
And that's
without
what I
the
said
seeds.
earlier. It's a no need men type of
The
stuff.
seed
She
is not
actually said.
Wait. Let Chuck have his argument.
Yeah,
Chuck,
I mean,
if
we're
you're,
pretty much going to say the same thing. You know, without the seed in the soil, there's nothing to sprout.
what do you think about the inferiority complex you just alleged?
There's nothing but it's women that's fighting for to show that they're more important than us just saying that. Well, you know, let's just say I'm stepping on the ledge. Oh, I just need a woman just to have my kids because I built everything else. She's gonna try to say that she's more important than that, blah 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 blah, and then we're going through the whole roller coaster.
Sherelle?
Men have went around the world and destroyed books and burned down things to disrupt the whole feminine aspect of God. Literally, every woman who was tapped in, they called her a witch, hung her, burned her. Every woman that communicate with God, they just said she's a witch, burned her at the stake. Y'all want to control us, but we're inferior. A woman allowing herself to be free is the biggest threat to y'all, but we're the ones with the inferiority complex.
But y'all free now.
And y'all mad.
No, we're not.
And y'all mad. Yes, y'all are.
Matt, what would you being free? What would I need to be upset about you being free?
The whole manosphere space was built about women having freedom. You're upset.
No, I think the manosphere was built on female
women doing
female
whatever
nature,
they want to
female
do
nature,
when they want to
female
do
nature.
it. Their freedom. Yeah.
Freedom.
They
Y'all freedom.
don't want to get married before they have kids. They want to put us on child support. They want to have deletions. They want to party. They want to shake their ass. They want to do what they want to do whenever they want to do it. That's what y'all are complaining about, right?
That's not y'all.
You're the ones who want to control us.
Nah, you want to control. You want to control yourself and possibly your kids. You can't
We
control
don't
no
have
other
to
human
control
being.
ourselves. We can do whatever the fuck we want to do, and that's
Of course, y'all
upsetting
can.
you.
Who's disapproving that? Yes, so
Who
you're an adult.
Who is it? Who's upset about it? You.
I mean, you're the one. You're the one saying that you guys are free. And I'm saying yes, you're free.
We never in history said y'all can't work. We never in history said y'all can't go to school. We never in history wanted to make y'all our property. We never in history wanted to do that. That's what you want to do.
I never said that. You never heard me say
feel
that.
inferior when you can't control a woman.
I never said that.
You can cheat all the time. If a woman go cheat on you, it's way worse. You handle it way
Nah,
worse.
it just want to make me committed, but I mean, you know, it's a double standard.
Boy,
that's normal.
Sick. What are we talking? You be sick.
I don't know where this is even going.
There's no proof that we ever wanted to control y'all. There's all this proof that y'all are the ones always trying to control people.
Maybe because we have to protect you.
You protect it from yourself as well.
Right.
Now you protecting us from ourselves. You barely protecting yourself from yourself. Don't you realize that?
I don't see how that applies.
Don't you know you get sick more, you die more, you're violent more? Don't you understand that?
I mean, that's common sense.
So why are you protecting us? You the one don't got no self-control.
How? Men protect the world.
No, some men protect the world, and the rest of you niggas
Majority of men protect the world.
Like us.
No.
Like
Majority
us.
of men protect the world.
Some of y'all like to think that because y'all share DNA and chromosomes with the men who are winning, that you're automatically winning. And that's not how it goes.
See, this sounds like a gender war.
That's what y'all are missing. Like, what y'all are missing is you think because men are kings, you don't realize that the queen is still the second most powerful person in the kingdom.
Yeah, but the most important piece on the chessboard is the king. For a reason.
Okay, yeah, but you're a peasant. Do you get that?
How am I? You talking to me, or are you talking about in general?
The rest of the kingdom, they're peasantry.
I mean, there's a hierarchy for a reason. There's a hierarchy.
Okay, so why do y'all try to make it seem like the hierarchy is men and then women are always at the bottom? No, it's men and then the women they love, and then y'all fall underneath that. Do you get that? And that's the system that you want to believe in. That's the system you want to believe in, because you just feel empowered by saying women are less than me, when you're really not dominating women like that.
I don't think it's so much of who's been less or more. What I do think that we was designed in different roles. Like your role on Earth was totally different from a role with a man's. I think women's role on Earth is energies. The value of a woman both mainly brings different energies and stuff like that. Whereas man, they bring hard work and build and logic, right? That's why you would say women act more of the emotions. Where do emotions develop? Energies, right? So that's why y'all are the god of energies, emotions, and all this other type of stuff. Where
and
men
creation
dominate. You can't create everybody. All those heads, feet that you was talking about. You started off as a nut.
Okay.
At the end of the day,
who created it? If I give you an egg and some dough, and you bake a cake, who made the cake?
I made cake without an egg.
That's some dry ass cake. But that's not the point.
But it's still a cake.
The point is, who made the cake?
No, okay. I will put it like this. I'm the bag of popcorn, you the microwave. That's all y'all is. Y'all just a microwave.
No.
That's all y'all is.
You got a point.
If men right now take away their sperm and all this other type of stuff, you will never get pregnant. Women won't ever have a baby.
And if women took away, and if women stopped having y'all babies, even if you gave us your egg, every time you gave us your sperm, we said fuck it. Then no life ever comes ever.
It won't happen because men will dominate you and make you have that baby.
Women could just off themselves every time. What you gonna do?
Nah, we want to get dark with it.
Because then the survival of the baby was
self-preservation will let you do that.
I just think that Sherelle, I just think that we both have separate roles, and I think the problem comes. I truly believe the problem comes in with somebody got an echo. I think the problem comes in that when women try to be toxic, when they become toxic, that's when we have these issues, because now instead of maintaining your role as a woman on this planet, you want to maintain your role as you want to maintain your role in our role. You want to take up two spots, and I think that's the big problem. You want us to come in and allow you to take up a spot that was delegated for men. And I think that when men naturally rebuking it, you want to say men is chauvinistic, misogynistic, that they just bad people. They trying to oppress women because men not allowing you to come in and dominate that was delegated from God.
No.
Hey,
Hey,
how you
Black
doing,
Dawn.
Sherelle? Hey, how you doing? I'm gonna just let y'all cook. I'm just observing at the moment, and I'll chime in later. But y'all,
What's up, Black Dawn?
Yeah, how y'all
My
doing?
bad. I had to step away for a second. Did Chuck finish his thing, Cheeky?
Yeah,
I mean,
JP got in there, but I think Chuck had his back and forth. I don't know if he was done though completely.
Chuck,
yeah, done? I mean, it was just going in circles, but yeah.
Okay.
Because you didn't want to admit he was wrong.
What'd you say, Sherelle?
He didn't want to admit he was wrong, so he just kept on.
I wasn't wrong.
But you was.
Here, Lee.
No, I was not.
Let me do this. Like, share, subscribe. Say again, Fo.
Go ahead. My bad.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Cheeky, where did that conversation end at? Can you give me a brief synopsis?
Yeah, Jay Prince was rebuttaling to Sherelle point, which is, I guess, overall, men can dominate and do what they need to do to get a baby out of women, right? Like there's no stopping that process. Is what it seemed like he was saying. The last thing he was saying.
In terms of like,
what he was saying?
Without hold on. In terms of without civility, you mean?
Yeah, because the last thing I heard was Sherelle say, or he said to Sherelle, like, if we wanted to make a baby, we'd force you to have a kid. We basically rape you. And then she said,
that's not. No, that's not what I said.
No, and that's what makes you think that you're better.
That you kind of let him clear it up. Let him clear it up so it doesn't get too.
All right, it's gonna be 20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Last thing that I said was, I think the problem come in with is when women trying to, instead of standing in the world that was delegated for women and men stand in the world that was delegated for men, women is becoming toxic where they trying to not only dominate their role as a woman, but they trying to dominate the role as a man. So they trying to take up two spots than what naturally is allowed for them to do. And so when they try to pose that to a man, men naturally gonna rebuke it. And that's when men get called chauvinists, monster male, all this other type of degraded names, because men naturally is rebuking them from women taking their spots.
Okay.
That was delegated from by God.
Okay. And Sherelle, just quickly, what was your rebut to that? I'm gonna read these super chats, and I think it was
I did have a question too. I did have a question.
Aaron or Leon. Well, you said it was going in circles. Now you have a new question.
I mean, well, after the circle, because then JP took over. But I did have a question on something she had said earlier.
All right, hold that thought for a second. Sherelle, do you want to respond to that last statement, or did you already respond? I don't. It's fine if you don't. I'm just doing this for I'm just trying to make sure I'm caught up.
I think that was proving my point of, because we had started having this conversation about women being inferior, and when women say, well, we can do what we want to do, it's always, we'll beat you, we'll grape you, we'll control you, we'll lock you up, we'll make you slaves. Yet we're the inferior ones. But our freedom is always a challenge to you. You don't want to live in a world where women can exist without you in peace and harmony. You know why? Because what you're going to say is, there's going to be another group of men that's going to come. Yeah, you're destructive. Are you proud? You're proud that you're destructive.
Okay. I think
that's
those
where your power comes in, destroying shit.
Yeah. So what I see is JP's point is made, and then Sherelle has a rebuttal. I think we can decide what to do with that information. That's actually an interesting dynamic, though. So I want to mine it out more. I just want to make sure that we get people in. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me read these super chats real quick. I'm reading the super chats. My apologies if they're out of order. I have to click them manually, so I may be clicking them not particularly in order. Reaper Red with the $10 says, wasn't it Sherelle the other day who said women shouldn't teach other women to be whores? Men ain't policing that. What does that mean? Be okay. Black we in the US have all the freedom in the world, and yet we want black men to lead.
I think you mean black women.
Okay. Let me read it one more time. Wasn't it Sherelle the other day who said women shouldn't teach other women to be whores? Men ain't policing that. Black women in the US have all the freedom in the world, and yet still want black men to lead. Quentin with the $2 says, who on this panel has a degree in STEM?
Me. I do.
Somebody step up. Come on.
I'm a janitor.
Help.
HQ with the $2 says, checkmate. He trolled. I'm gonna get him, Sherelle. HQ with the $2 says, checkmate. HQ with the $2 says, somebody's head is about to explode. And Unchained with the $2, JP called it from the jump. Big O was popping. Omar with the 20 ball says, boys drool and girls rule. We down 1,000 to 10. They stay kicking our ass.
Wow. Shit like that.
Fantasy was popping with it. JP didn't create anything but chaos in his family structure. Caesar's Palace with the $2 says, come on, GBG. And JP asked Sherelle, who hurt you? LOL. Caesar's Palace was popping. HQ with the $5 says, Sherelle run the game, girl. Girl, men take out y'all pencils. She taking y'all to school. Darius Horton with the $10 says, the manosphere was created because of the push for equality. Men are expressing the need to further the equality that was asked. So if you get it, so do I. In the name of equality. Hanifa with the $10 says, why do we take our individual strengths and enter into a superiority contest? The creation of men and women was never intended to be a versus battle. Quote unquote, complementarity is key. Black Dawn with the $5 says that's not a checkmate. Phenotypically means that they appear female. That doesn't mean that they are. Huge difference. And Unchained with the $2 says define phenotypically. Y'all are slow. Anna with the $5 says you need sperm to create a human, but after that, the sperm is obtained. You do not need a man. You always need a woman and a womb. That's the point.
Thank you, Anna.
That's correct.
That kind
And
of
Unchained with the $2 says thank you, Hamp. Thank you, White G. Edge, you could have just left it at thank you, Hamp, bro. Homeboy with the $10 says just showing support. Shout out to Sherelle. Keep grinding. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Who was it? Leon? Is Leon still here? See, Leon go off the camera too much. You gotta get dropped in the back, Leon. This a production, baby boy. What you had? Question, comment, or smoke?
At first, I had a question, but then after Chuck, JP, it's like I really want to give smoke, but I really want to get understanding from her because I'm trying to. It seemed like a lot of ego going on. Oh, we are the first. We birth y'all. First of all, you can't do anything without me. We both need each other. Let's get that very clear. You can't have no baby without me. That's an actual factual. I ain't seen a woman ever pop out a baby without, let's just get that like very clear. Now, where I do think what she's heading is she wants to get out of the white power structure. That's what I think her main point is. Besides all the fluff and the bullshit, I think she's really saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sherelle, that you want to get out of the white power structure and Western civilized, whatever you want to call it. Am I off?
No, you're right about that part.
Okay, so bet. So everything y'all heard that triggered y'all, because it triggered me too. I ain't gonna lie to you. I had to cool down. Let's throw all that shit to the left and let's talk about what she really means. She wants the black community to take back our power, and she wants us to get away from Western society or white male power structures. And I'll leave it at that, and I'll leave it on the panel.
You can't. That's almost impossible to do that in the white man's country.
That's not the white man's country. See what I'm talking about?
All right.
Is that what I'm talking about?
But I think she's also talking about the behaviors that we've adapted. Because if we gotta admit, we weren't doing everything that them crackers was doing. We was doing a little bit of it. Because what I disagree with Sherelle is this notion that in Africa and in Indian society, we was just doing things completely different. No, men were still the leaders. It was very clear what we were doing. Now, were we doing it to the extent of the Europeans? No, and I'll give you that. But to make it seem like we was on equal playing fields, you had women doing the same thing men was doing. It's just not true. It's never been true since the beginning of time.
You had women leadership. You did.
But what was the majority? Majority or minority?
Women were in leadership.
Majority or minority?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Okay, so now we want to play games.
Throw the whole thing.
Bible, you know the Quran, you know everything else. But when I ask a very simple question of historical fact, Africa.
That's a checkmate. That's a checkmate, right?
I don't know. I don't know how.
We gotta keep it real.
I just don't know how to trust historical facts of a society that is trying to erase women.
No. History. I'm talking about Africa, not Europe.
Are you screaming? Are you okay?
No.
Oh, here we go.
He's not screaming. He's passionate.
Let's focus on the point. I'm talking about.
If I start screaming, I'm gonna be angry. Africa. He's screaming.
No, I'm not gonna do you like that. You passionate about what you're saying. I'm gonna let you get your shit off. I ain't gonna hurt you, baby. I promise you. We're gonna have a good dialogue. What I'm saying is we gotta be factual. When we was in Africa,
the facts are skewed.
Okay, you got it.
The facts are skewed.
Jarrell, this something just when you said that it hit my soul heavy.
What I said, they hit your soul.
When you said the historic facts was used to control and manipulate people and all this other type of stuff, right? And they did all that other type of stuff to the historic to harm us, right? But the other week you just
hey, can y'all hear me?
We can now.
Hear you now.
All right, go ahead, Aaron.
I'm not dealing with.
Hold on, Sherelle. Leon relinquished the floor. I want to get Aaron what he came up here for. Once we open it back up to questions, JP hold that question and we can remine that out. but I want to make sure we get the different thoughts from everybody up here. Salute to everybody up here. Israel, Shalom. Lee, salute. Black Dawn was popping. Go ahead, Big Aaron.
Okay, I hope everyone has their lunches packed, their seatbelts are buckled. First question I'd like to ask is, what are we replacing the patriarchy with?
Unity consciousness.
I'm sorry, say this again.
Unity consciousness.
Unity consciousness. So where does the male of the species fit into that equation, and where does the female fit into that equation?
Everybody playing their roles in the grade of the one. Whatever role you have to.
And what are those roles?
Whatever you need to play. If you're a teacher, be a teacher. If you're a leader, you be a leader. You lead in the things that you're strong in.
Who determines these roles?
Who's ever the smartest,
Who's
or
the
the
smartest?
most person that's tapped in with spirit. If
Who's
a woman is more connected to her divinity, then she should be the leader and she should place roles. And usually women are the older women in matrilineal societies. It was the older women, right? The grandmothers, because typically men have always historically, that's a fact, died faster than the women. So a lot of the wisdom would come from the older women in society.
My questions are direct. Please be concise with your answers. I do not have a lot of time. There are others on the panel that would like this opportunity. So what you're suggesting is women ultimately would end up being the leaders and the determinant of who gets what role and how these roles are filled. Is that what you're saying?
Sometimes the women, sometimes the men.
Do you know what some means on this panel?
Yeah.
Please answer the question again.
I'm not going to say that it's going to be majority men or majority of women.
1-0 men, women. Okay. So, I don't think that's a good leadership quality to not be able to answer these questions. Are very simple. Sherelle, I do love you. You know that. But again, I have to be very calculated with this. My time is limited. Let's talk about the superior beings conversation where you said there are women out there that can outrun any of us on the panel. While that may be true, if you're adept at any kind of mathematics, what you are aware of is what you do to one side, you must do to the other when making a comparison. So when a woman is trained to be the fastest she can absolutely be, it's fair to say that whatever man you put up against her to compete to determine who's better, he also has to undergo the same training, and the result will be the men will win. So the fastest woman on the planet will not beat the fastest man on the planet. The strongest woman on the planet will not outlift the strongest man on the planet. To take an average example of one and put it up against the most superior example of another is an unfair comparison. Let's take that one step further with the king and queen analysis. You said the king is the superior piece on the chessboard and the queen's next, but we are relative peasants. That may be correct, but what then are women in the realm of peasantry? Are you suggesting all women are queens and men can only be peasants? Or within the peasant realm, there's a hierarchy there? What say you?
I think that royalty is royalty, and people who are not royalty are common and peasants. Yes.
We've established that. So within the common realm, there are still men and women. Do you see them as being equal, or is one superior to the other? And if so, who?
I see them as equal.
Okay, that goes against your initial claim when I asked the question, how do we replace the patriarchy, with the fact that women are going to ultimately be the smarter and should be the ones that determine the roles. If we're all equal, that is a contradiction. Moving right along.
It's not a contradiction, because literally you said what was going to replace the patriarchy, and I said unity consciousness, Christ consciousness, which means one.
No, I understand that, but within that, you said,
then we're all equal.
So no, I understand that. But what you said was within that everyone has a role to fill, and that those roles are going to be determined ultimately by whoever is closest to God or communicates with God, which you said is more likely to be women, which means now women have a leadership role in that one or unified community, which means a hierarchy has then been established. You didn't say anything about democracy where everyone can take a vote or there was any egalitarian practice. You said that there's a clear leader, which is the woman, who will determine the roles of everyone else in the community. That is not equal.
It's one.
It may be one, but I mean, one community is filled with
Okay, keep
unequal.
going.
One
We're gonna agree to
community.
disagree.
Okay, so let's go to the DNA side of the house. You said bone marrow can be used as sperm, or sperm can be derived or harvested from bone marrow, and that would essentially render men useless, which I think is where JP was extracting his thought or idea that you're saying men are irrelevant. While I don't believe
I
that,
never said men were irrelevant. I think that y'all feel irrelevant and y'all are pushing y'all narratives on me because
What
my entire premise has been unity consciousness. I haven't even said we're going to a matriarch.
Understood.
Also, I said that to prove in other times that women have everything that y'all are made of, that there was different scientific things to where that women could produce sperm.
No,
right?
watch this. That let me stop you there. So if you have everything we have and we don't have everything you have, who's needed and who's not needed?
I never said we're both needed.
I didn't say you said that.
We're
I'm
both
asking you a
needed. I've
question.
never said that neither one of us are needed.
So
I
if you
said we're
have
both
everything necessary and we don't, how are we needed? If you have what we have and we don't have what you have, what do you need from us?
your entire life source.
But you have that already. You just said.
We don't.
Could you identify this life source? Describe it, please.
It's two different energies. Both energies are needed. Both energies are different. And both energies have different functions.
You're talking to a mechanical engineer with a secondary education in physics. Could you further
I
expound
really
on what
don't
you
even
mean?
know how to simplify that even more, Aaron. That
Okay,
we're
I
two
can do it
different.
for you
That
if you like.
we're two halves of one whole. Because I
I
don't know
can,
if y'all watched the beginning of the stream. We're two halves of one whole, two different energies to become one.
okay, so with a degree in STEM, allow me to maybe simplify some of the more scientific jargon here. When you talk about energy, that's the ability to do work or move material from one place to another or change the state or phase of a material. So I would agree that there is energy and it is shared. However, I don't know that that speaks for the actual material. Now, material is a summation of energy when we talk about matter with mass. Now, when you talk about matter with mass, now we can go up one level, and that's where DNA exists. That is simply information or the sequencing onto which you impart your protein structure. What you're suggesting in the sperm, or a sperm being able to be derived from bone marrow, is there is enough DNA sequencing in bone marrow to supply the sequence necessary to create life, which is what sperm does. And that's exactly what women don't have, is the ability to create a new DNA sequence, right? That's where life comes from. But women, what they do have is the ability to gather all the materials and create the scaffolding onto which the DNA sequence is imparted. So what am I saying? You can create a human body within your body, taking the resources and minerals that you extract from the earth through into, that you digest, the sunlight and everything else. But we don't know what that human is going to be like without the DNA sequence, or essentially the blueprint that is the DNA. So you can be a builder, but without an engineer or an architect, you have nothing to build. The DNA is essentially the blueprint that you derive your structure from when you gather your materials. That's what women do.
So
Further,
you're the spark. You're the spark, and then we're creating.
well, that's back to energy, and we can go there, but I'm headed in another direction since you weren't interested in entertaining the idea about energy. But we're going to go back to that in a minute, because you're right, but I'll be careful with that. So when you talk about the actual X chromosome and the Y chromosome, and the Y being a broken X chromosome, that isn't true. It's a further evolution. When we talk about evolution, it is an improvement over time on a species where the unnecessary is dropped off and left behind, or the necessary is picked up through mutation, but held on to through evolution. The difference between mutation and evolution is mutation is simply a deviation. That's it. Evolution is a series of deviations that have been determined to be superior. and they've been essentially held on to, which is why we no longer have gills, we have lungs, and we don't have fins, we have feet and hands, right? Now, with the X chromosome and the Y chromosome, what's being said is the human being, everything you need to make a human being in and of itself, meaning you're a biped, human, you have 2 eyes, all his brain, can be had in the X chromosome. But to advance that, right, to make that a more advanced or more complete human being, now you have introduced the X chromosome, which is the ability to create further DNA sequences. When you said that we get everything from our mother, I would disagree. My eyes
I never
came
said
from my
that.
father. Well, you said you get your eyes from your mother. You get your brain from your mother.
I
Everything
said she created it.
No, what she did was she didn't create it. What she did was she built it. She gathered all of the necessary amino acids, resources, enzymes, peptides, molecules.
That's not creation?
Wait, no.
From the seed.
Okay, watch this. You ready? If I give you a recipe to a cake, you bake this cake. Did you create the cake, or did you simply?
Yes, I'm the creator of the cake.
No. I created the cake. The chef.
Wait. Why fight this one? This one?
Come on, man.
The chef.
I created the cake. Yes. If you can give me food. If I create the meal, I'm the creator of the meal. If I give you tools, and with those tools, you build a TV, you build a house. You're the creator of the house. Yes.
No. So if you create a house on a blueprint and create another house on the same exact blueprint, did you create the blueprint to that house?
I didn't create the blueprint, but I've created the house.
Okay, without that blueprint, can you create that house specifically?
No.
Exactly my point.
But you're telling me the tools. You're telling me that you gave me the tools to create, but then you're trying to take away the fact that I'm the creator.
No, that's not what I'm telling you.
I am the creator still.
If that's what you've perceived, let me make a correction, because that's not what I'm telling you.
But even in your analysis of what you're saying, saying is that y'all are not a mutation, but a more evolved of us. It is still proving the fact of what I said. We are the original. And over time, you evolved or mutated into what you are, but we are the original. You're
that's what you want to believe.
Sharon, my dear, this is inefficient. We can't move on with a mischaracterization of what I just said, right? You just said something, and I identified it as a mischaracterization. So to entertain that is a waste of time. What I'm saying is, you can be given the materials to create something, but if you're to create something very, very specific, you also need a blueprint. And unless you create that blueprint as well, you haven't created anything. You simply built it. I don't create the automobile if I work in a plant for GM. I simply build them. That automobile was created by whatever the engineering team at GM has created.
But that's not what women. That's not what women do. Men don't create a blueprint for children.
No, but when it comes to the DNA
structure, we are the true creators of life.
Wait, passport, bro. Let's. I didn't do this to you, please. So now that we've established a fact, right? Let's take that back to the DNA sequence. The fact that the DNA in a man determines the gender of the child tells you that's the beginning of the blueprint being written. The woman does not in her body create the blueprint for that child. The woman follows a blueprint as imparted in her body by the spark that is provided by the sperm. Here's another example of such. The sperm is alive. It carries the spark of life, and it carries the ability to change the DNA from X to XY. Not only that, there's physical evidence that sperm is alive because it swims. The egg is not alive, it sits. It does nothing, and it only carries one DNA sequence. So the woman cannot create a new DNA structure with a singular DNA sequence.
The thing that creates the baby is alive too. The egg does not create a baby. A woman
creates a
baby. If I took my egg out and it did not go back inside a woman, that egg would not produce.
Yes, it would.
Some women's bodies cannot make children. So they take their eggs out, they let somebody else fertilize the eggs, and they put it inside of another woman to allow her body to create the child. You keep thinking that the life is not inside of the egg. No, the egg is to protect the sperm, as the sperm in the egg, in the embryo, is inside a life source. The life source is the water bag. The life source is the woman, and you cannot let a dead woman can't produce a baby, honey. She has to be alive. The thing that is creating the child is alive. The womb is always alive. The womb is
So could we
not a
go to
dead
egg
area.
banks?
It is not.
Go to egg banks?
You think the sperm is gonna wake the womb up? No, the womb is already there, which is why other women can carry somebody else's embryo. Her womb is already alive.
Bro,
her
the
womb is
point
not dead.
is,
If her womb is dead, she can't produce kids.
I'll concede this to a stalemate, although I think you're grossly misinterpreting what I'm saying. I think you're driving a specific point home. The only reason why I'm willing to concede this particular point to a stalemate, because I think I did a good enough job with the other points, and I am willing to share the time on the panel with the others here. But I would like the opportunity to revisit this after this show is over and before tonight's Women's POV. We will be reconvening on the war report. I'm going to take notes here, and we can hopefully have the conversation going forward there. Who's next?
I want to ask Sherelle real quick. So how come like we got sperms baked?
I'm not. Listen. Ain't nobody sneaking in nothing. We going around. Everybody mute. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. That was a good dialogue. That was a good dialogue.
Y'all sent y'all best hitter and we ended in a stalemate.
No, you just didn't want to concede.
Well, I did. Hold on, let me bring
I
it
just
back
always
up. I got
Leon.
Other points.
Real quick, let me clarify.
He didn't really get a chance to go. I don't know what you're saying. Aaron, our best hitter for.
Nah, so
JP really our best hitter.
What actually happened is,
Cheeky, that's not funny underneath the circumstances of what's going on.
JP
right now.
the only one that said something that was true. Y'all say no.
Never mind.
Cheeky, just
chill.
chill.
Real quick, let me clarify. Well, just to be fair to what Aaron said, he conceded the last point for sake of argument and time, but the other 4 points he made, he did not concede. He took those as W's from his standpoint. Just to be clear on what he conceded to. In saying one with the $2, they have artificial wombs now, just not approved. Really?
I'm telling you, Google.
Quentin with the $2 says, arguing with a whole scientist is weird. Happy Intrinsic with the $2 says, looking up microchimerism during pregnancy. Oh, look up microchimerism during pregnancy. And saying 2 with the $2 says, women aren't creators. The process is on autopilot. If a woman's in a coma, can the baby still go?
Exactly. Right? There was a thing. There was a woman that got knocked up in a coma and had the whole baby from a worker that knocked her up.
Was she dead?
No,
she was in a coma. She was on life support.
So her womb was still alive because she was alive.
She was on tubes.
So she was alive.
Yeah.
If you hotwire the body's still gonna be alive.
Well, I guess her point is she is alive. I was just trying to understand the autopilot point. That's all. Darius with the $5 says, last time I checked, women are wiping themselves from history. Niggas don't want them transformers, Sherelle.
That's men. Y'all are the ones turning into women. Do y'all get that?
Vet Life with the $10 says, Sherelle, much love, sis, but you're suffering from information overload. You have way too much information and it's not organized. It's like a tangled phone charger cord. I know because I've been there. Aaron, what with the $5 says, we do good and then we back to arguing about the same shit. I don't think God is going to bring us together until wartime. See y'all on the battlefield.
Preach.
Bro, the Conqueror is popping. But the 20 ball says, play my King of New York clip. Salute to the panel and Hamp, I need my tricking money back. He was wilding yesterday, that's for sure.
Sends his regards.
Yeah!
You know how I love money.
Salute. Let me make sure I didn't miss any. Pardon me 1 second. So I didn't turn the... Hold on. So you said drop JP, but I didn't turn the bounties on just yet. And then Aaron L with the $5 says, if anyone can host or incubate anyone else's sperm/egg combo, that actually takes away from and defeats the creator argument. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Where P go? Is he still here? I don't see him. No. FOE, did you my bad. Did I skip you?
Nah, we ain't really going. I think is you going from the top down?
I know who went so far and I know who hasn't gone. So right
No,
now, who
I think
hasn't
Black
gone?
Dawn was. I think Black Dawn.
No, Foe is here. I just wonder
Black
if I
Dawn.
skipped him. If not, it would be
Oh,
Black
okay,
Dawn
okay.
and Trigger Mike. Yes. You good? You saying?
No, I ain't had no smoke, no pushback. I just, man, I don't know how it always gets to the like we against each other type shit. Like we don't need each other regardless, dog. At the end of this day, man, it don't
Yeah.
matter who
So
started this shit. None of that shit, you know.
now we agree. However, the topic of the show is what it is, and that's what we're having a conversation about. So I understand. I don't think anybody disagrees. We're not saying discard women, but when it said the patriarchy must die, we need to get to an understanding as to why. And if there's pushback, it's fine. The discourse has been overwhelmingly civil, so it's good to mine out a conversation in real time in respect. You'd be surprised what you can learn. But we definitely understand that we know we need our women. I don't think the brothers disagree. I mean, the majority of brothers disagree. So, and Sherelle said that they need us too. So I want to just make sure that's clear.
Well, other than that, y'all said a lot, so I think y'all really summed up. Well,
yeah,
shit.
Yeah,
You know?
Black Tom Brady, you hit us with the Rodney King. Black Dawn, what's popping?
Hey, how y'all doing? How you doing? How you doing, Sherelle? Hope you're doing fine. Hey, so I just only had really just two questions, and depending how you answer the question, I may got smoke, I may not. I don't know. But so the first question would be is yo, Chi, you need to stop making these faces, bro. You distracted me. Okay, you need you need to carry that. What do you define unity consciousness? Because I heard you said that should be the replacement for the patriarchy, but what exactly is unity consciousness?
So unity consciousness is Christ consciousness. So it's like the highest level that a human could go to, and it's a mindset that we're all one thing, having multiple experiences, right? So it's just all for the greaterness of raising the elevation and consciousness of one. So all of us working together to do what we need to do to benefit the whole.
You say Christ consciousness?
Yeah, unity consciousness is Christ consciousness.
Okay. I guess my only real pushback for that is that there's no way to sort of like objectively like measure that, right? Like it's very hard to build a society or a civilization based on something that just cannot be measured or seen or observed in any way scientifically whatsoever, right? I think a better way of building society would be off meritocracy. Now, I do agree with you, unlike other panels here. I do think women are capable of being heads or being leaders. Maybe not to the same degree as men, maybe not, but I do think that's definitely possible. But you have to actually show it and actually display some characteristics or some attributes or some accolades that actually can make that to an observable phenomenon, right? Like I totally understand why the whole sort of feminist movement became a thing. Like imagine having simply no autonomy, right? And being objectively more smarter than your significant other, but you're stuck at the, behest and whims of another person who is making beyond less than average, who doesn't really know what they're doing, and just because you were born a certain type of way, you have to follow that person. I totally understand that, totally get that. But at the same time, I just can't get on board with it. Well, if you're just doing it for the greater good, which again, that hasn't really even been defined in my opinion. Like who determines what is the greater good, right? Then that's not really I don't really think that's a really good system. I feel like that system is very open to abuse and very exploitable.
Okay, and I'm down with your concept too. I just think that patriarchy needs to die.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
And that's a better way. And I think that within the Christ consciousness that it would be more coinciding hand in hand. But I think that would be the separation of it or whatever. But I think that you have to get to a certain level where you could see people and just really judge people off their ability and their own merit. You have to get to a level of understanding that we're all one. That's just the thing, right? So that if we're one and that we're all equal in creation, but we're having different experiences and then we could actually see each other and say that, well, we'll let you lead in what you have strengths in, and I'll lead in what I have strengths in, and we won't base this off gender or race and stuff like that.
Yeah. And then my second question would be, you said that, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I misheard you at some point, but you said that women are spiritually closer to, or they're more spiritually attuned or something of that nature, or something to that degree?
Yeah, women are typically more tapped into the spiritual realm, and it's easier for women to tap in. Easier for women to tap into spirituality.
So what makes you say that? Like what things have you observed that would be like, okay, women are far more spiritually attuned than men are? Like what led you to that conclusion?
Women are more just tapped into source. Do you understand what source is?
No, I don't.
Okay, so source would, like in the spiritual realm, source would be everything, right? So there's God, but then there's source, and source would be everything. So within doing spells, chants, herbs, going into Mother Nature, praising and talking to spirituals, primordial spirits, dealing with the elements and things like that, women are typically more tapped into that, and they are typically the ones that do that more with the grounding and things like that. It's not saying that men don't, but men are usually the protected. So they're not sitting around in meditation for hours and hours, or grounding, or sitting in the sun, or doing things like that, or whatever, because men have always been the protectors. So a lot of times men are the warriors, they're the protectors, they're the hunters, they're the gatherers. So women get the comfort to be able to sit at home and go into meditations, to be able to have vision and channel with God. And most channelers, or people who can channel other spirits and things like that, are female.
Do you see that? Do you see how that could potentially be another avenue for abuse in society when you build a society around who's more spiritually attuned or not, or having to have that? Do you potentially see
Yes, and that's why
Yeah.
it's still gonna everything is gonna need checks and balances. It's not gonna be just this whole idea of it's all women are gonna run it, or all men are gonna run it. No, everything is going to need checks and balances. Nobody should be running anything solely just based off one idea of, because I'm female, because I'm smarter, or because I'm this. Everyone's gonna have to lead with what their strengths are in, and we're all individually gifted in different ways.
So what would be the checks and balance though? That would be that can't be my, I don't want to hog up all the time, but what would be like a check and balance though? Because the thing is with spirituality, like I said before in my previous question, that's one of the many things that cannot be like quantified or calculated. How exactly would that be? Like, oh yeah, she's not spiritually in tune, he's more spiritually in tune. How do you get that? Like, how do you make a comparison like that?
We talked about this the other day, but it's an ego death. So to reach Christ consciousness, you have to have full ego death. And I think a lot of times this whole thing of people who don't want to be servant leaderships, people who are leaders, need to understand that they're the first servants, and they are thinking of the whole. So that's how you basically continue the checks and balances. If what you're trying to do does not actually benefit the whole of the people, then we know you're off. We know that you're coming out of ego. So that would always be checked. I think that would be the way that it is, checks and balances.
I guess I just fundamentally disagree with the concept, because historically before I've seen, I think it's been observed that leaders who've made this claim, I forgot what it's called, like this claim to spirituality, that they are the divine one. Like, I feel like having leaders like that is extremely dangerous.
But that's
And
the thing,
yeah,
because even within that, just because your gift is channeling, it does not make you more divine than me. If somebody else is a healer, it does not make them more divine than me. Because somebody has the ability to do telekinesis or whatever their gift is, it does not make them more divine than me. That's what the Christ consciousness about, is that we're all divine, we're all divinity. So nobody is greater than the one. Either you're one or you're against the one. It's no such thing as greater than the one. See, when you're not in the Christ consciousness, then you would think my gifts makes me better, but your gifts don't make you better. Your gifts may make you different, but you're not better. How are you better than one when you're one? If I'm you and you're me, you're not better than me. Even if I look at you and I say, I'm Black Dawn is me. If I love me and I treat me well, I'm supposed to love you and I treat you well. That's just how it goes, because we're one. Nobody's greater than the one. And if you think that you're greater than the one, then you're not in Christ consciousness.
ideologically speaking, that I agree with you, ideologically wise, but like realistically, I think people don't interact like that. I think people do want to be better than other people. People do want to compete, and people do want to be like, "Yo, I performed and I did better than the other person." I think that's more in line with human nature, right? That's why I fundamentally like, in spirit, I agree with you, but like that's just not how that's going to play out in reality a lot of the time. And I do believe there is going to be one person that does abuse this over the population and say, "I am the divine general. Listen to me. I'm more attached to spirituality and I'm more attached to God." That's why I can't really get on with that premise.
No, and I get that because I feel like a lot of times that's what the battle is. It's not about the flesh, it's about the spirit. And there are going to be a separation of people who want to continue to live in the flesh. And those people will have their day. What I am talking about, which patriarchy is going to end regardless. But what I'm talking about is the people who want to live by the spirit.
All right. That's just all I had.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Now, Trigger was waiting in the back. Let me see something. This is what I want to do. Okay. I'm going to get Trigger Mike in, and I got my brother P. Israel in the back. So I'm going to drop down. I'm going to bring him up. Mike, you up, and then immediately P. Israel go, and then I'll read some more super chats, and then we'll open up to like questions, that people wanted to circle back with. Is that all right?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
No doubt. Appreciate that. What's going on, everybody? Sherelle, holding it down. Dolo, look, this is what it's all about. You sticking around, your behavior's measured. I love you for this, man. For real.
Thank you.
But I do got fundamental disagreements with you right now. Because you just said that patriarchy is going to die. It's not going to die. It's never going to go anywhere. But you know why? Patriarchy is actually upheld by women, and I can prove it. Women and their expectations uphold the patriarchy. All right. So my fundamental disagreement that this entire conversation, what it is actually manipulation. Women don't want the patriarchy to die. This is about your ego. Because the Aaron asked the most basic question any man can ask. Men are logical system creators. Okay. If you relinquish a patriarchy, what are you replacing it with? I have watched every woman on YouTube dance around that topic right there. They never want to get down to business. You have to replace a system with another system. My computer runs off Windows. I can't take off Windows off my computer and then expect the computer to run. It needs to be replaced with another system. Nobody benefits without the patriarchy, okay? Children don't benefit, men don't benefit, and women don't even benefit. Every single thing that women have acquired since the technological revolution was accomplished under patriarchy. It was given to you as a gift for birthing our children, for caring for us while we were sick. We gave it to you and never asked for anything else. You would not have a single thing if it was not for us, and I can prove it to you. Of the less than 15 matriarchal or matrilineal societies that exist today, not one of them currently or have ever made it out of being a primitive society. Not one. That means that matriarchies equal no progress. They equal no buildings being built, no waterways, no clean water, none of that. All right. So patriarchy is your only chance of sustained survival in a civilization. That's number one. The second thing is that I think women have this.
That was a lot. Can we deal with number one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, our waters is not clean, it's full of fluoride. Second of all, the engineering and everything that we've done, the downfall of it is giving us cancer. The food system that you do with your cloning of your foods and everything else is giving us diseases, heart disease, cancer. We're not living, we're sick. And then what you did with the sickness was, instead of you using natural herbs that women would be connected to with the source and doulas and things like that, what you did was you got us hooked on opioids in your medicines. You gave us sicknesses so that we can buy your medicines. That's what you did. You built it, right? You fucked up the ozone layer by knocking down the trees, by doing what you wanted to do. See, you took the world and you took Mother Nature and you destroyed Mother Nature and the benefit of your material world and your material possessions. And then you hold your standard and you hold your ability up by materialism. right? And now you turn this world into a materialism, greedy, over fucking consuming ass group of people. That's why we're fat as hell, we're sick as hell, we're broke as hell. Also that we can have these material possessions. So what you're saying is you would look down on the people who enjoy the simple things of life, right? The simple things of we don't need the fancy cars and a million outfits, because what we enjoy is spending time with our families. We said fuck family. That's what the patriarchy system has done. So that we can work. We don't raise our kids. We're at work all the time. Kids are raising themselves.
Are you talking about
They're
men
not
or
listening.
women?
So my whole thing is that in your eyesight, what you've done, because you're talking about technology, and like I said, in ancient times with the pyramids and all of that, it shows that those ancient times, they were more technology advanced than us. So what you're saying is the way that you've manipulated the world, you like the outcomes of that, and you don't care about the things that we've suffered because of that. And now you want us to be grateful. Now you want us to be grateful because of what you think. It's the same thing. This is what y'all do. This is what men do. Men put animals in the zoo and then convince the animals that should be in the wild that they should be happy. Because you're in the zoo and you're safe and we're feeding you and we get to look at you, and that's what you want to do. You want to put things in a controlled environment and then somehow think that it's what's best for them by doing what's best for you. That's what's best for you.
All right, so you made a lot of points there, and I would have said you were cooking until you said a few things, and then you try to dump it off on men. You talked about consumerism. Consumerism is driven by women. Women own 2/3 of the world's debt. Everything after the technological revolution was there to help you. There are now more female doctors than there are male doctors. So those people you talking about pushing the medication, those are women writing those scripts. All right. So the water, we can talk about that, but that's this part of the world. That's this part of the world. All right. Most people live to like 90, like let's say like Africa, because their meat is not pumped up full of hormones and stuff and the things that you named, right? So it's more fresh. So we can deal with those problems after the fact to make us more healthy and all of that. But the consumer-driven society is actually perpetuated by women and not men. The more simpler creatures are actually men. So just remember, everything that we gave you was also we created medication so your period flow wouldn't hurt as bad. You don't die as much in childbirth because of the systems we created, the hospitals, the ventilation systems, the AC. You see what I'm saying? So the people who benefit from that, the only reason women are able to have work and jobs is because we created these things for your comfort. So unless we're going to all agree here today that we no longer want any of those comforts, that you want your car revoked today, you want the AC taken out of your house, we need to reframe that entire conversation.
Come on, Mike. Come on.
Y'all don't want that.
Talk
The
to
only
him.
reason women are able to say that you don't need men is because when you go home and flick that switch that a man installed, the fucking lights come on. All right, that's the only reason y'all able to make statements.
Preach.
The second we turn our back and say we ain't doing this shit no more, y'all are gonna start singing a different tune.
Yeah, when we've you made us comfortable.
Do y'all know what this
the
is
stuff
really
that
about?
You made us comfortable with the stuff that you have, which is understandable. That men have built the society and made the society comfortable for, yes, you've done that. Nobody's dismissing that. We already talked about that. You probably just came late. So my whole thing is the drawbacks. It's not about taking away and destroying all society. It's talking about when you decided to build this, it's like this. When you decided to put this up, you missed this, you missed that, you missed this, you missed that, you missed that, because you had tunnel vision on what you was trying to build. What I am telling you now is you built that. And because you built that, everything that you had tunnel vision and you skipped out of is becoming problematic.
I understand.
And you're saying that we need to do this, but the world is not that way anymore. And you are not the men who built it. That's what y'all have to understand. You have to understand that your grandfathers and their grandfathers and their grandfathers were the men who built the society that's comfortable enough for all of us to live in. None of you on the panel created electricity. None of you.
Understood.
None of us created it. So
let me say
at
this.
the time they needed things to be. Nobody's dismissing patriarchy. Nobody's dismissing it, because at the time for them to build, it was necessary. What I am telling you now is it's a new day and age. It's the same reason why we don't need fucking Blockbuster, because we got Netflix. It is what it is. It's a new day and shit needs to change. It is updated. If you want to evolve, evolve.
So, P. Israel, I'm gonna say this last thing, and I'm gonna pass it over to you, bro. Sherelle, so I work with all women. I talk to women about this stuff all the time, and I think y'all asking a very important question, because y'all are starting to become more logical, right? Because you're saying, if I'm as intelligent as a man, which you are. I'm not even playing. If I'm as intelligent as a man, if I'm a more honest leader, more compassionate leader, why aren't more women in leadership, right? I think that's a very relevant question, because you're looking at your strengths compared to a man's strengths, and you think that you should be more elevated than you are. Do you know why women aren't in leadership still at that level? Because of their own choices. All right. When you give a woman a choice, that is why more women are not in leadership. Men have one characteristic. Men and women are equally as hardworking, equally as ambitious, but men are more decisive than women. That's it. The simple, hold on. I gotta jump out and go get my kids real quick. The simple matter of fact is that anytime a situation becomes dangerous, laborious, high stakes, it may damage your reputation. Women retreat and leave that for the man, and because the work has to be done, we are the ones that end up getting the hero stamp, because we never left, because somebody had to do it. That is the only reason men are revered higher than women, because women decide to retreat. So in this, we're all equal. I guarantee you, insert pressure, insert danger into a situation, a woman is going to remember she's a woman and go sit down with her kids in the dungeon while we're all fighting and dying on the battlefield. That is the only reason men have the stamp of leader in a society, is because we're the only ones remaining on the battlefield when it's time to fight.
Oh, so no, have the battlefield. We're not trying to take the battlefield from y'all.
Oh no, come out here with us. No.
We're not trying to take the battlefield from y'all.
So look, y'all. I set her up. I set you up, Sherelle.
Because this is
I set you up. Hold on. I set you up. I gotta tell you how I set you up.
Their women to the battlefield, then send your women to the battlefield. But if it's their men showing up, because I'm gonna tell you, no woman can whip black women.
Look. Let me tell you something.
That. You go get any woman in the world, we gonna whip their ass.
Are you sure about the Russians?
Y'all can
I set you up.
The Chinese girls will beat y'all ass.
Them Russians ain't no.
Let me say this last part. I'm gonna pass it to Pete Israel.
Not the Nigerians.
The reason I brought up the battlefield is because if I have to, hold on. The reason I brought up the battlefield is that if I have to accept that I am supposed to die on behalf of my family and my community, and you want me to accept that responsibility, I will never accept responsibility without authority. And that's why I am over the woman.
Exactly.
Perfect. What's going on? How's everybody doing?
How you doing?
What's going on? So I just wanted to, I think I'll build upon what Trigger Mike was saying, but I think I'll start off with a few questions before I even bring up any kind of smoke towards Sherelle, right? Sherelle's name. All right. Okay, so when you think of feminists, right, like feminism, Sherelle, would you say that you're a feminist if I provide you this this definition? Now, my definition, I'm trying to be as gracious as possible. I would say feminism is a move towards egalitarianism or equality among the sexes with a destruction of patriarchal forces.
Nope. I don't even know what feminism is. I ain't never read on it. I'm not gonna read on it. I don't know who started it. I don't know what it's about. That's not my goal.
So would you want to see equality among the sexes?
I want to see everybody as one, and I want to see everybody playing their roles. That's my point. I'm not moving past my point.
Right. So like Trigger Mike mentioned military, meaning I think he was alluding to like military conscription. So how men are the ones that have to go and are forced to go to fight in these wars. Would you be willing to go across the board and have that equality?
I want men and women to lead in their strengths. And men, your strength is war. That's your strength.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Now hold on. You're
destructive. Women don't start wars. You start wars.
That's cap. That's
You start
statistically not
wars,
true.
bro. Like women are not warring. Y'all want to war. You want men want to take over. Men traveled around the world and colonized groups and groups and groups of people. Groups of people.
Sherelle,
To
are you
produce
aware?
Sometimes war is necessary.
wait. To push their religions, millions died. To push their way of life, millions died.
All right, cool, Sherelle.
For them to obtain land, millions died. You
Okay,
conquer.
now you're
You
opposite.
get
You're
on
bloating.
boats and
Yo,
go take care of other
Sherelle, let's get a response.
Sherelle. All right,
Go
so Sherelle, so would you agree that when it comes to war, are you aware that the threat of war is what maintains peace around the globe?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you understand that there's an underlying threat that all nations are aware of, which actually maintains peace and order upon the earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the threat of violence that actually keeps things in order, correct?
It's the threat and the fact that historically you have actually done it. It's
right,
not nobody's sitting around and thinking there might be. The fact that you hold nuclear weapons and you blew up countries and you actually went to people's country and deleted them, and the fact that you actually done this shit is where the really threat comes from. Because if I'm telling you, P, I'm gonna find you and slap you, you ain't never seen me do that. But if everybody on the panel says she'd have found 25 people and slapped them, you might feel like, yeah, she might slap me. But if I ain't never did nothing, and it's not there, then no. But we know it's there because this is what y'all been doing since y'all been here.
Yes, but the question is still begs the question, which many a couple of people since I've been on here have asked you: if you're going to replace the patriarchy, what are you replacing it with? Because my argument that I would present now is that inevitably, ultimately, you're going to result in a patriarchy at the end of the day, no matter what the circumstance is, because any other type of system, whether if it's egalitarianism or some type of equality between, it's impossible because of force doctrine. So men have the monopoly on force. So literally, one second, I'll finish my point, and then you can just rebuttal. You need to replace the patriarchy with something that it's going to be viable for both of the sexes. Now, what I'm presenting to you is that there's something called the force doctrine, right? Meaning that even if you have a matriarchal system, Sherelle, even if you have a matriarchal system, even if the men are doing the dirty work for the leaders, for the women who are in leadership, ultimately, if the men wake up the next morning and decide that there is no matriarchy, there is no matriarchy. It doesn't exist. So you have no unilateral monopoly on force, which the men have. So the men can implement whatever system they want. And when like a bunch of men on the panel have told you, is men have been so benevolent enough in order to create a world, which is a cold world, to make it as safe as possible for us to thrive in, as opposed to the way you view it as, see, what I've been seeing a lot of from you, Sherelle, and I'm going to be quite honest, it's a lot of virtue signaling. You see, because I'm a proponent of the patriarchy because I believe that men should run things and men should have families and people and society should, and this is the backbone of foundation of society. You will be cosplaying saying that women can now just go delete our babies. If you don't want to have a baby, you don't have to have it because times are changing. I'm telling you that through force doctrine, if men decided tomorrow that you didn't have rights to abort a baby, we will literally strip it away and we could tie you to a chair and put you in cages. But men are so benevolent, so loving to the female that we are willing to put our bodies on the line. Like you mentioned earlier, so I'm using your argument against you. We're willing to put our lives on the line, die earlier at the expense, which we already know that 80% of women have reproduced with only 40% of the men. So we are the expendable sex, which we're willing to do, because we're all moving towards a society that is thriving for both of the sexes. And all I'm saying is that there's force doctrine, and you have to replace it with something else. And I'm saying it's inevitable. You can't replace the patriarchy because the patriarchy is what's needed, and that's how we thrive as a society. And I'll leave that case in point.
Black Dawn, did I tell you what I wanted to replace patriarchy with?
You said Christ consciousness.
Yeah. Did I tell him? I think I told Chiki and I told
said
Aaron.
Christ consciousness, but I'm not sure what Christ consciousness means, Sherelle, because
then say you disagree with my replacement, but don't keep asking me to give you a new replacement. If you disagree with my
No,
replacement,
well,
I can
here's
respect
why.
your
Here's why.
disagreement.
Because
But wait,
here's why.
but I'm still
You said
talking. If I start
wait.
talking while you're talking, it's gonna get so.
Sherelle, just quick.
Trust
Just so
me,
you
you're not
understand.
gonna be able to out talk
Let
me.
me steel man
But
your
you're
position.
really
I
not
know.
gonna be able to
No,
out talk me, and I was
I'm
already
not trying to
talking.
talk you, Sherelle. I'm trying to steel man your
I just
position.
was quiet on mute and I let
Sherelle,
you talk.
I'm trying to
I
build
literally
on your
let you, and I'm
position.
literally not gonna let you talk until I finish.
Does he need the definition of P? Do you need the definition of Christ consciousness to understand if it
Right.
is actually a?
See, because what Christ
Let
consciousness
me
alludes to is
finish. Let
oneness,
me finish the
right?
point.
Yeah.
You don't
I
know how to
think
be
that
quiet.
so Christ consciousness. He needs to know what is that, and is that a realistic replacement for the patriarchy?
Correct.
So he can sit on the panel for an hour and a half while I explain it to everybody else, and then gaslight me like he ain't heard what the fuck I said.
I wasn't sitting here for an hour and a half.
I'm
I've
not
been
gonna
here.
lie. I'm not gonna lie. No,
So
it's whatever you
I'm
said
not.
is right.
I
I'm
mean,
not arguing. Like,
can I still? I mean,
and then my message is clearly for who I said what my message was. You're not. No. Deal with it yourself.
I'm not.
No.
May
not
I ask a
sure.
question?
No. Everybody else can be quiet and respect me. You the one person who think you're gonna talk through me and talk over me?
No, not at all.
You set your standard where you want your standard at, and you're gonna stay there.
That's fine. I can speak now. But Sherelle, I was steel manning your position, meaning I was trying to build upon your position. If you say Christ consciousness, I would assume, which I've heard before, I have some type of understanding, meaning it's some type of oneness between the sexes. But when you use words like Christos or Christ consciousness, I don't know if you're alluding to some type of patriarchal system which is found in the Bible. Because when I hear the word Christ, the first thing I go to is some type of patriarchal system, because that's where we find the patriarchy heavy. Right, we find that. So if you're alluding to that, it only adds to my point that the patriarchy is inevitable, because what we see in the Bible, which is a patriarchal system, is men running things, but the man and the woman as one under Christ. Meaning you have yes, they're equal in partnership. The woman submits to the man. The man gives his life up for the woman, and we see this in oneness because they two become one flesh. Because a lot of the words you were saying, you say most people want to live in the spirit. I mean, most people want to live in the flesh, and they're gonna leave the spirit. This is why I bring up these. That's why I'm bringing it up, because you said Christ consciousness. You're talking about the flesh and the spirit. I'm saying, yeah, I agree. To a man and a woman come together, they're one flesh. They become one. I'm all about oneness in Christ, oneness in consciousness. But what I'm telling you is, that's a patriarchal system in and of itself, because the men have the force on unilateral force on. They have the monopoly on force. So there's nothing that we can't replace the patriarchy unless you can come up with something better. But that's what I'm asking you, something better. Because the system you're proposing is a patriarchy, but it's being cosplayed as something different. It really is, at the end of the day, a patriarchy, what you're trying to aim towards. You say Christ consciousness, that sounds like more patriarchal than matriarchal to me.
So what it is you're so P, when I'm listening to your breakdown, right? The entire Bible like points to Christ in some way, shape, or form, right? So you can't exclude the patriarchal nature of the Bible when talking about Christ consciousness. Seemingly is your stance. When Sherelle is making her stance, it is largely the premise of the oneness, right? So I think there's a separation from what the Bible says in the Christ consciousness aspect, but you're saying that simply can't be true because the Christ consciousness is the Bible.
Right, and that oneness that she speaks about can only exist within the patriarchy that she's trying to destroy. And if she can replace it with something else, I would love to hear it. That's my point. Nothing of what she has presented. If she can present something like a different system, which we could all move towards with an end goal, then I'd be all for it.
You said it. So, Sherelle, based on his breakdown and understanding and what I added to it, do you still feel is gaslighting, or is he making an actual point?
No, I was feeling like it was gaslighting. I understand that I made my point several times. This is the seventh person I've talked to. So it's like you're expecting me to change my mind instead of saying you disagree with my stance. Like, why are you trying to change my mind? I'm not trying to change your mind.
Not at all, sure. I'm just trying to enter your world.
And that's what it is.
Not hearing you well.
I'm on mute when you're talking. And every time I start talking, you start talking. Yet you want me to respect you. This is what I'm talking about.
Well. Let me say this. I don't want to have a conversation about the conversation, right?
Yeah.
Now, based on PC, Sherelle, his understanding would be similar to ours in terms of actually having read the Bible. So that's the premise that he's standing on. He's not just talking about when hearing you say Christ. He understands that the Bible, Christ is the word, right? The word was God and words were with God. So he's including all of that when you say Christ consciousness. So it looks like when you're doing it, when you're using Christ consciousness, you're excluding parts that still
But
refer to Christ.
you know that my understanding of God and my understanding of Christ is elevated outside of the Bible. That I do not stronghold my belief system to a Bible.
Yeah.
That I feel like
Yeah.
it is a tool. I read the books that were taken out of the Bible. I read ancient texts. I
100%.
find God in anything. I do not think that I can monopolize God. People who use the Bible or use the Quran or use specific belief systems, they have a monopoly on God. Through my connection of God and my understanding of God, no one being or one group of people have a monopoly on God.
Yeah.
And a lot of people who are stuck in their religions, they guess what?
Yeah.
They only think God coming to save them. They only think God loved them because they believe in the God that they created, not the God that created them. So
yeah. So, but Sherelle, that's why I just want you to. So you remember you just said I. So you pointed at me like, yeah, I know that, right? But if he doesn't know that,
Right.
I'm just saying I don't think he's trying to gaslight you because he doesn't know that you're going outside of that. Because he I guess his assumption, which they aren't safe, is that you're talking about the God of the Bible, Christ of the Bible, etc. You know what I mean?
okay. So I was thinking because even if because he was here when I was having a conversation, so that was the gaslighting. Is that didn't he just hear me answer the same question over and over and over? But then it's you want me to respond, and then the moment I start responding, you're talking through me, which makes me feel like you're really not actually hearing what I'm saying. You don't want to hear what I have to say unless I'm saying what you want me to say.
Okay.
Can I ask something else?
Let P finish.
Yeah.
All right, so you understand, Cheryl, when I'm asking you these questions, I'm just trying to enter your worldview, right? I'm not trying to I'm not trying to gaslight you. I'm not trying to get you in a gotcha or a aha moment. I know on a lot of panels that it can happen where people, they're trying to get you in an aha moment and say, oh, look, I pinned her in a corner. But when I hear the words Christ consciousness and when I hear oneness and all these kind of things, I guess what I'm trying to figure out from you is, are you trying to move towards an equality of the sexes? Or are you still in favor of some type of patriarchal system? Like, what does it look like? Are men still in leadership, or are they not in leadership? Are they leading together? But like I mentioned, the force doctrine that
I
if
could
me
see.
like
I
real quick,
she did. But so the reason why I'm interjecting because she did answer that question.
Okay, so last question. If you have group A and group B, right? So let's say we have this society which she created. We have group A, group B, and if group A has decided that they don't like what group B has said, right? And ultimately group B is much stronger, is more effective in being able to destroy let's say group A, because they don't agree with them. Ultimately, Group B will overtake them and enforce their rights on what they believe. So that's what I'm asking her. Are we looking? So is she trying to see something that has never been done upon the earth?
Yeah. So essentially, right, with the right people in charge, those people don't have that mindset. And so so if you ever heard her speak previously, and Sherelle, you can correct me, but I think I'll get this answer right. She was a trucker for 7 years. And she said that men aren't overly carnal. Men aren't out here trying to overtake women and treat women like shit. So the assumption that the men are just going to start fighting, I don't know if she necessarily agrees with that. If they lean into the Christ consciousness that she's trying to convey.
Okay, so if they lean into the consciousness that they wouldn't be geared towards this kind of behavior, is what she's
everybody's saying. One, right? They understand that the best person for the job does the job, regardless if they have a vagina or a penis.
Okay,
which Black Dawn was saying
which sounds great on
meritocracy,
paper,
and we both agreed on meritocracy, and I said that would probably go hand in hand with the Christ consciousness.
Yeah,
I guess and
I can break down again
No.
What patriarchy is. So a patriarchy is a social system that
No.
gives.
No. You don't have to break it down again.
Okay.
Yeah, you good.
I'm just saying if they understand if they're
No, JP.
understanding what patriarchy is. I
He
think
know.
y'all be missing what patriarchy is.
No. He knows. And I think P. I think when you're hearing it, you're like, in a perfect world, I could see it. But in the reality, similar to what Black Dawn said, what's actually gonna happen, right? I think that's where we get stuck.
Right. Communism sounds great on paper as well, you know, until you get into the nicks and crannies of it, then you realize, oh, okay,
Yeah.
Like I said, Group A doesn't agree with Group B, and there you're gonna find turmoil.
It's smoke. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we've seen for so
Definitely.
long.
Yeah.
So, and I think that's what Black Dawn alluded to. And I guess the Christ consciousness that she's talking to, if it's not achieved, we will see people perpetuate the same behavior. I think she's saying once you get into Christ consciousness and let go of ego, all that stuff won't happen at the same rates. Again, just her thought.
So the conversation just be at the end of the day, is the patriarchy evil in her eyes? Is she? I mean, can we just take the conversation there? Does she believe that it's an evil system?
Yeah, she said it's been destroying, and she said it hasn't worked. People have been destroyed because of it. Has painted ourselves against one another.
I think that the number one tactic with the patriarchy system is divide and conquer. Men against women. They involve racism, religion, everything that they've entered into the structure. It does not benefit the majority of people. It's never benefited the majority of people, and it will never benefit the majority of people. It is hurting the average man, and it hurts the average man more. It hurts the average man more than it actually benefits anything. So understand that a system that told you that you didn't even have to develop social skills because somebody needs to mute, but we're gonna you don't even have to like have social skills because we're gonna give everybody a wife, right? And then that same system told your wife she can work, and then that same system said get married and you can own them, and then that same system turned around and said you can divorce them and take their money. And then they told you to have kids. And then they created a fucking system to make you pay child support. You continuously lose.
But would you attribute
system.
that to? Would you attribute that to the patriarchy, or would you attribute that to some type of? I don't think I would attribute that to the patriarchal system. I think I would attribute that more so to, how would I say?
Capitalism.
Yeah. Greed. Yeah, I would say more so towards something like
patriarchy
that.
is capitalism.
No, but I wouldn't say. You go ahead. I'll
no, patriarchy is capitalism. Just like within the whole idea of the brainwashing of people not feeling like they have the power, even though they're the majority. Why isn't the power within the majority? Why instead of you working with your 5 brothers, and starting a business and working with your own hand? The Bible also says that a man gets his works by his hands. See, if you don't give the power, the ability to somebody to feed you, you can't give them. You also deny them the possibility to starve you. You understand what I'm saying? You teach a man how to fish, but now what is it done? They've built these corporations at the top, and then now everybody else is just feeder fish. And then no matter how many times we tried, the average person in the middle tries to, they keep destroying everybody at the bottom so that they can stay at the top. And I just think that that's a ridiculous way for us to continue to live in society. I also think in the long run, black children do not need to be in a white school system at all.
Land that plane.
I also think that black people need to have their own healers and their own holistic health. I think you need to stop eating food and diet, and we need to stop eating the same shit that everybody else eats because it's not for us. I think that we need to stop believing in somebody else's religion and praising, idol worshiping other gods. I think all of that came in with the patriarchal system.
You see, I would say.
I've been going back and forth and back. Final point, P. And then
there's a lot of things that I agree with her on when she speaks about how women can just delete the children if they please, or if they're the creators and these kind of stuff. Is when she loses me. I don't believe that. And the last point she made, I don't believe that it has. I believe it has some contributing parts of the patriarchy, but I don't believe that it's something that you can just point to the patriarchy. I think it's more so a breeding of some type of secularist or liberalism in society. And we see whether it's through Protestantism, which breeds this kind of degeneracy, which we accept anybody. Let's say you had an abortion, you can just come into the church and so-called forget, you could just repent, and now you're just dancing all on the floor, and then you could just be this sinful person. I think that's what we see, like in America. I think America is a country that was based in Protestantism, had Christian ethics, and then it's moving towards this kind of liberal society where we see the birth rate declining and all these kind of things. So I wouldn't attribute these things to the patriarchy. I'd say more so that it's more due to libertarianism or atheism, or some type of or even nihilism, because through one side of her mouth, she speaks.
You gotta be more concise.
All right, my bad. One last point. Through one side of her, and it's not disrespect her, but through one side of her mouth, she speaks very positively about the oneness and the unity between men and women and children, and she wants to see them in their roles. But on the other side of her mouth, when she says certain things about we can just remove babies, she sounds no different than an antinatalist. So she has to, that's where she loses me. But everything else, I'll leave it at that.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps this channel the most. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna read these super chats and then we'll get back to the questions. JP will be up first, then Chuck, and then Aaron, because I know he had a follow-up. Then we'll go back to EBD with a fresh point of view. Get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up, and Cheek if you have something as well. Reaper with the $2 says, so wars start because of patriarchy or human nature? UT with the $5 says, this is why women can't be the leaders. It's all over the place. See, this Palace with the $5 says, I hope everyone sees that Sherelle is trying to make men think, move, act, or behave like women. This is just another power play. Aaron Woe with the $2 says, quick to snap on Israelite, but not in non-believer. Aaron Woe with the $2 says, she ain't get rowdy with none of the black guys. Blackies. Funny. Simply Jonathan was popping with a 10 pound, says Christ consciousness won't work. 16,000 different what does it mean? 16,000 different
God and goddesses.
Gods and goddesses, yeah.
Okay. And God and goddesses plus an agnostic. I don't believe in your God. See, this Palace with the $5 says CJ with the $5 says the other day I said Sherelle gained a subscriber. Today she might have lost one. Aaron Woe with the $2 says, she rowdy with P because of his skin tone. Fifi with the $5 says Cherokee natives live in a matriarchal society. It doesn't mean men don't fight in war, etc. Men are still workers and protectors. They work together. Jay Miller with the $5 says, women are the number one consumers on earth. Sherelle, how many shoes do you own?
I got one pair of shoes.
Walk the Talk with the $2 says, turn the AC off and turn on the source. Marcus Evans with the $5 says, Aaron and Trigger Mike just bodied Sherelle badly. Aaron Woe with the $2 says, can we start blaming the elders instead of genders? Darius with the $5 says, to the comfortable point. Just like most consumers, they want it now. They do not care for the consequences after. UT with the $2 says, everything has a give and a take, Sherelle. Dottie with the £5 says, salute to Sherelle. She is articulating her perspectives brilliantly, and she don't have no backup. Vet Life with the $5 says, Sherelle, why are you doing this? You literally have an army of men, the patriarchy, that protects you back in New Orleans. Cut it out. You said that. Insane one with the $2. You can't build anything without destroying something. Exclamation point. The Standard RLC with the $5 says, there's a study from UChicago that said the queens in European history were 39% more likely to start wars. Carlisle Tom with the $10 says, Iceland had an experiment where no women worked for several days to see if it would disrupt the function of the society. It did not. We are not equal, respectfully. CJ with the $5 says, yeah, Sherelle was on point the other day. I don't know what the fuck she's talking about today. Reaperell with the $5 says, women are not more spiritual. They are seduced by random spirits more than men. Thus why in most religious texts, God spoke more through men versus women. Black Ice with the $2 says, test tube baby is literally a real thing. Reaperell with the $2 says Sherelle got her talking points from Nature Boy. Jonathan was popping. With the 20 ball says, I used to work at GM in Lordstown. I don't have any idea how to build a car, but I did follow the blueprints that the engineers drew up. I didn't create anything. The design was given. AL with the $5 says, if anyone can host or incubate anyone's, I think I read this one. Yeah, defeats the creator argument. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. There's some interesting points. Let me read this one. See, Moses with the $10 says, men handle your business and the rest will follow suit. Don't be afraid to course correct and take in new information. Christ over man, man over women, women over children, and everybody wins on a winning team. I have one more. Aaron with the $2 says, if Hamp says shalom to P, he must be Israelite. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that one more. Reaperell with the $5 says, capitalism was born from successful Italian city-states of the Renaissance era, not the patriarchy. You learn from playing Civic 6 than you learn more from playing Civic 6 than from Sherelle. Get the likes up, get the likes up, get the likes up, man. JP, what was your follow-up question?
So, Kai had his dialogue with her right quick, Hamp.
Go ahead.
So, Sherelle, when you say, okay, I can ask you this question. When you spoke about live, you said the eggs and stuff is live and all that other type of stuff, right? I can't hear you.
No, I didn't say the egg was live.
Oh, because I was wondering if that was the case, how come women can't donate eggs, right? If eggs was the most important thing and it's not just a shell, how come women can't donate eggs the way we could donate sperm? Right?
Baby.
So
You know how much you get for sperm? $100. You know how much I would get for an egg? $30,000.
So it's women out there donating eggs.
Yes, baby, I'm about to give my eggs away. Are you crazy?
You got me on that. You got me on that.
To sell
Black
these
Dawn,
eggs.
stop.
$30,000.
Okay, you got me on that.
You say you got it,
here's
bro.
my question. I remember. Okay, so do you believe that woman only has one job?
Huh?
Do you believe that a woman only has one job?
One job?
Yeah, women.
No, a woman wears many hats.
Women wears many hats, right? So you brought up the chess earlier, right? You referenced the chess, right? Do you believe in chess? Do you believe that chess holds some type of truthful value and understanding to it?
What's chess?
Chess, like kings and queens. Yeah, you referenced that earlier. Chess.
Like the game, the board?
Yes, the game chess. Yeah.
I didn't bring up chess.
Yes, you did when you said the queen could do all the other type of stuff.
I was talking about real kings and queens.
Right, but you have brought up chess, and I was going to ask you, why is it only women only have one role? There's only one piece of a woman that's on the chess game. Signifies that a woman only has one role.
Well, JP, it's a moot point because she didn't bring up chess. She was talking about real kings and queens. So Sherelle, in chess, there's only one woman on the board, being the queen. All the rest of the pieces are men.
How y'all know the pawn's not women? What happens if you get the pawn to the other side of the board? What does the pawn turn into? Can the pawn turn into a queen?
So that means transgender, maybe? Hold on, that means
terrible example.
So Sherelle, if the woman was the pawn on the chessboard, that means the woman is a peasant. Damn.
Maybe the pawn is a baby, and then you get to the other side with a sperm head. Then you turn into a queen.
Yeah, turn into a queen, and they get that extra brill. You know.
Okay.
Well, let them. Well, hold on. Let's not create a mess. So, JP, make your point as opposed to asking the questions. I guess based on the value, though, I think Sherelle would agree. The pawns would be most likely men.
Right. So, well, I was just trying to signify that a woman only has one role. But here's the thing: when it comes to Sherelle, it seems like Sherelle would hear somebody say some good stuff, and she would try to emulate that. And then when she get investigated, interrogated, she run out of defense because she was just mimicking somebody else's thoughts. Like the other day, like she mentioned a statement earlier talking about his story, right? When you referencing his story and these history facts and all these history stuff could be lies, and it was used to destroy people. But yet you talking about conscious Christ. The Bible was the most thing that was used to control people, and we don't have pure facts that stuff was actually existed. And we all know that the Bible was given to us to control us. So which one is it? Last week you said you game banging for the Bible, the Christ, but today you saying that his stories and history stuff don't mean it's not true, and it was used to manipulate and control people. Which one is it?
Can I start telling you what I think about you?
No, I'm talking about
what I think. No, because this is what you're doing to me. I'm about to return your favor.
Hey,
I think you're obsessed. I think you're obsessed with me, and you're gonna come everywhere that I am around, and you're gonna talk to me so much. You're gonna bring up shit that happened a week ago.
Is this on the topic? Did he go off topic?
I don't know what he's talking about. He's off topic talking about what happened last week.
The basic premise is this. Let me talk. The basic premise is this. Saying that you learn this from someone, and essentially you're parroting it, but he's not sure if you believe it.
Because that's what he made his mind up about me 3 years ago. You keep trying to tell me what you think of me, like I can't start telling you fucked up shit that I think about you.
Why doesn't JP? Why are you questioning whether or not she believes this information or she knows it for herself?
He's trying to attack my character, not my premise.
No,
and if you want to start attacking characters, then we
don't we all learn something? No, we're not. Don't we all learn something from somewhere? Don't we all read books, or we have teachers and etc.?
Hold on one second, man. All this defending shit is whack. What I'm saying.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm asking you.
The shit is whack.
Okay, so listen. So answer what I'm asking you. Answer what I'm asking you. So do we all not get our information from somewhere? Do we all not have teachers and etc.?
No, come on now. Okay, if I come on this bitch talking about sing a whole different song, I understand that we all learn something, but at the end of the day, her whole fucking premise was on a different side. Nah, you was game banging this shit with your whole life, and today, since you done heard somebody say some shit that sounded slick to you, you was like, oh, I could use this in the debate. And so you're going to come up with a different premise, and all of a sudden you don't believe in the shit that you game banging with your life last week. That ain't no fucking learning nothing.
Okay, so now, based on what I heard last week, and based on what she's saying this week, she's saying the same thing.
No, she's not.
What part is different from last week? Answer my question.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Well, like, how come you coming at me all like that, though, man?
I'm asking you to answer my question.
I am answering your question. I just
okay. So what is different from last week?
What is different from last week?
Yes, sir.
Is that when she brought up earlier, when she was talking about historical facts that's been used to manipulate motherfuckers, when she was talking about that his stories and stuff that was used to control people, the Bible was the number one thing who have done everything she talked about today.
Okay.
But she banged it last week. Which one you believe? This is why it gave me the assumption that she just coming up here and regurgitating some shit that somebody have said to her that sounded slick, and she trying to use it. It's not her original. We don't know where the fuck she stand.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk him, I know you stand. When Cheeky talk, I know you stand because you have a history of this is what your stance. It don't differentiate based on somebody saying some slick shit. One day you believe this, the next day you believe that, and one day you believe this, and next day you believe that. You ain't gonna how could you talk to that person? You don't know where they stand.
Okay, so that's fair. And the reason why I shut it down so directly because I'm not going that path from you or Sherelle or anybody else. So, Sherelle, it sounds like the information that you share contradicts itself, and that's what JP is pointing out. Because there's confusion whether or not you support the Bible, if you're against the Bible, is the Christ you're talking about of the Bible. You did mention that you read different things outside of the Bible, but it's hard to sort it out. If somebody literally doesn't know the Bible, I could see them being confused. To JP's point, not saying he's making that point, but I think it coincides with this point. So where is this ideology stemming from? Where does it come from? How can we make it palatable for the majority of people?
I'm not trying to make it I'm not trying to make it palatable for the majority of people. I've said countless times that I am not here to push my beliefs on anybody. Chiki's known me the longest, so he understands that I read the Bible, but I go outside of the text. I've said that multiple times on this panel that I think that God is beyond the Bible, and I do not feel like anybody can monopolize the Bible. I also last week I just recently said that the way that the Bible is set up, the way that they removed books, is so that they can push a patriarchal agenda.
But you
The way
also
the way that they serve it is so that they can control women a lot of
but
times, which I think that they use the Bible in general to cause a religion from just a book of people's way of life. They cause a religion, and I feel like religion is bondage. And I feel like I've always said these things, even within me feeling like me understanding women and parthenogenesis and all of that. This is nothing new. This is 4
okay.
years ago. I've been saying the same thing.
What Sherelle, last week you was getting on me for talking about families and stuff like that. Remember you was talking about women shouldn't be fucking and all this other type of stuff. You was talking about women shouldn't be fucking and all this other type of stuff. And I was the one pushing families. Now to fucking today, you pushing families. What's one the fuck? How
When have I ever not pushed families? When have I ever not pushed families?
Or confused? She was
When
literally
have I ever
talking
not pushed
against what I
families?
was saying last
So
week.
this is what
This
she
is a
said
man with
last week.
obsession with me.
She said,
And he
"Let
needs to let it
the 304s expose themselves. Let them be that, so we can clearly differentiate from the women who are not."
She was literally against what I was talking about. I was the one talking about having
Yeah,
families and
I'm
stuff like that. She
just
was talking against it.
based on that particular point. Why don't you ask her now?
I don't know. It's worth it to ask her now because her shit changes from day to day. That's all I'm saying.
You went to Egypt with no passport, J Prince. You're Egyptian
Nah,
and
I went to
Gullah-Geechee, J
Egypt with no
Prince.
passport.
Do you
Okay.
understand that?
All
Do
right.
you understand that?
First off,
Do you want me to get in your
no. First
discrepancy?
off,
All right.
no.
All right.
Ain't
All
no
right. This is
man.
about
It's always all right every
this
time
is
a
about
motherfucker say
talking
something
point.
fucking to me, man.
This is about talking. What you say?
I said it's always fucking all right. I'm always getting shut the fuck up when everybody get to say shit.
I don't know what you're talking about. Y'all need to just stop clicking the link if that's how you feel, because I'm tired of you asserting that notion. Now, that is irrelevant, Sherelle, right? He's saying that the talking points run into each other, right? He's trying to ask, how do we know what to believe or what not to believe if they seem gargled up?
I think anybody who listens to me don't think that they're gargled up. I think that anybody with their mind made up about me, no matter what comes out of my mouth, their mind is already made up, and I'm not about to stoop down to impress anybody, especially with somebody who has a questionable anything.
So if I was
You don't have
listening to you,
he don't
Sherelle,
have the authority to question my character. He just do not.
well,
So
if I
don't
was
go
a
low
new
with me, because I'm gonna go to
listener,
hell.
if I was
Go
a
ahead,
new
JP.
if I was a new listener and I was just watching the panel, and I say last week I said, yeah, I like what Sherelle is saying. Well, what the bam, and then next week on that same topic, you talking the other side. What you mean? Can't nobody question you, have no authority. What you saying? You double talking.
What am I double talking? Name the one thing that I'm name specifically what you're talking about.
First of all, when you just brought up earlier, when you start talking about history is his stories, it's not true. It was used to manipulate people. Why do people sit up there and believe all type of stuff? But then you want to bang the Bible. That's the Bible have done that very thing.
Did I not say that last week?
Hold on. Secondly, you sitting up here telling women not to have babies and focus on yourself, be celibate and all this other punk shit. And then I was the one talking about families. Now today you talking about fucking families. Creating and having families.
First of all, you was talking about women being whores and being baby mamas, because that's what you have, right? And I told women to be celibate and close their fucking legs
You
to
was talking in
random men
general. You
so
weren't
they don't
talking
get stuck
specifically
having
about me.
kids with niggas like you. That's what I was saying.
You weren't
And
talking.
I've
You
been
was talking
saying
in
that.
general. You weren't
Yeah,
talking
I'm going to
specifically about
continue to
me.
say that. What
I
are you
think
talking
you just
about?
start regurgitating your points and develop your own stance.
Go to
Because we
Egypt
don't know
first.
where the fuck you
Get a
stand at.
passport, bro.
Last week is one thing, is another week is this thing.
You're not saying that. Nobody spoke against families. You're not creating families. They're creating broken homes. And it is better for them to be celibate and close their legs and stop
Just like your parents
producing
created you with broken
children.
home, right?
Exactly.
Exactly, right?
My
17
my,
of
my
y'all,
daddy
right?
was with my mama.
You a product of that, right? Broken homes,
Okay.
right?
And so somebody make a mistake.
So
I'm
don't
supposed to
talk
make
like
the
you
same mistake
elevated
with them
above
because what?
the
You don't
degeneracy.
want to grow. You don't want to evolve from what you are. You rather stay in the gutter because you're from the gutter. That's your
Shout out to
thing.
the
You
gutter.
don't want to evolve so diminished. I told you that already. You don't get to tell me that I don't get to evolve from what I come from.
And
You
like
don't
earlier,
get
when
to
I
say that.
called out earlier when I said that
You don't get to
when it
say that.
comes to
If
this
it's
sounds more
white
like a
people
gender
have broken
war.
families and you come from a
This
broken
sounds
family,
more like a gender war, and
not
through
to break
time.
one.
I said when I called it out earlier, I said this shit sounds like a gender war because women feel like they powerless, so they take the little thing that they need to feel like they control and be powerful.
Majority
And
of women
everybody called me a lie,
on the
and throughout
country
the
have more power.
conversation, that's a fuck what she did.
Majority, I have more power than you, Jay Prince.
So what do you say about when JP's making his point? Like CJ is very new around these parts, and he has a similar sentiment, Sherelle. So let's take out the fact that there's a allegation of 3 years. There's an issue. So, like for instance, there's people saying double talking, and CJ said it just a few minutes ago. Can you clear up why? Do you think they have an agenda against you? Because they don't have a reason to have one. And P
When it comes to CJ, he's new.
Go ahead.
with
Sorry.
CJ, so what I would understand is this: is that we kind of talked about this when we talked about it. Is that me and you may align in certain different ways. So we're having a conversation about where we align. Then you're gonna like me. The only difference is when I stand on what I stand on and you disagree with it, now you don't like me. That's why I never came here to be liked. If you like me, that's a plus. I came here to be me. Sherelle is going to stand in her truth and live in her truth, regardless of who it offends. Now, tomorrow, there may be a topic that you agree with me on. Oh, me and you like watermelon. But then the next day, I say my favorite food is pizza and you like hamburgers. Now we disagreeing. That's all it's about because I'm not pushing my beliefs on anybody else. I don't expect anybody to agree with me 100%. The people who love me the most don't agree with me. I'm not looking for your agreement. We're having a conversation about my beliefs and what I think the trajectory of this country needs to go to.
And I'm not shaming your beliefs.
Now, see, I'm talking about CJ. I'm not talking about you. Now, CJ is disagreeing with that. He didn't come up here to question me or qualify anything. He's making up his mind. I do not have time to change somebody's mind about me. I'm going to continue to be me. And as we get to know each other, as we get to grow, you either take one stance or you take another. I'm not going to change myself to fit into somebody else's pocket. I ain't here for that.
Okay. EBD was here last week, right? EBD. What do you think so far?
You mean as far as the subject matter last week and then this week?
Well, I'm just assessing everything that's happening, right? And people are trying to understand why are they seeing there. I'm not saying this. I have to count, right? Literally count. It's 650 people in the chat, but there's like a just trying to understand what she's getting at. They seem to be confused. I know you like to explain things away, and I know you were here last week when we did that show.
Okay, so what I think everyone is reacting to for the most part, especially the men, is that when we hear you talking about like women as far as power or the power of creation or things like that, like there's a lot of history and science and study and hard work that men have dedicated their every waking life to discover, right? We've had to discover stars, planets, the universe, water, cooking, agriculture. Men have had to actually dedicate their lives to a science or a craft. And so when we say things with an authoritative tone, it's pretty much trusted among society as a large, because we don't have the benefit of coming up with deceptive arts to confuse other men, right? That's deception is the art of war, right? But truth and facts build civilization and society. It's a mutual contract where we can objectively call a thing a thing. We can all point to a tree. We can all agree that there are many different trees among the world. But when we point and say that's a tree, there are no debates, there are no arguments, there are no earth twos where that isn't a factor, right? So there are a lot of concrete scientific things that men have come up with, such as patriarchy, that has a solid definition systemically in when it comes to protecting both women and children. These are society rules that men and only men have created amongst each other. There has been no meeting or discussion that says this is what we're going to do. We as men have taken upon ourselves to say that in war, women and children are completely excluded. It is something that we can agree to even in war when we're trying to kill each other. So there are lines that have been, and this is throughout all human history. This isn't just a 2024 thing, obviously. There are things that men aren't going to move on, and one of those things is number one, facts, number two, history, and then number three, science. These are things that we give our life and dedicate our lives to. Wars come and go. They only last a little bit. But studies and concretes and factoids and what we know to be true will outlive us all. The sun will outlive us all, and so will the water and the earth and probably a lot of the animals, from a society's perspective. But as far as only now do we hear this rhetoric about what a woman is or isn't and how we're trying to redefine it. Men are not going to be in the business of redefining anything. So it's not you personally, Sherelle, that we have a problem with. It's just the rhetoric, because we know science has come too far for us to kind of fiddle around the edges and call a man a girl and a girl a man. We're never going to move off of that. We're standing on concrete, not sand.
Well said.
Okay. Cheek. What you think?
Why you look like the response and everything?
I know he was gonna go like long, but I hope he brought some clarity. I understood what he was saying.
I did too. I was trying to figure out the response. I don't know, man. We kind of got a little all over the place. Not from the EBD. I wasn't here for last week's conversation, so Jay Prince could be right. She could be inconsistent. I have no idea. I don't know about any of that. But what I can say is, I just think that it's hard to categorize something like this, because it's a perspective that's mixed, right? When I first got on the internet or first came to like live streaming, people thought I was a Christian because of certain beliefs, and I'm like, no. And then when I try to explain Israelite, it's like, oh, you're Israelite. No, I just have beliefs because I have understanding and research so many different things. Mm-hmm. Some of those principles and ideas I can agree with, and they coincide within my everyday life, but don't try to label me as a particular thing. Mm-hmm. So while yes, I can agree with certain things in the Bible because I see the application of those things within my life through principle or ethics or morals. That doesn't mean I'm a Christian or Israelite. It doesn't mean I'm a Hebrew man either. All right. Same thing applies. I've learned about other things from, believe it or not, Wiccans, which are witches. They believe in earth, and I'm in Atlanta. Earthy chicks, they have different ideas, and some of those things I can understand and go, oh, that makes sense. When you step outside barefoot, you grounded. There is science to it, and it is legitimate. There's some legitimacy behind it, but it doesn't make me a witch or a warlock. It doesn't make me somebody that's earthy, because I'm not. I'm eating meat. Pause. Oh, fuck all that. I'm eating steak. Right? I'm eating steak. I'm not, no sounding bowls for me. No chakra in my nose. Don't touch me. All right. I'll punch you. But just because I don't all the way agree with, there's just, don't try to categorize certain things. Just try to understand it for what it is. And then if you don't agree with it, just say you don't agree with it. Because like I said, from the very beginning when I first got here, this is her faith, her belief. I can't argue this shit. I don't really know it. I'm learning with y'all. But what I can say is you need some sperm. All right. At least that's what it's been telling us.
Tiki told me I'm not an Israelite, him.
He ain't lying. He ain't lying.
So
well, let me
He said you ain't no Israelite.
it's so just to respond to Cheeky, yeah. So, but the ideologies, right? When you are researching and studying, and you like parts, it will come across as a bit of confusion while you're trying to figure it out. So when people are in the figuring out process and they're looking at different ideologies and they like this, they like that, they like this. If you start to then try to search their brain and mine it out with them, they all start to run together and they don't coincide. So if you're talking to someone who is strict on their ideology and you're pulling from parts of theirs and then you add in Medusa, niggas, and what the fuck you talk with Medusa for? You know what I mean? And that's why a sentiment like what JP is stating more simply than what EBD said. That's why everybody's like, ho, that don't sound right, because of the ideologies that are in their head, and then it feels to people like there are like it's a bunch of ideologies in one.
So,
but that's what y'all did me the same thing people used to do. Cheeky, it's like I know the Bible, so y'all say I'm a Christian, and then he feels like I'm a Christian, right? So that's why a lot of times when he get on the panel with me, he try to bring up the Bible, even though he don't believe in the Bible, which is also knowing that it's going to be friction, is that he don't believe in the Bible or read the Bible. So even if I prove something with the Bible, he's just going to return by saying, I don't believe in the Bible, I don't read the Bible, which is a moot point, which I know that he's been getting to for the last 3 years.
Go back,
Let
Sherelle.
me clarify.
No, let me clarify this. Sherelle, let me interject. Let me clarify on this. This is what is actually happening. Do you remember the other day when we were talking about the Bible, right? We were going through different scriptures, Genesis 6, the Nephilim, etc. And then when I brought up the story of the flood, you threw out the flood. That's what's happening. So you were using one part, and then when I brought the flood into play, you were like, I don't believe in the flood. And then I'm like, wait. That's too convenient based on the other ideologies that you have in your head. That's different from somebody not believing. That's taking one part.
I don't believe in the flood happening the way, just the same way I understand the Adam and Eve
the same way the Bible says.
Yeah, so,
no, 100%.
So like when I compare these stories and I understand that these stories are aligning with these stories with Inky and Anu and Lil, is that certain specific things in the Bible have literally been dragged from other ancient texts and put inside the Bible. It is a I've looked at the Bible and I have researched beyond it, and I understand that other people's ancient texts that existed well before the Bible was written was written in other texts, and their stories were copied and put in the Bible.
Slow down, though. Remember when we had this conversation, and this is what JP was alluding to. You said, I don't believe in that. Right? We didn't dive into Anunnaki at that juncture. So when I don't believe in that, but then Genesis 6 was okay, but then Genesis 7 and 8 wasn't, it lends to confusion. It's literally like a double talk right then and there is how it would sound.
So the thing that I think, just especially when it comes to online topics, most things, most people aren't versed enough to even give their explanation for a lot of things. One, and then two, most people aren't versed enough to even hear the explanation, right? Because in the same sentence, in the same conversation, to be fair, Hamp, you said you don't believe in immaculate conception, but that is a Christian principle that happens in the New Testament, and you'll go, well, I'm not an Israelite that believes in that for this reason. But you trying to give that explanation, most people ain't ready for that.
It wouldn't be a biblical principle.
But that's only if you don't agree to sola scriptura, which is a very Christian.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. People,
I agree. Go ahead, T.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I agree. That's why when she said what she's, go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Well, I was just saying. All right. Well, let me say this real quick.
I'm gonna go mute.
All right. Niggas be trying to be so polite. You can't be polite at all. This shit is crazy. Essentially, to your point, right? To be verse to respond, verse to understand. When Sherelle and I are talking, I think there's an elevated level of understanding, so we get through it more cleanly than when people come up to your point.
Yeah,
go ahead. That's all.
That's why
you got it, JP. After that,
when it's coming from people who we may not see as versed enough, it's frustrating, right? And it's not a slight at anybody, and I'm not trying to come at. I'm just saying because this happens all the time. This is why old people get young people. Like, how do you know about this little nigga? You ain't didn't. It's this idea that you don't have the expertise to really question me, and I know I'm well more versed and I've done more work in this area, and you're not asking this in genuine curiosity. You're asking this either as an attack or as a point of disproving instead of trying to have the conversation. Jay Prince, I'm not saying that's what you were doing. I'm just saying that's how it can be interpreted.
Like I'll keep hearing that people saying that they not the Bible. They don't believe, but if you sit up there banging something, right? And now on one breath you saying that, oh, I don't believe in the Bible. It's not all that what y'all saying. If you sit up here saying that, I don't believe in the Bible, woo out the bam, I'm not that. But then on another breath, you sit up there banging this Bible like you believe in it. You that. How you gonna bang for something that you don't believe in?
Well, I think it's easy if you know something. For example, most men in this space, whether they would like to admit it or not, believe very strongly in the Bible when it comes to patriarchal or male dominated stances.
Yeah.
But the moment you pull up a verse that says a man must love his wife like Christ loved the church, or he must be willing to lay down his life for his friends, or do this, or like when you start comparing Christ to the church and what men are actually supposed to do in the New Testament according to Paul in his writings, most men don't know that. And most men, when they hear, I don't want to. So of course, if I have a stance and I know for a fact because I've read the Bible numerous times over and I can quote it to you and tell you this is the context, this is the historical event, and you're saying you believe this, I'm going to see how much do you believe it. Jay Prince, you don't believe in the Bible. So if you say something about the Bible and I go, well, what about this in the Bible? You're going to be like, I don't believe that. And it's going to be like,
what just like Sherelle just said, right? I got the privilege to know that Bible is mimicked from older texts, right? So that's what made me stop believing the Bible. But I stopped believing once. You lie to me once, okay. You lie to me twice. You keep lying to me, I'm throwing the whole book away. So when you sit up here, you can cherry pick multiple things. See, the stuff that you point out, Cheeky, that's some stuff that's natural. You don't need no Bible to tell you to love your woman, love and stuff like that. That's something innately in our essence out the gate before the Bible was even thought of. I think you missing nature in religion. So, but like when you
can you repeat that?
If you sit up here saying, Sherelle sit up here saying that there's a lot of stuff in that Bible that she don't believe, and it came from older texts. So she agreed to that. So that means that Bible is not a word of God. Because if you tell me that on another breath, y'all said God is the truth and God not gonna lie to you, but they hold what she just pointed out that word of God, that book, has all consistencies and nothing but lies in it. So instead of me banging that what I can be considered to be lied or can be argued, I wouldn't bang something that me myself know that it's a certain amount of stuff that's in there that I don't believe is questionable and it's nothing but lies. Why then would you go out there and bang it with your life like you believe in it?
First of all,
can you repeat what you said, Jay Prince?
I don't. First of all, your opinion is I bang the Bible.
Oh, my bad.
Second of all, your opinion.
Hold on, Sherelle. Hold on, they asked me to repeat.
Hold on, Sherelle. His mic is so JP is doing the thing like Borgen, I guess is the right term. Maybe
like staticky. It's like
It's just I'll drop the link right now and just come back in real quick. Then hopefully that'll fix it.
Do y'all agree with? I didn't see it, but do y'all agree that Sherelle was banging the Bible last week? Because that could just be the point of contention. I just don't understand.
Was it?
No. So here, let me answer twice. No, because I know, and I think you would agree. But if you didn't know the Bible, I could see how you could come up with that. Yes.
Okay, so it's okay. I give was well. I would have to. I'm gonna just have to go back and watch and see because right now I have no context, so I can't really say yes or no to that. And then if I'm asking JP, of course he's going to say yes. And then if I ask other people, they'll say yes, and some people say no. I just don't know. I have no idea, to be honest.
Yeah, and then if you listen to the earlier part of our conversation, was just Sherelle and I, Cheeky, I don't know if you were here. We were talking about like Deborah and Judges and what was happening in Judges. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I missed that.
Yeah. Well, essentially, we were talking about Judges in terms of patriarchy and etc. Sherelle brought up the book of Judges, talking about Deborah. So again, if you just lean on that and then not knowing fully what her stance is, his synopsis isn't broken.
It's not crazy.
It's not far-fetched.
It's not crazy. Okay. Oh yeah. I if that's the case, then I think he may have a fair assessment. I don't know it completely. That's all. I don't know.
I feel like this. I feel like
Can I say this before this mess up, Sherelle?
I've never ever said that the Bible is full of lies.
No.
I said it's a collection of different stories. I don't bang it. I do believe in it. I do take, and what have I told you, Tiki? Like, I believe it for what it is. I do not believe it as some system that I'm supposed to live by and hold dear to my heart and never ever look at life outside of it. No. I've used it for what it needs to be used for. I understand it. I've also said the reason why I study the Bible is because the Bible is a very manipulating book, and people who do not read it or understand it will be manipulated and controlled by it. So I have read it. So my whole thing is just because I know the Bible and I know the text and I know how to talk Bible and not let people confuse me or manipulate it. And I've also studied to see where certain parts of the book have other text does not mean I'm double talking.
No. Well,
It means I understood the assignment when I was a Christian and I read the Bible. When I was an Israelite, I had to read it again. After Israel, I had to read it again. And then I went beyond. It's saying that when I was in something, I needed to study the text, and I studied the text, and then I went in beyond it.
No, all I'm
I don't
saying
understand what you're saying.
No. All I'm saying is, right. If I'm me myself, you can't lie to me 3 times for me to throw you a whole way and
But
just
that's
look
your
at you like,
personal beliefs
can you
about the
please
Bible.
stop, man? Let somebody finish their thought. You got all the chance to talk.
It's my
somebody
show. Damn.
If somebody lied to me 3 times, I'm damn near gonna look at you like a liar. Would y'all agree to that? That's a yes for most people. So if you willing to admit that it's more than 3 items in the Bible that you can sit out there, point out and say that's a lie, but yet they told you God is the truth and God won't lie to you, and they said through that book that's the word of God. So that means that book is validated because that's the word of God. But yet you yourself can point out lies, right? So if I could point out lies that coming from a book that was meant to be the truth because God stamped it, and I can still point out lies, I'm not gonna bang that. I'm not gonna bang that book because at that point, if I could point out 4 or 5 lies, why would I bang something that if I could point out 4 or 5 lies, what makes you think it is not more lies that other people can see or know about the book? So at that point, you will never catch me bang something with my dear life, even me even crushing it. That's pointless. I'm already crushing it, so why would I bang it?
Yeah, that's a personal belief, right? Like
That's his
I can't argue
personal
that. Yeah, I won't be able to argue that. I think what you're saying makes sense, which is why I don't claim to be a Christian or Israelite or anything, because I've seen some contradictions or some disbeliefs that I just don't agree with. So I don't claim those things, but I have some understanding of it. So yeah, I just think that's a personal preference. Like for you personally, you wouldn't use the Bible. So you wouldn't use the Bible, right, at all.
No, because if it got more than 3 lies, it's not credible.
Okay, and if that's the case, you wouldn't try to use the Bible against somebody either, too, right? Because it's just not credible.
No, what I can do for the people that what I usually do when I try to use the Bible against somebody else is usually be from the people from the Bible, like when they that's banging the Bible, like when they said Adam and Eve was the first two people. Then I said, okay, let's use your Bible against you then. So you saying Adam and Eve was the first two people? They would say yes. They said they told us that we all got Adam's apple. The reason why we got this Adam's apple, all men got Adam's apple because Eve gave Adam the forbidden fruit and they cursed us with the Adam. They all said yes. So I said,
I didn't
well,
know
wait,
that
hold
part.
on once, hold on once. So I said, well, we're gonna use the Bible against you. According to that Bible, y'all said that we got Adam's apple because Adam ate the forbidden fruit, and everybody agreed. So I said, okay, cool. So, but they also said men existed before Adam and Eve. I said, okay, cool. I said, well, the men that existed before Adam and Eve did not have a fucking Adam's apple. Period. It couldn't have.
Okay.
The
Well, I
Bible
don't.
never says
saying is
anything
they
about an
Wait.
apple or an
Wait.
apple. That's what
Before
I'm
we
talking about. When you don't
stop,
read it,
stop.
how can you
Before we
debunk
even go,
something? Wait, Kiki, how can you debunk something you don't read? That's when the stupidity starts to happen.
No, it's
There is
called
no
critical
there
thinking.
is no text in the Bible that ever says it's an apple. There is no text in the Bible that says you get an Adam's
right?
apple from Adam eating the apple. There is a text in the Bible that says that there were
Chat.
people
Have y'all
created
ever
before
heard that
Adam and
before?
Eve. If you literally understood the Bible, then you could have the conversation. But when you don't
Okay.
understand it, you just sound dumb.
Well. See, I'm not even throwing no person shots at you. Okay,
We
they said.
we
Wait.
gonna,
Hold on, once, cheeky. Let me get this out. They
bro.
said
Hey,
women
Ham, get it.
from.
Yeah, Ham,
They
you
said
get it under
Eve
control, dog.
came. They told us. Hold on once. They told us that Eve came from Adam's rib, right? But yet they could tell us women existed before Adam and Eve. Sherelle just said women been here way before Adam and Eve. So how the fuck, according to that Bible, how the fuck that women came from Adam? Eve came from Adam, meaning that she's the first woman. But yet there was women there way before Adam, way before Eve. So I typically use the Bible against them. That's why I'm saying, cheeky.
Okay, so let's
They own words. It's called critical thinking.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z, we'll figure that out. Aaron.
No, you don't got to make a joke of it. I don't
I'm
have to
not
read
making a
something
joke
to
of it.
hear
No, I
bullshit.
can't answer that. Aaron, you gotta.
Yeah.
Aaron.
You don't have to study something to hear bullshit.
To answer your
hell was that?
question,
Anybody hear that?
Aaron, turn your mic down a bit. Go ahead.
How about now?
Yeah, it sounds like a transformer when you unmute it. Like Bumblebee.
Say again.
No, you good now.
To answer your question, queens, pawns can become promoted to queen. But I think this conversation is indicative of what happens when you get rid of the patriarchy. What the patriarchy does allow for is a lot of different beliefs and religions to coexist. With what you're suggesting we place the patriarchy with, would assume that everyone believes in your idea of God. There are some who don't even believe in a God, or they may not align with your idea of God. And then where does that put them when it comes back to the conversation of who determines the roles? Those who have the closest conversation with God. I think what will happen is sort of like what happens in communism, where the idea is that everyone puts into a kitty and then everybody is to benefit from that kitty. But what will end up happening is the one ruler will benefit from the labor of all. And you may say that that's kind of what's happening today with capitalism or the patriarchy, but I would say it's more of an indicator of the flaw of man. I don't think there are any systems that can really eradicate corruption and greed. That's something that we, the people, we, the masses, have to storm the castle essentially and eradicate ourselves. But I don't think it's a component of patriarchy. I think maybe some things about misogyny are fooling you into thinking that it's patriarchy. But I don't think it's patriarchy. Because patriarchy is where the man is the leader in his household, the end. And I think I remember you saying earlier that you agree with that. And if you don't, it's going to put you into some challenging situations.
Patriarchy is a system or a government in which men hold the power and women are largely excluded from power. Excluded. Excluded just because they're women.
When you say patriarchy, are you talking about in the realm of the form of government or in just a societal lifestyle? Because if that's the case, women aren't excluded from the voting process. They're not excluded from holding any office. In fact, we don't live in a patriarchy as we speak, if that's your definition of it. Women are 100% equal in rights. In fact, they have more rights than men if you think about it, and are 100% welcome into the legislative process.
That's the definition of the patriarchy. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, then there's no patriarchy to
That's
get
not
rid
my.
of.
That's
If
not
that,
my. That's not my definition. That's the definition in the patriarchy. Like
well,
I
then
said, it's already crumbling. I'm telling y'all that it's already crumbling. It's not my opinion. I'm watching it.
I'm
I'm watching it happen.
I'm trying to figure out how to have the conversation. I'm willing to have it either way if we were to go with your definition or the definition. But if we go with the
That's the
definition, then
definition. I'm reading it from Oxford.
no. But what I'm saying is I'm willing to have the conversation either way you'd like to take it. I just want to know which definition you are referring to, yours or the. Because if we were to refer to the patriarchy has essentially been crumbled already, and there's nothing more that must die. But if we were to use your definition, the title of the show saying the patriarchy must die can now be a conversation. I just would like to know which definition you'd like to, for the context to fall under.
I didn't just say what the I said it.
You
A
did.
system where
You did.
women are excluded from power.
You did. No. I'm just saying
That's
which
one of
one you.
them. And I also said the system that was built on patriarchy with the religious, the school systems, the food systems, the pharmaceutical industries, medicine, the socialization of it all of that needs to fall. The byproducts of patriarchy, it also needs to go.
Okay, now that's a different story. Because to say the patriarchy must die, it is deceased. You're saying that along with it should go all of the byproducts of the patriarchy. Well,
Not all
are you
the
willing to
byproducts,
risk
but some
all
of
of
them.
the? Okay, so are you willing to throw the baby out with the bathwater? Meaning, are you willing to give up all of the achievements that have happened under the patriarchy and essentially reset man back to square one, where we just walked out of a cave?
It don't work like that. You don't even have the power to reset it.
I would agree it doesn't work like that. And my next question would be, what do you suppose it would look like if we were to get rid of all of the fallacies that the patriarchy has brought, and along with those, the achievements that the patriarchy has brought? What does the reset look like?
The reset looks like people stop depending on the government to take care of you. It looks like being self-sufficient. It looks like growing your own food. It looks like educating your own children. It looks like working in in tandem with the people that are around you. It looks like group economics. It looks like stop waiting on and putting your trust in the government to control you and tell you which way to go, how to go, everywhere to go. It's take your power back. Stop falling for consumerism because they ain't gonna do nothing but keep on inflating shit. That's what it looks like. It looks like you're at a time where you can be free and you're choosing to just keep on falling into a system when you can leave the system. That's what it looks like for me.
I would 100% agree, but I would also submit that currently and throughout time under the patriarchy, that has been promoted unsuccessfully, I'll grant you, but people have always championed exactly what you said under the patriarchy, and I think we would all agree that is the key to success. But I don't know that it's the patriarchy's fault necessarily that this is not the thriving way to go, and I don't know that. I'm trying to understand what the distinction or how do you attach it to the patriarchy, something that has already died. Just because it came up under the patriarchy doesn't mean it's attached
It was
to.
specifically for people who are native to the Americas, which is like people like me, you know. who are native to the Americas, and when you study Native American history of your ancestors, you understand that they did not live in a patriarchal society. That does not mean men had no leadership roles, and that does not mean that men did not fight or protect their women and children. That's not what that means. It just means that they did not live underneath patriarchy. And when the oppressors came, they fell into a system of patriarchy, and the we have been suffering. Our families and our traditions and our culture has been suffering trying to keep up with a patriarchal system, and it is not benefiting the whole of us.
Okay, so in your unified consciousness theory, one of two things can happen. You can apply it to, as you say, the Native Americans or those who were here, or you can apply it to the global population. If we were to apply it to those who are native to this country, as you're suggesting, I think you run the risk of history repeating itself, because it has happened and we see what the result is. Now, if we were to apply it globally, I would have to ask again, what do you think that reset would look like, which would have to force the rest of the world to fall under the construct of what history has shown to be the losing societal construct.
I think that I don't think unity consciousness is going to just be a weak thing. I don't think it's going to be weak, because I think that's what you're understanding, right? You're feeling like if we're weak and we just love each other, and men are normal humans who don't want to war all the time, that we'll get weak and then people will just conquer us and things like that. But I don't think that we'll still have a defense.
I don't
Matter of fact, I
think
think it would be better for us to defend ourselves and be policing ourselves.
I don't think it's weak. What I'm saying is history has shown if you're going to segregate a portion of the global population and apply the societal construct you're suggesting to it, if it has pre-existed, we see what happened to that society. It fell to the rest of the world. I'm not saying it's weak. I'm saying that if you play it out the way you're suggesting it plays out, it fails. That's if you only apply it to a portion of the global population. Now, if you apply it to the entire global population, which has never been done, and I'm willing to entertain that idea,
Yeah,
it's still going to
this Christ
require you.
consciousness
It's still
that
going to
I'm talking
require
about is
global.
it's never been seen. It's new.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So, right. So if we go down that road where the entire globe jumps on board, it starts to look like communism, where one person runs the risk of controlling it all. And that one person would be the one who decides the roles and things, or who's closest to God. And that's if the entire globe all agrees on the idea of what or who God is and how close you can get to that person, to that entity. Other
But
than
that's the
that,
thing.
you're just going to have tribalists.
The thing about Christ consciousness is it is the understanding that God didn't give you another God on the planet to worship. Your
Others
connection
don't.
to God is within yourself. You are your own God. And in
How do you
combination,
tell?
we are all different experiences of the same God. So
How do you?
it wouldn't be about one person leading the whole listen and lead. No, everybody's playing their role and everybody's in charge of themselves. Everybody's the God of themselves. It's
So
not
you're,
it's not going to be a system to where we're trying to look you nobody's saving you. Nobody's coming to save you from yourself. You're a full autonomous being. You would be in control of your children and your offspring, or the things that you are in charge of. Yes, you work in tandem with your wife. The man is still going to be the head of the family. But what it is saying is patriarchy is a system. The system of that, nobody needs to believe in the system. Right now, as a people, the majority of us are dependent on the system. Within Christ consciousness, you are more dependent upon yourself.
that sounds like anarchy, and that's where Darwinism comes into the picture, which would reinstate patriarchy.
I don't think people want that responsibility either, do they?
Well, whether they want it or
Well,
not.
well,
I mean,
that's that question is moot. He didn't say hi, nor is it his turn.
Yeah. No, I mean, what you're suggesting sounds like anarchy, where everybody's free to do what they want and everybody's the god of themselves. But that, I mean, like I just said, insert Darwinism. That's when the physical superiority of man is going to begin to reign supreme and essentially reinstate. I think perhaps when we walked out of the cave, that essentially is what led us here, is that exact where
I
we
do
are.
not.
We're just
Okay.
hunter-gatherers and gods of ourselves.
I am not out no cave. That's
No, you didn't.
I got you.
I'm talking about the evolution of man. I'm talking about thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of years ago.
No, I've never been in a cave.
Yeah, that's her point.
No, I've never been in a cave
Never.
either.
I'm not a
I've never-
caveman. That's a different species of human.
No, I'm not a caveman either. I'm a man, but not a caveman. I mean, or unless you landed here on a ship.
I'm not from the Caucasus Mountains. I am not. I did never was in a cave.
Okay, well then, if you came out of a hole in the ground or climbed out of the sea, what I'm talking about is primitive man, the man that we evolved from. Like
You might like a cave. They're nice.
He still didn't say hello, Mr.
Is that a flirt? You trying to flirt?
All right.
Well, hi guys. Hi Hamp.
Hello,
Hi, Aaron.
Let me do this. Hold on. Let Aaron finish his point, and then Strata was here, and then we'll get
you can promote a pawn to queen, but you know, this is frayed at the edges, so.
Okay. All right, Strata. Let me do this real quick. Let me finish this time card. All right. So let me read these super chats, and then we'll get Strata, then the caveman in. All right.
They did turn on me though, Hamp. You said they would. We talked about it.
Yeah, you know. Hey, listen, man. Ideas. You know.
But they gonna know I stand on business. I'm me, authentically, genuinely, me.
Indeed.
Beat
Like,
the
share,
man
subscribe,
reality.
tell a friend to tell. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Go ahead, Aaron.
I left my email in the back, Sherelle, my personal and War Report email. Please do hit me up though, because I respect your intelligence and I like the conversation, and I'm willing to take it much further.
You never dropped me your email in the back.
I think we could get to the bottom of it if it was just
Nah, hold on, Sherelle. Hold on. Fuck this shit. He never sent me both his emails. He only sent me one of his emails. This is great. Yo,
Because he think you dumb. That's why.
You wanna know what's funny?
That's what it is, Black Dog.
That's what he said. He said you respect her intelligence, and I'm just like, okay. Well,
Damn, that's great deductive reasoning, Black Dog.
He has my personal email and he has the password to the War Report email.
All right. Now you're doing too much. All right. Yo, he knows been a member for 9 months. Says you can't conceive of a system that can work without the patriarchy. Men will always do the brunt of the work. Aaron with the $2 says, "Order." Hey, y'all mute for me. Somebody like driving or outside. Oh, P, mute for me if you're not muted. It sounds like somebody outside. Aaron with the $2 says, order out of chaos, but that's what the elite want. Red Pill Ranger with the $2 said, the most free women, but the most complaining. Red Pill Ranger with the $2 says, name me one thing a man can do women can't. Did he mean that the other way?
Yeah, no, he was saying women have the same abilities to do what men can't today.
Okay. Understood. Jonathan with a 20 ball says, I wish we had cars that ran off air. Ellipsis. It's always the person who didn't create that will complain about the results and structure. Just create a new world. We can't be spiritual that we aren't we can't be so spiritual that we aren't realistic. Red Pill Ranger with the $2 says, JP is right! Exclamation point. Why is it so hard for people to admit? Doc's the name with the $5 says she can say her truth, i.e., apples are delicious to her and disgusting to another. However, Facts are concrete. An apple is an apple. Aaron with the $2 says the mixed idolatry is, I don't know what the emoji is, how the Antichrist coming. Red Pill Ranger with the $5 says, I like Shrell, but never take a person serious who says my truth or my reality. Many things they say won't make sense. They already lack logic. Trevor with the $5 says, stop saying quote unquote my truth, Shrell. That shit doesn't exist. Ellipsis. Please stop saying that, man. E-Man with the $2 says, every system have one problem and it's the humans. Docs with the $5 says, DJ Hamp ability to maintain composure is his superpower. Thank you, sir. Caesar's Palace with the $5 says, JP was only talking about your talking points, Sherelle, not how he feels about you. Curtis Hancock with the $10 says, women don't really want one egalitarian society. They just want more power within the patriarchy. If we truly treated women as exact equals, they would hate it. Aaron with the $2 says, there's bunch of women in chat who warned us men. HQ with the $10 says, this is why I didn't jump my ass on the panel when I normally would. Sherelle getting cooked is better than both she and I getting cooked, making us women look unreasonable.
I don't need no help.
HQ. Curtis Hancock with the $5 says, if your system can't survive outside in agrarian societies, then how can it work today? Smitty with the $5 says, Christ consciousness is sounding like Antichrist consciousness. It comes with the Most High, and most don't want. And most, what are you saying?
Most don't want Most
Most
High.
don't want the Most High.
Okay. Thank you. Reaper with the $5 says, capitalism was born from successful attempt. I read this one. City states of the Renaissance era, not the patriarchy. You will learn more in Civic 6 than from Sherelle. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. Get the likes up.
Wrong, even though it's on the panel, and he's smart. He spelled my name wrong.
Tribal Chief with the $5 says, kick Williams the fuck out of here.
You didn't even say anything.
He literally didn't
It's
do
like
anything.
it's they love hate relationship. Something down. Tribal Chief just be picking with Mr. Williams. That's all it is. Hey, fo, you got Matt. There you go. You drying clothes, I think. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. That like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Strata, what's popping?
What's going on? What's good with you, brother?
What's up, man? Trying to keep up with these chats. My bad, Jeremiah. I'll try to find it. Go ahead, Strata. What you got, bro?
First off, I would want to make an observation. I got two questions for Sherelle, and we keep it pushing. First, the observation: if anyone had to articulate their belief system, even with the religions we have, for 4 hours, it would sound crazy. First, let's start there. Second, the question I do have, based off listening, I want to know the top, let's say the top 4 literature that you've ran across, Sherelle, that is currently shaping the way you view spirituality.
It's no literature.
Say it again.
It's no literature.
There's no literature?
No.
Okay. Well, I guess okay, now this would be my second question. I had to remix it. It sounds like you were referencing Mesopotamia religion. So with Enki and Enlil, are you familiar with the Emerald Tablets and the Apocrypha? I'm assuming so.
Yeah.
Okay. Have you ever taken up any Masonic literature?
No Masonic literature. No.
Okay. Gotcha. And so what made you come to the Christ consciousness without literature? I guess that would be my final question, and I'm done.
Ego death, man. I am channeling. I am going inside of myself. That's what Christ said, right? Greater is in you than the one that's in the world. So I started tapping in meditations, fasting, grounding, going within, channeling. So if I'm directly channeling with God within me, right? And then it's gonna come off as crazy because it's gonna be like, oh, this woman is talking to God, but y'all believe in a book of people who talk to God.
Right.
Most people base their belief system off of book of people who talk to God, right? Moses saw a burning bush. Nobody was saying that nigga crazy. Abraham was gonna go chop his son in half. Nobody said that nigga was crazy. They all listened to God. They was led by the Spirit, and God was giving them messages. Christ the same way. Christ was not eating, going into meditations, doing all of these different things so that he could communicate with the Most High. Okay, I'm in direct communication with the Most High through meditation. So this is my thing. So I understand that the Antichrist and Christ is here. Christ means one. Antichrist means separate. Anything that is divisive and wanting to separate people and wanting to divide people is the Antichrist. And a lot of people will be there. To understand the walk that I'm walking, I know that I will be challenged, but it does not matter because I'm strong in my faith. I'm strong in where I believe in. And I believe in the power of the one. So I understand that my purpose is here to raise the level of consciousness for this planet. Okay. So I'm here, I'm awakened, I'm in my meditations, I'm talking to God, I'm getting my downloads, full downloads. Like a lot of these messages, it can just come full downloaded in my head. So I can understand how we can believe that people of ancient times used to communicate with God and channel and different things like that. But then when you look at me, you'll just think, this woman isn't talking to God. This woman she's just full of ego. And it's like, if I was ego, I'd be using it to control people. But all I'm telling people to do is heal, be more sufficient with yourself, love the people around you, love your family, connect with Mother Earth, respect the planet that you live on, respect the God that you live on, and don't worship anything outside of yourself. Tap in and actually tap in with the God that created you instead of serving the God that's in the world. That's my message. So if people think that that's so wrong, I'm okay with that.
I respect it. I ain't got nothing else. That's all. I just wanted to see whether you had some literature, because when I hear different ideas, I always like minding it out and see if I can find and glean something from it. So, again, I can't push back with what you believe. That'd be kind of crazy because we will all sound wild if put in your same
Yeah.
position by him. So, respect.
Well, Strada, you were saying that if somebody had to defend their so-called belief, they would sound crazy after 4 hours. Why?
Yep. Because most people don't have a definitive enough foundation and an understanding in what they're doing to articulate it for 4 hours. Even the most versed of us, if asked to walk it down, especially without literature, which is why I came up asking about the literature, because it could at least give us reference points, right? But if what she's saying is coming directly to her from the creator, again, you put a Muslim, you put someone that there's a Muslim up here, you put someone that's a Christian up here, you put someone that's a Orthodox Jew up here. If you talk to them long enough and they're giving you a mixture of doctrine and their beliefs, you can find it. You can find the inconsistency. You can find where it doesn't matching up, and you can question them about things that they aren't confident enough to fully express because they're still practicing. Very few has mastered this thing we call religion. So that's why I said that anybody would look crazy. And I think that you would know better than most, Hamp, that you can put anybody exactly where she is from any denomination. And the more you ask, because you left a lot out for us to mine out with her. Most people don't really have a foundation the way they think they do and what they think they believe.
Okay. Yeah, I've now just anecdotally I've experienced that a whole lot.
Yep.
Like if I had my camera on for a lot of conversations I'd be having, I'm like, you've been a pastor for how long?
Right.
You know,
right.
So
I got recordings. I got
Sound
recordings, bro.
crazy for real. Like, and so that's why I'm not even here to give her.
I understand the point. I understand your point now. I understand it more clearly.
Right.
100%. You got to
But-
do a lot of due diligence, right?
But that's also why I always say I'm not trying to pass my beliefs on to anybody else, because belief is everything. That's your God ability, is whatever you believe. We exist because God believes we exist. We're all figments of God's imagination. But because we are gods, what we believe in is so true. Everything that you believe in is actually dictating your life. But you created the life because of what you believe in. The moment you want to recreate a different life, you can start believing something else. You can believe your name is something else. You can get around new people. You can believe you can do other things. And through that belief, you will create a whole new world. That's just you. A little bit of spark of what divinity is. So I'm not trying to push my beliefs onto anybody. Hemp just wanted to mind out my beliefs today, you know? So I'm happy with everybody else. I do think that men and women could survive in a society where men are in leadership, and it still doesn't have to be a patriarchal system. I want y'all to like really look up and research how old patriarchy is, because it's really not that old. It's not.
So yeah, now that's where we differ. Like we for the sake of conversation, I may use regular rhetoric, but we very rarely, if ever, say belief. Right? You probably hear me say the truth, because your belief can be questioned, essentially. And yeah, I'm not of the ilk like you believe whatever you want to believe. I think that's bullshit, and I think that's where we got to where we are now. Not saying like what. Well, yeah. Sherelle not saying she don't. I mean, whatever. I'm just saying everybody doing what they want to do has gotten us to where we got, and then I think that's an issue in itself.
Gotcha.
Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia. What's up, Flo? You on mute?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
You couldn't even have your comeback because you was on mute. Hey, sure.
What I was saying is I was trying
work,
to say
right?
hi to you. I was trying to say hi, DJ Hamp. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah.
What's going on? What you think?
Well, I think that I was listening to what Sherelle was saying, and I think that as far as the Christ consciousness goes, I don't. It sounds like she's talking about people taking responsibility. We could boil it down to that, and I don't actually think that people want to take responsibility for themselves. I think I think they want to be led and fed, and otherwise, it sounds like a good plan to me. I also don't know that I see what she's saying with belief, but I think that belief is the lack of knowledge, and I'm agnostic, so I don't have a lot of faith in any of that stuff. I think that faith is an irrational thing, and that's why to whoever made the point that if you let anybody talk for 4 hours, they're going to sound ridiculous when they talk about their beliefs, because beliefs are categorically irrational. Aside from that, I don't know that I think the patriarchy exists. I don't know what it is. I think it's just a device.
What do you mean by beliefs are irrational?
I think he means faith more than he does beliefs. So,
correct.
Okay.
So like faith in a particular thing, not an actual belief. Like if you
Right.
believe the sky is blue, we're not going to sit
Right.
here and say
No, I meant more like ideological systems. I was like, oh, okay, that's kind of weird.
There's values that are different from beliefs. There's knowledge, right? Nobody would if I tried to tell you that this was not a pen, everybody would laugh at me because of course it's a pen, right? That's knowledge. A value is something that your own person sentiment really about what's important and what isn't. I think though that a belief is our cognitive attempt to fill a lack of knowledge and force place knowledge where we don't have any.
I don't know about that. I think beliefs are more of a framework that we choose to live in order to live a more sometimes pragmatic or sometimes more moral life, right? I don't think it's more of just like a gap of knowledge. It's more of, all right, so how do we operate in the life that we know now? Like, what's the best way? What's the best framework to go about it?
Sounds like it's getting into what I would consider values.
Yeah. That's why I was confused, because then values are kind of stem rooted from your beliefs, right? So those two things are kind of intertwined. That's why I was kind of
there's a lot of gray area there, but
well, belief is just the acceptance of something to be true, whether in the face of evidence or proof or not. And evidence and proof are not the same thing.
That would be. I think that's why.
No, faith isn't. No.
I mean, we're getting kind of semantic, but I'm treating faith and belief, at least for the sake of this conversation, fairly interchangeably.
Okay.
Right, because I think in context they are interchangeable, at least from the bit that I've heard of this conversation.
And both are absent knowledge.
No, faith is absent evidence or proof.
Yeah.
It's the presumed acceptance of something will be true without proof or evidence. Belief is the acceptance of something that's true whether you have evidence, proof, or not, neither. Like I believe there's a sun in the sky.
How would you
And I
distinguish
have
belief
proof of
from
it.
knowledge?
What's that?
How would you distinguish belief from knowledge then?
Well, knowledge is widely accepted, not universal, widely accepted objective reality. It's simply a piece of information, a fact that goes into your brain, and it's accepted as true objectively. Like there's a sun in the sky. If you accept that as a reality, then you have the knowledge. If you've actually seen that sun, you have not only proof to yourself that that objective reality is true, but if you get a suntan, now you have evidence.
Well, I mean, I disagree with your distinguishing, but it's sort of semantic. It's a semantic tangent, anyways. So I don't know that it really matters to the point. The point is that faith systems, if you like that better, are all irrational.
That makes much more sense. Yeah.
Interesting. All right, let me get Black America in, and then we can open it up. And then what I'm gonna do is we'll do some final thoughts. The war report will be throwing a kickback for after this, after we end this live, and then we have the ladies on tonight at 8 p.m. Central. When is a man really ready for a woman? They had a lot to say concerning that, especially after yesterday's show, so that should be interesting. Black America, what's popping?
Good afternoon, gentlemen, and to the lady, hello. You know me, I don't do a bunch of questions. I do have one question, or one or two questions for Sherelle. If it's not too personal, Sherelle, why did you give up truck driving?
I never planned on working my entire life. But when I started driving trucks, I planned on retiring at 30 because I want to sit at home and be lazy for the rest of my life.
Okay, I dig it. Cool. It's nothing wrong with that. So me being a chauvinist because that's what him said I am, is a male chauvinist pig, chauvinist, caveman ass nigga. Motherfucker. All right, so the problem with once again, I'm gonna say what I was saying the other day. Problem is with us as men, what we do or trying to do or accomplish is not being appreciated, and we keep on trying to do it. I suggest, I do believe in the Bible. I am a Christian, or Christian based. I'm not spiritual. When anytime these ladies say spiritual, it reminds me of a witchcraft or anything like that. So that kind of makes me shy away. Gentlemen, when one door opens or closes, another one opens. We've all heard that. You guys go get you one of these illegal Mexican chicks that's crossing the border and leave the rest of these black women like Miss Sherelle alone. Because there will be no more community. Without any community, there will be no more country. I'm black, but I'm also American. And I like the way
Mexican chick.
Let him finish. Go ahead, Black America.
All right, well, we'll get you a passport and go get you a Puerto Rican, a Cuban, a Haitian. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, now Sherelle is the only one that's spouting this right now, right? But she's not the only one that actually is thinking this way, where she wants to be on her own, bro. We gotta let these broads be on their own. She was talking about, like JP said last week, oh, I got men that'll ride for me, that'll come stretch you out. What happens when all of those men are gone? You see what I mean? Because we get old. We're old lions. We die in the field every day. Leave these women be. Let them grow roots where they're at, wither, and pass away by themselves with, and we don't have to worry about it. You young men, like I said, the game is over for me. The game, yeah, I'm still knocking down bras and having kids and shit like that. But as far as me out there fighting, y'all can have it. I'm gonna run y'all over. Let these young women like her, let them have it. Let them have all of their witchcraft and their sage burning and their rocks and their healing rocks and all of that stuff. And let them understand that a community without men being in charge, where she's saying we can all be egalitarian and things of that nature. I'm gonna wrap it up to him. Where she's saying we can be egalitarian and everybody can be nice and kumbaya. She don't understand that that's not how men are set up. If it goes back to that, I'm Genghis Khan, right? I'm Genghis Khan. I'm Napoleon Bonaparte. I'm Queen Isabella. I'm King Henry. It's going to be mayhem and destruction in the streets. It's going to be blood and carnage because men are not nice people. All right. You guys have a good day, man. I'm going back to the chat.
Okay. All right. Be safe, man.
Sound like how he talk.
I didn't expect the Mexican thing. That was funny as fuck.
Go get yourself a nice illegal Mexican. They're nice. Full blown American.
That's
what the fuck?
So mad.
What the fuck?
Crazy, man.
Wait, so the part that just again, this is the part I disagree with, that the men are not nice and we got to go back to like killing and slaying millions of people like Genghis Khan. That's crazy. Like the whole reason why men were upset that women chose bears over men was because this idea that men are just these unhinged barbarians that just don't know how to control themselves, their anger or their temper. And I think that I don't think we should continue to perpetuate that image. I just think that's inaccurate of what men really are. I think most men aren't violent until it's time to get violent. And I think that those men that started those wars did it for a reason. Some men, of course, throughout history, they had a vision of conquering and being more, and they were able to do it with the help of other men. Right? Like they had a vision. Look, our country may be this big right now, but I got a vision for this country where we can make it bigger. We can have more. And if we got to take from other people to do so, then so be it. A couple of things that I think I wanted to address really is like this idea that women aren't violent. I disagree with that wholeheartedly. I think women are the most violent, but it's just shown very differently. I think if you give women long enough to be around each other, their words only go so far, because I've seen women fight and they will do it. It may not be the most effective and it may not even be the most entertaining. It's not like an MMA fight, but they will do it and they will kill each other. They absolutely will kill each other. Do we not remember the story like a couple years ago where this girl went to out of country with her friends and then one of them ended up dying and they thought it was a man because the wig was left in the hotel room? Yeah. That was 4 women. 3 of the friends beat that girl up and left. I mean, women can be violent too. My thing is, just because you haven't been in the position to start the violence does not mean that you're not violent. I think if we put them in the position and go, hey, you're a leader. Let's see what your estate, or let's see what the state of this country is going to be in when resources get low, when it's time to go and do some things. I'm sure they're going to give the same command that most men give. Yo, by any means necessary, we need food, we need water, and we need more land. And we're not going to, and I understand, it may not be the most fun, may not be fun to, go and take, but if we have to, we will do it. And a woman will give that charge because she's trying to survive, just like everybody else. That's my thing.
You think that in society, men will only protect women if women are less than them?
Say that again.
You think in society, the only reason why men protect women is because they think that we're less than them?
I think, well, it depends on the year we're talking. If we're talking,
today is 2024.
Oh, today? What are you asking if today men will just protect women just because?
No,
Yeah.
like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like, if hemp wife make more money than him, he not gonna protect her. If she have a job where she's higher in position, he not gonna protect her.
Yeah, he's still gonna protect her.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's what the patriarchal system is. It's saying that it wants to remove power or remove women from certain different things just because they're women. They
But
don't
hemp,
want women to be all that they can be. But I do believe that we live in a society where women can be all that they can be, and then they will still find a man that will love and protect them.
so I don't think hemp will protect his wife due to this idea of patriarchy. I think he'd do it out of this idea of duty and principle.
That's what
And
I'm saying. So every time I say that's a patriarchy, they remove their protection. One man said that we would just grape women and make y'all have our babies. Another man suggested that y'all would lock us up in caves.
okay, so that's 2 out of 10 people that was on the panel. That's 20%.
No, but that's
Too fucking low.
no, but that's so extreme.
Look, I understand. I understand.
I'm not
Like,
leasing
20%.
caves to anybody taking
20%
hostages.
is fucking low. That's 2 out of 10, and we didn't even let's do a poll in the chat. Maybe get some more percentages because that nigga. Some people be wild.
But I'm not saying. I'm saying it. That's what it is. Like there are going to be these people, and 9 times out of 10, they're not high earning men. They're not even no type of man in no type of position of power. They're the ones that's holding on to this idea of patriarchy that makes them feel like they're enough just because I'm a man. I'm better than women just because I'm a man, and I'm just like that's outdated.
Wait, so I don't disagree that the idea of because I'm not against getting rid of patriarchy. I'm not against that. I'm for it. Certain things we shouldn't be.
All husbands 2024.
Yeah, like that again. Like I'm not against it. I'm for getting rid of the patriarchy, but I still think even when you get rid of the patriarchy, there's something that is there's still going to be this innate duty in a man's mind because some things don't have to be taught. My dad would not have to teach me that if somebody hits my mom, I want to fight them. Something is going to happen, right? There's nothing that teaches me this. It's just something that's there. And I think or whatever, or protection. The idea of protection and it being done through violence is not something that is taught through patriarchy. I think it's innate in human beings.
Agreed.
I don't even think it's limited to men because I've seen women get violent. And if you've seen any woman with a kid and a kid get knocked over by another kid, you thought you seen a nigga. And she could be white just like Flow State. And guess what? Becky, don't you touch my kid. Don't you touch. And you like, whoa, I didn't know Becky could get loud like that. She can't.
That's your white woman voice.
That's my Korean voice. I've been around them enough. I can imitate a little bit. Anyway, what I'm saying is I think violence is innate in human beings because I think human beings have the ability to assess the situation and go, this requires this intensity. And it could get physical. Women and men have this ability. The only problem is I think women forget how violent men can get, and y'all be testing men, and y'all should not do that. All right. So don't put your hand up against the man. Don't do things like slap. For example, I have a hater in the chat that goes, he advocated for when women in movies, women should get hit. I said when women hit men, it needs to be shown in movies because what they would show in movies is women slapping men and nothing happened. They need to show something happening so we can get more realistic. Don't do this. This is the message. This is the theme. This is the motto. Don't hit a man unless you're willing to deal with man consequences.
It's not gonna go how you think it's gonna go.
It's not gonna go how you think it's gonna go.
Yeah, and you know, just a small, and this is a small. Well, I don't know if it's small today, right? But just use this as an example. The domestic violence rates among lesbian couples. When you can and then you could liken it because if you think you could take them, right? Like that part, when you think you could take somebody, the likelihood the violence to ensue increases.
Whoever said women aren't violent though?
You saying women are cowards?
Like it just no.
I feel like y'all take it to such a small level. Like name a woman conqueror. Give me the female equivalent to Hitler. I'm talking about when y'all decide, like when men decide to be violent, They mean mass destruction and in concentration camps.
You know why?
Wait, stop. Wait, there's female cartels, and guess what? They're the most brutally violent. It's actually
Who's doing the violence though?
The women
No,
are.
that's
The
not.
men.
Hold on, wait,
No.
stop.
Go ahead, Chico.
You're saying who's doing the violence, but the king who ordered the thing, he's not doing the violence. So why should he be credited for that?
So Hitler's not
No,
violent by
it's men.
proxy.
Always men do. But there's always men
Wait a
doing
minute.
the
Wait.
violence.
That's not the same point.
Wait a minute. If that's the case, Hitler's not that bad of a guy because who did he actually kill?
I never said Hitler was that bad.
No.
I'm just saying.
We're not gonna. Did we not hear what she just said earlier?
I just said what's the female equivalent to him?
But Sherelle, and this was a pure deflection. You on your I should change your last name from Show to Shaq. That deflection, good. Don't say who doing the violence. No, you have to use that same logic for.
No, who's doing the violence?
If you ordering people to do the violence, you doing the violence.
Yeah.
No.
All right, so let me ask you a question. Let me ask her one question, Chief. Let me ask her one question. Sherelle. Sherelle, you know I love you, right? Just first, let me make sure that's good. We good with that. All right.
That's when you about to say some shit. Trying to give some love. So
I'm just asking, like you making an argument that we got to ask you this question: like, do guns kill people? Or people kill people?
People with guns kill people.
Go ahead.
But it's really the gun's fault though, because that shit.
Because I feel like the person. I feel like the person without the gun, I might have made it. I feel like if I could probably whoop a girl, but if she got a gun, it make it a little different. You see what I'm saying? I feel like the gun is her advantage. Like if she shoots, damn.
Hold on, wait. Ham. I'm sorry, I just thought about this. In 2023, didn't we have a whole movie called Woman King where them women was killing 30,000 men? I'm not gonna do this.
Sensational. I'm talking about in real life.
I'm not gonna do this. Are we saying that the people that order hits are not responsible for the deaths and murders?
Do you have a fire in the background?
Yes. Because I'm flaming that ass.
So how many movies are we gonna see where men destroying everything? Because that's all the other Disney movies. That's not Woman King.
That's a movie that won't end. That's a movie that will never end.
We gotta talk about Thanos. We gotta talk about a whole lot of shit.
What makes it wrong?
Wait, hold on. Wait. But you're saying we got to talk about a lot of these things, but the irony is women are actually pushing to say we could be just as violent, which is why we have all these female superheroes. We're just as strong.
I think women are not as violent as men. Men are more violent. It just is what it is.
Okay, fine. I think women are just as violent, but the damage done or the extremities of violence are more prone with men. I think women's violence looks different. I think women plot and scheme, and it will end in violence. But just because it ends in violence and what it at their hand doesn't mean they're not responsible. You can't eradicate responsibility.
You think women see villages of women and children?
Y'all mute if you're not talking.
I want to conquer that. You think women do that?
Say what now?
You think women will go to a place and see like a whole village of people and be like, I want this village. I'm about to.
What do you think Cleopatra did?
Huh?
What do you think Cleopatra did?
She one person.
I put a link in the back of another woman who.
I'm saying y'all. I'm not saying that women are incapable. I'm saying y'all do it more.
We do it together.
Wait. But you can't say it's not a fair assessment to say we do it more and you also complain about the lack of opportunities to be in positions to even do it. For example,
give us the opportunity to do it first. You gotta give us the opportunity to do it.
Okay, and I'm telling you, all right, and I'm telling you now, historically, when y'all got that opportunity, y'all was slaughtering shit. We was like, damn.
We wasn't doing it. Y'all was doing it because y'all bloodthirsty. We gotta give y'all something to do.
I think that's a mischaracterization of like what
No,
men
no, no,
do.
no, no,
This
no.
is why I don't think patriarchy exists at
Now,
all.
now you see. First of all, this is why people not understanding what I'm saying in my message because y'all won't play. Tiki want to play.
Yo,
That's
a
the
lot of
problem.
background. Mute,
Come up
mute,
here
mute,
playing.
mute. P, mute. Yeah. Go ahead.
Wait, I'm not
Now you
playing.
want to play and joke and do all of that when that's not my message. That's why nobody was missing my message because everybody was trying to poke holes and turn shit into what it wasn't.
I'm not poking holes or nothing. All I'm saying is women, if given the opportunity and the time, I don't think the body counts would just drop so significant that would be like, man, women aren't as violent. I think when women have had the opportunity and time, especially in England and in Britain time frame, them old queens that we don't talk about, they was slaughtering shit. They was.
Cheeky, you're making the wrong argument. You're barking up a tree that doesn't need to get the bark taken off. The question is, why do men do these things? And the answer is simple: provision. Competing for resources. The hypergamous nature of women demands that men strive for more. And the only way to strive for more is to enslave other men or take resources from other men that have resources. It's a competition for resources to impress better women. If they were happy with simple lifestyles, with simple, meager provisions that could be spread throughout the entire population, we'd be fine. But once a woman says, I'm only going to give myself to the better man, then men enter into competition with one another to be that better man. Once that happens, the fight will go to the death.
I don't know about that characterization. Like, I find it hard to believe that men in history have eradicated villages because my bitch told me to do so. Like, it's a little bit.
No, because
You know what I mean? It's a little.
Black Dawn, don't conflict. Don't oversimplify the situation. That's not what's happening. What a king will do is order his armies to go take over another country so that his country can absorb their resources, so that his son can have their princess, or to satisfy the whims of his queen. It's not men. And then let me ask you this: what are the spoils of war, and who do they go to?
Spoils of women.
War are always women, and they go to the winning man. So what do you mean? The crucible of competition is always to benefit the woman.
Let's not act like women don't love violence either.
Who's
your favorite serial killer?
None.
What kind of question?
I bet you got one. Every woman has one. It's either Bundy or the Green River Killer. Oh yeah. Look at the true crime. Look at the true crime community.
Hey, I'm like, that's some caveman shit. Oh,
there you go, boy.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Googling serial killers. I grew up with serial killers. They're my favorite.
Sherelle, please don't play into that nonsense.
Yeah, that was bad. That was deplorable. But if you what women want in men, think about.
All right, I guess you can deny it if you want to.
Yeah, thanks. We took a
Flo forgot where he was at. Flo, we ain't into that. We ain't into that type of shit, Flo.
Because it's mostly dudes up here.
That's why.
But if we're to think about the physical attributes that women look for in men, they all equal the ability to succeed in combat. Height, strength, stoicism, speed. These are all only usable in the crucible of combat or in the securing of resources. And if you've killed 10 buffalo with your height, strength, and speed, why do I need to go kill 10 buffalo when I can just kill you? At the end of the day, the women want more buffalo skins and more buffalo meat. They want a bigger house.
So y'all just gonna let women run y'all for the rest of y'all eternity? Whatever we want. That's
Wait, y'all are creators. Wait, hold
What?
on. Y'all are the creators. I think it's only fair as the
Now
goddess.
you see how y'all see Cheeky, right? Y'all do see Cheeky, right?
If I answer your question with yes, then that puts you.
I got my orders from God. She told me.
Here you go with the wrong tree again. Here you go with the wrong tree again. She's
Who
handing right.
God is?
If we answer the question with yes, your question you just asked, and that means we've been living under a matriarchy our entire lives.
Pretty much. That's what I've been trying to tell y'all.
And all of the fallacies that you've identified.
So what I'm saying is God was always a woman.
No, everything you just said that's
And y'all
wrong with
got worse.
society, everything that you propped up your entire argument to say the patriarchy should go away was in fact under a matriarchy, and that's what needs to go away.
Wow. Wow.
Also, what is wrong? I would like to ask Sherelle,
The matriarchy was when the women was making y'all do what they needed y'all to do to benefit them. The patriarchy is with the men at the top of the world now is making y'all do to benefit them. But it's never benefited y'all. What I'm trying to introduce is something that will benefit the average everyday man. That's what I'm trying to introduce. Because when matriarchal systems, they was just using men to uplift the women. And with patriarchy, it's just the top men using all the rest of everybody else to benefit them. I'm trying to introduce something that y'all can benefit you as the regular man, as the everyday man. I want a time period for you.
You know how to do that? Eliminate women from having hypergamy. Be happy with the average man. Stop.
Be happy with the ugly chick.
You don't think we happy with but we don't have access to the top people. Y'all be acting like y'all run. Do you think Bill Gates be chilling on the corner from my house? We are happy with the average man. We have majority Pookies and Ray Rays, right? That's what y'all saying.
No. I want to hear this from you. You're telling me that women, by and large, are happy with the average man.
Yes. Poor people have the majority of the kids. Majority of women are having kids for men who are average men. Yes, we love them. We dying for them. We ride for them. They got girls that's riding for niggas in jail. They less than the average man. And every nigga in jail got a girlfriend. Yes. They be talking in the toilets and everything. And they got the average everyday man.
When they lay down, they were not perceived as the average man. They did something to separate themselves as being superior, and those women were duped and fooled. The average man
girls ain't being duped. Them girls like that. They got nice conversations. Niggas from jail. They were having this nice conversation.
The women were duped and fooled by thinking that man wasn't average when in fact he was below average.
They like average and below average men. They don't have access to top men like that. Only top women really have access to top men. We gotta stop pretending like we just running around with celebrities and billionaires and millionaires. That's every day on a consistent basis. We're dealing with the
quick question.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that y'all run around successfully with these things. I'm saying y'all run around wanting these things. And
so what y'all want? If y'all can have what y'all want.
That's a different conversation.
Y'all want average women, or y'all want to be
Whoa, Terrell, whoa.
We had a conversation, but we got to close this one out first because if we don't,
Terrell, hey man.
But I did this by myself. That's why I said.
Hey, Terrell, get back here.
One woman, 9 men. Been doing this.
Nah, man. Cheeky was on your side to the end.
Nah, I'm still on her side. I just had to stir the pot real quick. I saw what was going on. We all saw what happened. It was a quick little silence.
I was trying to help.
Killer thing. And we was like, spice it up.
I'm on her side with this one. I think it's ridiculous to tell women to expect less out of men so that men don't have to expect more out of themselves.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's how I interpret it.
I'm saying. That is not what I said.
Okay.
I said the men, and did you hear what I said? Because it's a lot to go through. So how is
you said women need to be?
How is taking men out of the crucible of competition synonymous with men expecting less for themselves? That's insane.
The implication is that the men can't compete.
No. What was literally said?
Well, why don't you tell me if I misheard what you were saying? Then
I'm
you
saying
tell me what
remove
you're
men
saying.
from the crucible of combat. Remove the need to kill one another.
It's gone.
Yeah, I don't think it's there anymore. I haven't killed anybody. I'm not going to ask you if you have, but
That's the thing.
I've
I think what you're saying, what you folks are speaking from a very privileged position, from not knowing what it's like to be living with limited resources. That is a very first world perspective, right? If you were living somewhere where resources are very limited and your life were put on the line, you'd have a very different perspective. Or
That's
if
true.
you lived in close proximity with a very greedy and a very corrupt individual that is trying to take your resources from you,
I've
then
had that happen.
you are forced into the crucible of combat by virtue of defense.
Correct.
Either way, these things still exist. And why, if not, then to appease and appeal to women? Because at the end of the day, what do women want? You're going to tell me they don't want the top guy?
Well, I think that there's more reason to defend yourself than just so that women like you.
That's a direct question.
We want the stuff. Women don't want the top guy. They want the stuff that the top guy can give them. They want the stuff. It's not really the man.
Exactly.
It's the stuff. Women like broke men. They like who they like. He don't have to have no money. Really, when they really like the man, that man don't gotta have nothing, no list, no nothing. She like him. She like him. He ain't gotta have nothing. You know who gotta have stuff? Men she don't like.
No. She said it all.
Gotta
It's
have
the stuff.
everything.
No, it's not the stuff.
No. Case closed. No need to over pursue. She just said it all.
No. Is it are women about the stuff or about the man?
The women are about the man, and then there's women who are about the stuff. Pick one.
So is it safe to, which is preferable, right? Like a woman would prefer a man with no stuff that she likes, or a man with stuff that she doesn't like?
I think I would go for the man that don't have the stuff.
I think most women would.
Yeah.
Now, what about men with stuff?
If she could have both, though, she'll figure that shit out. She definitely figure out how to both.
You haven't introduced the other two. Those aren't the only combinations. There's also the man that they don't like that has nothing, and the man that they like that has stuff. Where do you think they're going to go?
Stalking.
Well, obviously, to the man that they like and has stuff. But my question was pointed at sussing out which is more important.
No. Which is why men try to be likable by developing charisma and try to have the stuff so that he can outperform the guy that is just likable with no stuff. All the men are trying to be both because that's the man that wins at the end of the day. They want the stuff and the charisma.
So you telling me everything y'all do ever in y'all life, y'all whole existence, is because of women?
Not mine.
Wait a minute.
Y'all are gods. What do you want from us?
Wait. Slow down. Let EBD answer. Let me give you some context, Sherelle. Also, when we were talking about morals and chivalry, I think it was. Or when I was having the young boy panel, one of the boys said the reason why he's in pursuit of money is because of for the interests of women. Like literally, that's why he does the thing he does. So you would like it. You remember that, Cheek? Matter of fact, shout out to Jeremiah in the chat.
Yeah, bro. Jeremiah said this. I said, what you doing? No.
And so, yeah, today is money. Now, I mean, before it was resources. You had to get those resources through violence. Now you can just get money and essentially achieve the same goals in terms of accessing women. You know what I mean? So the ideology probably is very similar. See, I'm smart, Black Dom. Go ahead, EBD.
So to directly answer your question for heterosexual men, yes. Everything that we do, every time that we wake up, post puberty, is for reproduction and the acquisition of women. Everything before puberty, everything before the actual desire to reproduce with another woman or or girl, all y'all got cooties, all of y'all are disgusting. We want nothing to do with y'all.
You don't have any hobbies?
They are for women. The hobbies aren't for women.
Listen, okay, I get you. I get you, all right? I'm just saying, like, from a practical standpoint, we had no interest in women until sexual puberty happens. Then we have the biological urge to procreate, and everything we do after that is in pursuit of those actions. Now, does it mean that's our only purpose and that's why we have the world we have? To a certain extent, yes, but we're more functional and logical than just our biological needs. We build the society and the infrastructure that we have today, but still in pursuit of the same biological driver. So even though I wake up every day and I have to go to work and participate in all these fucking meetings, it's still to maintain a lifestyle in which a woman can be comfortable in the world that I've built through my labor. It's still for the woman, whether I'm single or not.
So what is it? Let me just ask, do most men on the panel agree? Hamp, you agree with this?
What's the basic premise, real quick? I think I'm picking it up, but just to confirm.
Okay, so do you agree that men do what they do? That women are the primary motivation for men's accomplishments and stuff?
Yep.
Do I agree for myself or for men in the majority?
For both. I want to hear both. Do you agree for yourself, and then do you agree for the general? So for yourself.
Yeah, no. I think I'm internally motivated, but I'm inspired by my family, wife, etc., things of that nature.
Okay.
But I won't. So I try to go get it. Yeah. I think when you go to the hood right now, the first grave about $1, the next two about a woman. If your woman watching Cheeky, you ain't losing that fight. You give a fuck if it's Mike Tyson, whoever. You ain't losing that fight. just you know what I mean?
I'm losing that fight because I like this. Fights will be lost. It is what it is.
100%. But you can't. Yeah, niggas just fighting their life away trying to. But oftentimes, if women change, here's what I think. And let me not act like there's no atheist in a foxhole, right? So I'm saying that now what I've been able to obtain, I also been able to kind of the women kind of like be playing football, right? Being a Q as an example. These things are seemingly attractive to women, and therefore they were there. So it's easier to say what I did or didn't do it for, but who really knows if I didn't have those things? So if women change their prescriptions, would men change theirs? So if women say, you know what, I love niggas that drive dump trucks. How many niggas would be going to get CDLs?
Like, women do love CDL holders. They always gone and they pay bills. Them niggas is the biggest tricks.
Sherelle. We not women. I'm just trying to frame it for the guys. Jesus, now she beating me up.
Okay, so
I had to fight 9 people, 12 people today by myself.
No, I'll help with you a little bit.
Hostile now.
Yo. You mad at me too?
At this point,
you the can man. Anybody can get it now.
What's the world's most expensive coat rack?
We got entered a black. So, Aaron, do you agree that? Well, answer for yourself first. Is the primary motivation for your success? Was it for women? 1, and then 2. Do you think men do most of their thing? Are women a primary motivator?
The primary motivator for my success was very personal. The primary motivator to earn the money I've earned is for women. They're two very different things. Ask Hamp what the most expensive coat rack in the world is.
Peloton.
He owns one. Well, his wife does. Would ask him what if he had made that purchase without her. And it's because of his successes that he was able to make that purchase. But he wouldn't have purchased that shit. You know what I would have? I would have my Porsche 911, a very small, comfortable place to live. But because I have a wife, with this palatial shit with all this unnecessary shit and all this shit that didn't just shit. And do you know how much we replaced some shit in the foyer early? I'll send you pictures. I'm like, what the fuck? My living room.
Calm down, breathe.
Let me tell you about my bedroom. It's foyer.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
So y'all the problem, really. Y'all
No,
always
it's
talking about
bullshit.
women.
Nah, hold on, Sherelle. Hold on. We complaining now. Yo, I got 3 fucking lounge chairs in my bedroom and a table. Why the fuck is there a
And one
table in
ass.
there?
Bro, how many pillows do you got in your bed, bro?
Oh my
Fuck that
god.
bed, man.
Too fucking much.
Like
You
your
got a
age
woman's
system
right,
shit.
man.
Off the ground.
Damn, he
Why?
right.
Why? I have to climb up into the bed. For what? In a bedroom. Wait, in a bedroom that has a floor. For what? Yes, I like my little Porsche 911, and this is
Yo, you ain't lying, bro. Yo, real shit, man. Yo, nigga. Out, man. Out.
Bro, y'all get y'all shit off.
Nah, this is bullshit. Hold on, Sherelle. I woke up. Nah, fuck this shit, bro. Nigga.
You done complaining?
I looked up, Aaron.
This
I
is
had
a
4
man's world, Hamp. This is a
Listen,
man's world.
let me finish. Aaron, I looked up, I had 4 kids. I looked down, I had 6 kids.
How?
This is fucking crazy, bro.
Because they created them for you, didn't they? Those crumb snatchers were created to snatch all the crumbs you
Put them on a big screen. Put them on a big screen, man. Let me hear this. Go ahead, Aaron.
God.
Pop your shit. Pop your shit.
Damn, yo, this is crazy. He right. Fuck it. He right.
We live in a matriarchy where the men are enslaved. They're just mad that within the slave community, there's a patriarchy that operates to keep us efficient. But at the end of the day, it's for them. We're here to do what? Protect and provide. That means fight to secure and fight to protect.
That's your creation story. That's what you was created
Right.
for.
So you're going to get mad at us because we go to war to provide for you the very provisions and then complain the manner in which we provide and protect.
Well, no, we're not
You're
mad at
crazy.
you. We're mad at you.
Go
Yo,
ahead,
Aaron.
Jessup. Go ahead,
Aaron, look what Carlisle Tom said. He said you fall out, you gonna break it. That's crazy.
No, I did the other day. I have a bruise on my shoulder. I fell out of the bed the other day. I hit my shoulder on the damn nightstand. How is the nightstand 3 feet below where the fuck? I gotta put the shit up on a pedestal. Man, listen, if I didn't listen, you want me to get the camera? I'll go shit.
Man, hey, Hemp, you ever seen that meme where Kanye is talking to Kim? He's like, I wish she had a jacuzzi. Oh my gosh, she doesn't have a jacuzzi.
And you know what? Though? You want to know
shit.
something? All because here's why. All because I love my wife dearly. And if it weren't for the fact that I'm not literally insane, I'd say more than life itself. I love my wife. This is why.
Hey,
Damn,
Ham.
patriarchy. Fuck
Yes,
it.
sir.
I know thousands of men
So who
that
all
got
this for the
MOB
patriarchy
tattooed
ended?
on their. My bad.
Have I
Hold on.
convinced
What'd you
anybody?
say?
No, Sherelle. Let hush for a second. Let Reese talk. We can't see him, but go ahead, Reese.
I feel like this is the patriarchy trying to silence me.
It is
Yes.
for sure.
Yes, it is. Go
I've
ahead,
been hearing
Reese.
all my life. Money over bitches. Money over bitches. MOB niggas got it tattooed all over their body, but most of them are frauding. Like 99% of them.
Mm-hmm.
They just lie to try to, feel comfortable in the macho circle they're in. If women tomorrow morning said that no man gets a piece of pussy until he gets a college degree, if all the women on earth agreed to that, y'all remember what the George Floyd riots was like, right? That would be a walk in the park compared to what would happen at the universities around the world. Because I know I'm going to have my spot in line, and whoever tries to get my spot in line is getting eliminated ASAP. So they have all the power, even though they're not running anything, right? They have all the power.
Now, Reese, is that because we can't achieve dick discipline?
What the fuck is all this?
Yes, because
I got a high-end stereo. I bought that shit one time. Paradigm surround sound, audio receiver. One purchase, one. All this shit
That's
gets
way
updated
funnier than
every
what I'm
year.
talking about.
Let it out. Let it out, brother. Let it out. Let it out.
The television, the stereo, and all that. And for what? You know what? This is all getting ready to be outdated. You know why? Because all of this shit. See that? Wait.
Let it out, brother.
Nigga heated.
Take the jacket off. Take the jacket off. Take the jacket off. Come on.
Let him go, yo. Ready to get replaced.
Just doing stuff, bro. God damn. Just be doing shit, huh?
Christmas, and then you know what? Next year it'll be another one. And the landfill because we're filling it with this to buy another one next year.
Al Bundy,
Bruh.
Al Bundy,
Bruh, he may have a point. I remember like because the thing was like my mom would help me with the foolishness Aaron just showed. I'm like, why are we putting up decorative shit? We don't even care about this. And my dad is sitting there like, just do it. Fight her, dude. Stand up. Stand against this.
Niggas don't care, bro.
We need a real patriarchy.
I never
Aaron just
will.
won the internet today.
I never will stand against it because the smile on my wife's face is way prettier than all this fucking flowery
Why we
shit.
put it on the door? It makes it a mess, and then I have to clean it up because I'm the kid. No, you don't clean it up. I have to clean it up because you want to put it on the door. Who
No,
cares
that's
about
shared. See,
Thanksgiving?
that's why I love my wife because she cleans and I clean, but I got to put the shit away in that fucking utility closet over there.
And it's heavy, and they don't
a lot of cussing up in there.
Do you have
a
a
loving
shed?
household?
Now and repurchase next
So
year. But
y'all
you know
just
what?
gonna sit up here and complain about women?
No,
Yes.
because we love women. And when we find a woman we love,
And y'all
let me
want
tell you
Kamala for president and flowers
my
and shit
wife-
up and down the
if my wife
highways and
wanted me to-
shoe store in every fucking corner.
If my wife wanted me to take out a country, you know what I'm doing? You said Sacks are in trouble.
I ain't gonna lie. Dr. Umar said men
I got
do
you,
not
True.
feel complete until y'all inside a woman. Y'all never feel complete y'all whole
We ain't
entire
listening to
lives.
Dr.
Y'all walk
Umar.
around and
Well, tell Umar we'll be complete when we walk inside them school doors.
I'm gonna sneak the shit out of Umar when I see
That's
him.
what we'll feel happy. We're complete when we inside the school. I tell him that when we inside the school, we'll feel complete. Fuck out of here.
get that man some money. That man needs some money.
No, why?
Bro,
why?
he just
why?
need another
why?
10 years,
Why?
Man, all
Give
them
him money.
lectures and shit I
Nope.
sat at.
That
This
man
nigga
needs
Tell him
some
to
money
earn
and
it.
the school can open. Y'all stingy ass black
Tell him
people
to
don't
earn
want
his
no
money.
school.
Tell him to
That
earn
nigga-
his money.
Yo, Aaron, he said, I'm trying to replace the doors. Once I replace the doors, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
ass block party like 3 years ago.
Get that man some money.
I ain't giving him shit. I want my donations back.
Keisha, stop. That boy, that school been opening for now. He talking about, I seen an interview. He talking about, I ain't telling y'all when it's open because then they expect me to open it. I said, no shit, Sherlock.
Hey, here, check this out, right? I know all
Yo.
these dashikis in New York and in Philly, and I've known them for years, right? I go back to when the House of Consciousness first started. I remember when Umar Johnson didn't even have the school idea, and I was sitting in his lectures at the bookstore over here. He been a fraud since day one, dog. Day one.
That man
And
not a fraud. He helping black boys.
Coke. I sold Coke for 11 years back in the day. I know a cokehead better than anybody alive. That
We
boy
from
snorting, dog.
We from
He
Philly.
snorting.
Fuck him.
The Philly niggas have spoken.
Saving y'all children from ADHD.
When we went to Philly, I was like, "What side of the street we supposed to be on? This don't."
Oh, we was in the trenches. We was right around it from Temple. They was like, "Nigga, you." Reese told me
close
we
to
was
ground zero, dog. That
Reese
was like,
told me it was ground zero.
y'all don't even know where y'all was at, man. I promise you.
Yo, Sherelle, you got the Philly fellas. They said it, man. Like if somebody's from New Orleans, you spoke on it. We had to listen, man. It is what it is. Feel me?
You're right. Cause y'all know how I feel about New Orleans, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, do you know that when Umar Johnson
But
started
they'll
this
kill you,
school
though.
scam, had that school open, the students in that school would be in their senior year of college now, or some of them will be married with degrees.
That's crazy.
With kids already.
I really used to believe in Umar. I'm not gonna lie. When
Me
these
too.
first couple of interviews, I was like, He gonna be teaching black boys how to fly.
Damn, it's been 11 years since the school. Nah, hell no.
11
They
years.
was gonna be teaching aviation and how to make shoes. He was gonna
Watch
turn.
this.
Hey,
He drive a
Ready?
sweatshop.
Hey,
Yeah,
Chicken, we
you
was just
fell for the
arguing with
nigga that
Angry Man
had you
last summer.
believing he was capable of all of this kingly shit. Ain't got two nickels to throw together out the window or the window to throw him out of, but had you convinced that he's near the top of the world and helping everybody, because that's what women want. But he's one of them Pookie and Ray Bays in jail that you say that women went and got in bed with because he made you think he was a man of resources and was resourceful. But no.
Oh, he got money. He got money.
Huh?
People be donating to that school. And
Yeah,
that
it's a
nigga be
school fund.
spending it.
Yeah.
Oh,
So look,
There you go.
I went to the block party and I took a basketball with me because I was gonna call a nigga out for 1-on-1, right? So I slide up in the gym, start shooting around. Two of the biggest niggas I ever seen in my life literally carried me off my feet out of that gym.
Well, was you supposed to be shooting basketball?
No, I was not supposed to be in the gym at all, but I didn't know that because someone left the fucking door open, and that's what I came there for. They had niggas snipers on the roof. It was two old ladies around with drones and bow and arrows. They had drones. And someone shot the guy. It was a calamity, fam. That's
What was you a Roxborough?
Huh?
Was this a Roxborough or something?
Wilmington, Delaware, the FDMG block party 3 years ago.
Oh shit.
Yeah, when I was arguing with Jacob Blake's dad and Breonna Taylor's people.
Got you.
Yeah, you kind of fucked up
Who
there.
do we have on this panel right now?
I was lucky to get
This
out of
nigga
there
that
alive,
sell
dog.
cocaine and talking to these people's parents. What? We talking to a legend.
Reese done it all, man.
I was arguing with Jacob Blake dad, telling him all that shit was bullshit. And the
Reese-
Breonna Taylor shit. Little did I know that George Floyd and family and all them was down there. I'm lucky to make it out of there alive on some real shit.
Reese told me he can't box because he punched too hard. Reese, am I bullshitting? Am I bullshitting, Reese? Am I bullshitting, or did you tell me that?
I probably said some goofy shit like that. I ain't gonna lie. I've surprised myself on how hard I hit sometimes, especially when I'm afraid.
Told you.
If any type of fear creeps in me, power just comes out of nowhere. Like, I don't know where it comes from, God or whatever y'all believe in.
Oh, y'all crazy. Oh. All right, man. Look, listen. I say everybody did a great job having this conversation today. Overwhelmingly, you know. It was riveting. It was interesting. I think if you wanted to learn, you did. Right now, there's a portion of that shit you learned. Throw that bullshit right out your head. But nevertheless, at least you consume the information, process it, and then apply it or deny it. Right. I think that's often how we develop the most, man. Damn. All right, let me do this. Let me read these super chat. I'm gonna bring True Table up that at very least give us a final thought.
You didn't let LL Unk Man talk at all.
Oh shit! I didn't even see him on the panel. Fuck.
I'm about to read.
Good, dog.
Damn.
What's up, Unc?
Nah, go ahead. Take that bitch home. Go ahead. Thank you, Sherelle. Thank you, Sherelle. Go ahead, take it home. Take it home.
Listen, before I was really interrupted, I'm gonna read the super chat.
Thank you,
I'm gonna
Sherelle.
bring True up. I'm gonna let him get a thought off, Unk Man get a thought off, and then the rest of us will do a final thought. Okay, Sherelle? All right, and the patriarchy ain't dead yet, goddamn it. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit the like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. What's up, MJ with the $5 says men really saying they need a retreat from pumpkin spice candles and flowers. Oh, the torture these men go through. You see, y'all
I hate
understand. That shit is annoying. Yo, bro, I'm trying to tell you, B. Like, y'all don't understand what we go through. You know what I mean? And then y'all got towels niggas can't use, pillows we can't use. The shit don't make no sense. You know what I mean? I go to pick up something out the oven and I went to use, the fucking towel that's on it. No. Use the fuck is this towel doing here then? You know the shits that hang from the the bar.
The handle. The
Yeah,
handle.
the handle.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
like, I thought this what this was for. Oh no, those are for decoration. That's bullshit, bro. Bullshit. That's bullshit. But to MJ point, it could always be worse, right? Melly Melvin, a member for 4 months, says my cheek.
What the fuck is that?
Whoa. Melly Mel. Sherelle, can you read this? Fuck that. Go ahead, Sherelle.
My cheeks are hurting from laughing so much.
HQ with the $5 says 1,000 years, 100 years, 10 years, 1 year. The motivation for men is a woman's favor. Full stop. If you don't agree, it's just ego talking. MJ with the $5 says, I'm going to start a men's frustration release club or retreat so they can stop this nonsense. LOL.
We'd all be there for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, hell yeah. Hey, see, now this is what we get, Aaron, right? We show a level of vulnerability. This is why we only talk to each other when y'all ain't around. Because now we getting teased for it. Black Dawn, take note.
Hey, good, this bullshit. No, you gotta use this motherfucker. This is the one you use.
You probably got hundreds of those.
Now, why is you touching that lady decorative towel? You know she's gonna go off.
Take her best towel, go wash your car with it one day.
You trying to get that man? Come on now. Don't do it, Aaron. Aaron ain't that crazy.
Yo, Black King with the $5 says, I appreciate the candid honesty at Sherelle. It makes the choices I have to make 90% easier. Appreciate you. One Pill with the $5 says, question for Sherelle. If we are under a current matriarch state, matriarch state, what rights/privileges do men get?
They have all the rights. Do y'all understand what matriarchy is? They have all the rights. Women don't take y'all rights away. We have all the rights. What?
Ezekiel Ben is right.
Men have rights in matriarchy. Women didn't have rights in patriarchy. But men have rights in matriarchal systems.
Ezekiel Ben Israel with the $5 says, Sis Sherelle, I am really truly trying to follow what you are relaying so that I know who you talking about. What is God's name?
I am.
What would it be in Hebrew?
Yahweh.
I am. I mean, Anu, Oladu Marie. It's a bunch of different names depending on the person dealing with them.
So
the
maybe
Most High,
for
so we call the Most High just the Most High, or I am.
Yeah, Howard.
Hey, Sherelle, do you know that the longest ruling monarch in world history was a woman?
I didn't know that. Thank you for letting me know.
Queen Elizabeth ruled for 63 years. She had a jubilee, a golden jubilee, and a diamond jubilee. That only happens every 20 years, I think. She's the longest ruling monarch in history.
Sway with the
How many
$2.
wars she been in?
Sway with the $2. Pay backpedal and windmill clips, please. I played those. Smitty with the $2 says, anti means alternative. Holy means separate. Night been a member for 2 months. Sherelle logic doesn't make sense because it would mean that the Bible is an antichrist book because it says God separated the nations in Jesus too. As Abe with the $10 says, if you don't care if anyone believes, then why are you talking? Is it to hear yourself talk? The Most High wants to edify you, and you went on a fast. You don't go around talking about it. Black American 100.
You know, S.A. is my favorite person over here.
Harrison, what's poppin', Harrison? He says salute. Jeremiah with the $2 says, humans aren't social creatures. It won't work. And then he tried to kick Mr. Williams off. Okay. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Salute the Unk Man. I think he just dropped off. Let me read this one. MJ with the $5 says, fine. No more pretty towels and pumpkin spice scents for y'all ungrateful behind. Stare at a blank white wall with one piece of furniture. We do that anyway. We just put a TV on it.
Yeah.
And that clean up in 5 minutes.
Yeah, that shit. See, y'all, that shit get knocked down. You got to clean it up. One wall, one TV, one chair. You can't, ain't shit to break. Let me see. Caesar's Palace says something. Did I miss it? All right. True, what's popping, bro?
What's going on, panel? What's going on, Ham? How y'all doing?
Pretty good, man. I know you came up earlier. We about to close it down. But we got the kickback over at the War Report before the women's POV starts, which should be dope. But what you got? There's still 490 people in the building. I want them to hear me at least.
Oh, the overall conversation was amazing. Before I say anything more, support to Aaron and his struggle over here from the West Coast, my brother. You stay strong. Stay strong. But a lot of good points were made. Definitely appreciate Sherelle's perspective on a lot of things. I kind of see what she was trying to get at. But keeping it simple, I think most of the conversation was missing the fact that our world is more binary than it is complex, and everybody's individual thought just seems to speak to the human experience. Really, we're identifiers. We want to stand for something. We want to have something to believe in. I think the young man in the red shirt or whatever says some nonsense trying to sound smart about knowledge is void of belief, which I don't know where he got that from, but we're all having a human experience. Our world is more binary than it is complex. And just as of recently, we can now adopt different ideas because of technological advances. But technological advances are compounded knowledge. It's things that were once was and just scaled out. So overall, the discussion was great. I think it's nice to think about the world in a different place, but we're still missing what the ideal of moving society forward would look like with this even distribution of power. Men are always going to be the seed and the start of everything. Nothing starts or nothing is solidified unless we say so. That's just the planet we live on, and it seems to be working out for the most part. But I digress.
To the ladies that say that men would live in homes with nothing on the walls, that was a bachelor pad. That was my place when I was single in 2011. So get out of here with that. We like comfortable places, and we can provide ourselves a comfortable place to live. We just don't got to buy a million different things 4 seasons out of the year. You buy something once and put it there. It's quality forever, and we don't spend all that bullshit extra money. That's all. We can do comfortable shit, but you know. Come on.
Yeah, you got one picture too many for me. I think I've seen 2.
I had a life in the nightlife I had to promote, man.
This what you mean?
Oh yeah,
No.
motherfucker.
Yeah, well.
Oh yeah, motherfucker.
Too high for this.
Ew, it's so New York.
That was Sherelle.
Yo, Kiki, she start talking to you like that, boy. You going? I'm trying to tell you.
The first thing I'm gonna do is turn around my dukes up. What's up, nigga? Ooh yeah.
Motherfucker.
You crazy, bro. Hold on. Let me hear the rest.
That's that shit. Ooh.
Nah, you going.
No.
You going. You going.
You're right. I'm going with a 1-2 and then maybe a left and a right hook.
Damn, man. Damn, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. All right, I'm gonna try to I'm gonna get the kids, get them settled, get some food, play with them niggas for a little bit, and then we'll be right back at it with the women's POV. When are men really ready for a woman, man? Should be interesting. EBD, any final thoughts?
Yeah, just real quick. It was a good show.
It ain't gonna be real quick. But
yeah, Yeah, it was a good show. I mean, I caught most of it, like 90%. So I heard everything she had to say in the back and forth. And I know everybody, you know, it's triggering, but at least we're logical enough to try and see where she's coming from. So I like that aspect.
Indeed. Okay, EBD. I see you practicing your okay. I see you. Black Dawn, any final thoughts?
Put him in the Nah, it was a good show. I had to concede on Aaron though, like the shit that we do for women, like our existence, because I'm a relation. I've been in a relationship for 2 years, and I'm starting to notice a lot of shit in my apartment that should not be here, but it's here now for some fucking reason. I don't know why, but whatever. So now, like that's the part that made me laugh so hard. It's just that shit real. So now, I gotta give him that.
You can say I was right. That's what I said. Remember?
Nah, fuck that. But nah, Aaron and EBD was right. I'll concede heavy.
Indeed, man. Reese, any final thoughts?
Oh, y'all lucky I'm not king, because in the world of devices where you can learn whatever you want to, if it was up to me, every female child would have her vocal cords removed at birth, saved in a jar though, so you can earn them back later in life.
This is why the patriarchy has to die.
Stop giving us the crazy kings. Don't. That's not us. He came from his mother. Yeah, the god.
You can't have a punk as a king, man. You gotta have someone who can make the hard decisions that pussies are scared to make. Get rid of the vocal cords at birth.
Wow.
Whew. True table. Any final thoughts?
That's hard to follow, man. But shout out to the panel. Great show. I'm looking forward to the conversation tonight. You can still be manly with your wall art and your 1,000 count, thread count, and memory foam and all that. There's nothing wrong with that, fellas. You know, adopt the new comforts. It's totally fine. But thanks for having me up, Ham. What time does the show start tonight?
8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern.
Okay. All right, bet. I'll definitely
But
tune in.
tune in, and then like I said, the kickback is on the war report in the interim. This conversation, just the conversation, just in case people just how that lull happens, you know what I mean? I don't know if y'all watch football, but y'all should. That 30-minute window, you be like, what the fuck am I gonna do for 30 minutes until the next game? So out of that thing. But salute. So the link is in the chat too, man. Aaron, any final thoughts?
Sherelle, man, I'm gonna close out all love and respect. I'm impressed. You came up here, you fought valiantly, you fought hard, and you drove some points home that do make sense. We don't all have to agree, like I always say, but you came up here and you did your thing. You're a strong woman, and I appreciate that. Like DJ Ham said, meet us over in the War Report. That's going to be like the lounge space. Continue the conversation. Talk about whatever you want. I'm going to drop the link one more time right now. It is in the chat. We'll be hanging out there, and then we'll drop a link once again back to This Might Be Risky for the 9 o'clock women's POV, 9 p.m.
Shit like that.
Eastern,
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Indeed. Big Sherelle, any final thoughts?
I'm going last. Cheeky about to go.
Oh shit, I forgot about Cheek. My bad. Cheek, any final thoughts?
Put him in the fucking.
He done forgot I was the co-host. Cheeky got here. And he done made Cheeky the co-host. He left.
He wouldn't have let me go, and I would have been okay because I understand. Like no hard feelings. Wouldn't have caused the war over it.
I like he wouldn't have win at all. Like, that's what happened.
I would have not gone, and I would have been okay.
Don't let him butter you up. He's talking about it.
I knew that was what was going to happen.
So watch him, Cheeky.
All right. I think it was a good show. I think I agree with the overall thing, which is patriarchy must die. Not against that. I think I understand why a lot of men trying to hang on to it, but the men that are in power, that's passing laws and whatnot, they not going for it no more. So let's go ahead and get this out the way so we can get different expectations and we can do what we want to do. Because I don't think you should just be expected to die for anything or anybody. If you do it, let it be your own choice. Don't be like, oh, I'm doing it because I'm a man. Nah, I'm doing it because I want to. This is my family or this is my reasoning. But don't expect me to, your purse gets snatched. Don't look at me. Look at the bear in the woods. That's better than a man. So, do that. Yeah, but I think it was overall a good show. I think you guys should try to understand a little bit more, especially when it comes to faith-based stuff, because it's very complicated. But that's it.
Indeed. My bad. Sherelle, any final thoughts?
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
I just keep showing why, I'm a beast, no help, 9 men. And I really held it down. You know what I'm saying? From New Orleans, night well, you know what I'm saying? I'm just playing. But listen, I know a lot of people. I'm from the 9. Listen. I know a lot of people, wanted to just not understand it, but I appreciate anybody that was like willing to let me articulate myself, listen, grow. I hope that I challenge people's thoughts. A lot of y'all had good pushback and y'all challenged my thoughts. I am not the supreme being, all knowing nothing. So even with my blind spots where y'all had to update me, I don't necessarily feel like it's a I got cooked, you got me moments. I feel like what I always say, either I know everything or I'm learning. That's the only 2 states that I could ever be in. I know it all, I'm learning. So I appreciate everybody who came up here. I appreciate everybody being respectful, even though I know that, I was coming with a different type of conversation, things that were kind of triggering, especially to the male ego. You know what I'm saying? So thank y'all, especially all the black men, because the only one man that did get a little testy with me was, not black, but especially all the black men, even Jay Prince, So y'all didn't try to, call me out my name. Nobody got demonstrative. And I feel like that's what it's about. It's about having these conversations with different thoughts. We don't all know everything. You know what I'm saying? And we can grow. We can, Black Dawn gave me another good idea, but my overall message is I just want more peace for everybody, more healing for everybody, a better life for everybody. I don't want the majority of people suffering because of people at the top. And I want us to challenge all the things that we learned. So I want you to go through a process of unlearning and relearning, because the people that want to control things have gave us ways. But for us to always break these rules, who the fuck made these rules? It's kind of starting the time for us to challenge these rules in this shit, because they saying this is the way we should be, but why are we always fighting against our own nature to be what they say we should already want to be? So challenge that, but heal, live for yourself, enjoy your journey of life, and stop worshiping shit outside yourself. Take your power back, learn your own divinity. God ain't putting nothing out here for you to worship. God created you. You're your own being to have your experience. That's what you're here for, your journey. My message is love. My message is oneness. We can all have different ideas, but at the end of the day, we're all one. It is what it is. You either God or you're flux, and flux ain't nothing but the coming and going of God. So thank you, Ham.
Yes, ma'am. A lot of interesting points were made today. A lot of different dynamics were presented. So I think you have to listen intently. And what you saw in the discourse today is it wasn't about checkmate and I got you moments, but rather it was like, hey, let's mine this out some more. Let's truly understand it. If we find a hole in it, then you have to reassess it. As an example, which was a fun example, the point that Aaron made, right? My answer, once he started giving out the Peloton bike, which I'm gonna go kick that bitch over as soon as I turn this off, that's a valid point. So yeah, I'm intrinsically motivated. However, why do I do the things I do overwhelmingly? Right? If I didn't have wife and kids, I'll be sitting in this one room fine with $1 million goddamn dollars in the bank. You know what I mean? So all that stuff you have to really assess. Like, I think I was wrong, right? Like, it's okay to be that during these conversations. 100%. So I think everybody did a fantastic job, man. Sincerely, because this shit ain't easy. The thing about the patriarchy is the one thing I understand and I like about the house husbands thing that often gets forgotten is when the other side gets exposed to the things that currently exist that men deal with, we'll see how they actually respond. And so we'll see if everybody wants the patriarchy actually defeated when it's all said and done and you have to stand on the front line without option. Not saying that women will or won't do it. I have my notions, but we gonna goddamn see when that stove get hot for real. When
and
that
men will
storm
pick it back up.
When that storm hit Houston and the fence fell and the tree fell and the tree fell on my car while I was driving and it was 60 miles an hour wind and I gotta pull open the door like I'm in a fucking movie at Lowe's and load the generator for myself because they didn't have nobody that could help me and bring it back and pump water out and tear up the floor. And my wife was upstairs with the kids. She said, "Man, I really appreciate you." You don't say, right? This shit got real, and then the roles were understood. See, you know how women always leverage. We got to cook every day. We got to clean every day. Nigga, I only got to be a hero one fucking time to go down in history. So I just wanted to understand, motherfuckers asking for it. We
We
gonna
got
see.
hit by that storm too, and it's
Hey,
4
whoa,
women
whoa,
in here.
whoa. It's my final thought. God damn it. You had your time. You know what? Fuck this
I'm
show.
just saying we had
Y'all
4
handle
women. We had 4 women after the storm. Okay.
Pardon my back. God damn it. Head over to the War Report. Fuck my final thought. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I see y'all assholes in 3 hours, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And oh shit, I got 3 more super chats. I can't do the super chats like that. Jay Miller with the $5 says, "Great job, Sherelle. You held your own." She did.
Thank you.
See the pals with somebody mute her, please. See the pals with the $5 says, "I'm sorry, Sherelle, that you have not found out how powerful being feminine to a man is. I hope you will learn a little from the guys on this panel today." All right, man. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Hit the link to the War Report. Go over to the Kickback. Had a conversation. We'll see y'all in a couple hours. When is a man really ready for a woman? Salute to y'all, man. For sure, man. This is a great fucking day. We're gonna continue to grow, man. Awesome. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.